The World Blitz Championship starts today with reigning champion Magnus Carlsen back in the field, probably wearing jeans and hungry to defend his last standing World Championship title. It's going to be fast, furious fire chess when the clocks start ticking in New York. Welcome to Take.
It's not going to be easy for anybody to make it into the top 8 in the knockout. At any point, one loss can drop you to 10th and then you're out. The dream final at this point is Alireza. Karu would be great as well, but he's especially tough to beat in mini matches.
Alireza is playing perhaps the best blitz chess of his life. It's going to be exciting.
I can't even begin to tell you guys how excited I am that Blitz chess is now on the boards. It's been a few dramatic days in New York so far. We do have a new world rapid champion. His name is Volodar Murzin, while Magnus Carlsen has been fighting with FIDE over a pair of jeans. And in the studio today and tomorrow to guide you through the action that will happen with the World Blitz Championship, we have Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdall. It's great to have you here, Jonathan.
Hello, hi. It's great to be here.
And you've been at home following the World Rapid Championships. What have you made of all the drama?
I'm glad that I wasn't forced to say something.
And now you are.
Yeah, I think it's always good to have drama. Actually.
Yeah.
And I like to see Magnus taking on the world when he gets in that mood. The whole thing seems incredibly silly to me, though, in general. And I think the Norwegian audience is probably a lot more clued in about the finer details because of there's so much coverage in the media here and with so many reporters in place. But it's clear that relations aren't so strained as they might have appeared.
Yeah.
And they really do get along to a much greater extent than people think. So it was nice to know and see that Magnus had an incredibly, now we know, honest emotional reaction to the whole thing, and there's no conspiracy theories behind it all. And it's great that he's back.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it is great that Magnus Carlsen is back, ready to play the Blitz. What do you expect from him, Lucas, in World Blitz Championship as reigning champion?
Well, I expect him to play well, as he normally does. I guess Blitz is something he tends to do even better at than Rapid, potentially. And yeah, I feel like he wants to prove now that he's going to win this after all the drama. Yeah.
We have to look a little bit back just to be reminded about what all the jeans drama is about. And Magnus did do an interview with Take yesterday announcing that he's back. But let's take a look at what the jeans drama is all about.
I got a warning that I would not be paired if I didn't go change my clothes. I said, I'll change tomorrow if that's okay. But they said, well, you have to change now. At that point, it became a bit of a matter of principle for me. My response is that, fine, then I'm out. Fuck you. I'm playing at least one more day here in New York, and if I do well, another day after that. I realized when I woke up that not only didn't we speak to some more reasonable people, I also love playing Blitz. That's why it's still a thing. I want to give the fans as well an opportunity to see this. I don't know if it's gonna be the last time. Who knows? But for now, I'm here, and there have been some, I think, slight alterations to the rules. As a matter of principle, I'm definitely playing in jeans.
Announcing to Levi Rosman in the Take sofa yesterday that he is back, that he will play the World Blitz Championship. And let's go to Levi in New York. Magnus saying he is going to play with jeans today. Do you see a lot of players with jeans, Levi?
Hi, Oslo.
Hi.
Welcome to New York City from the balcony. No, look, it's kind of hard to tell, to be honest. I do see a lot of players schmoozing. I see Yesipenko and Caruana over there. I see some players walking in pairs and also in trios. Some mindlessly pacing around on their own, ready to gather their thoughts. I really think today we should focus on the chess. It's a very unique format. We've never had this in the World Blitz Championship before. Usually you can play your way into the tournament on day one. Magnus likes to do that, and then he will show up for day two as a monster. But today, if you fall behind, you will not make it to the top 8. It's actually kind of nuts. We're starting with like 300 players, and only 8 of them can make it to tomorrow. So today, as a public duty to the fans, I will not say the word jeans anymore, and we will only focus on the chess.
I love it, Levy. Let's not talk about jeans. Final time I'm going to say it as well. What do you expect from Magnus? I mean, he must be so hungry after all the drama and with his last standing World Championship title to win this. What do you expect from Magnus Levy?
I do agree with everything you've said. He's won, I believe, 14 tournaments this year. Sort of the rule is if he's playing in the tournament, he's going to win it. And I think there would be no stronger point to make than to have all of the drama of the last few days and then show up and win the World Blitz Championship. But it's tough. It's going to be really tough. One loss can set you back. He was just finding his form. He had 2.5 out of 3 on that second day of the Rapid, so very curious to see what today holds.
Definitely. Who are some other names we should pay attention to, do you think?
Well, definitely the World Rapid Champion. And will his momentum carry over into the Blitz? And obviously you have the top contenders of Blitz in general. You have Alireza Firouzja, you have Hikaru Nakamura. Wildcards like Hans Niemann, is he going to be hot or is he going to be not, right? Like, I don't know. I would say that the final 8, my prediction is that 5 of them are from the previous generation and 3 of them are guys like Eric Icey, Firouzja, and maybe a teenager in there as well.
And of course, the drama that we have seen might have brought some new fans to chess. That's the positive things with the drama, right? And if we do have some new people watching today, Levy, what can they expect when there's Blitz chess to be played?
Provided that the board relays work, which, fingers crossed, they are. We had some problems in the Rapid Championship, and I will just say, as a person without any bias and who is just watching the sport as a spectator, yes, I have this microphone and I'm talking to the fans at home, I really, really hope everything works. In Blitz chess, you get to see really exciting, quick decisions. You get to see time scrambles, players moving quickly, pieces flying all over the board, swearing in Norwegian, and maybe other languages as well. And I mean, it will be very, very exciting all the way down to the wire. And with such a big field, every round is important.
Exactly. Do you kind of wish you were playing, Levy?
Actually, to be honest, yes. I kind of miscalculated. I sort of mentally prepared that the World Blitz Championship is 2 days, but it's not. For an amoeba like myself, it's only 1 day. I just play 13 games, I score my pitiful 5 points maybe, and then I just go back to the sofa for tomorrow's knockout. And so when Magnus actually had this withdrawal and he wasn't clear to play for the Blitz or not, I thought about reaching out, but then I decided, you know what, I'll rather play Blitz online while on the toilet, and I'll let the pros play down here.
And that's good news for us, Levy, because that means we can go to you in the sofa to get some reactions. Thanks for now, Levy. We'll check in when the game starts.
Enjoy, guys.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, we definitely will enjoy. And there's a new format for World Rapid, not World Blitz this year, Lucas. What is the format?
The format is, first they play 13 rounds, Swiss, so you get paired up against people with the same amount of points and so on. And the tournament is kind of like open for all the participants. They all play those 13 rounds. And then the new part of it is that they don't continue playing even more rounds the day after, but the top 8 proceed to a knockout tournament with kind of like mini matches where they play several games against each other from the quarterfinals to semifinals and eventually a final.
Wow. So we start out with 188 players. Only 8 of them will make it through to day 2 tomorrow with knockout matches starting with quarterfinals. So 188 players will go down to 8 players. It's a tough fight. Do you expect, Jonathan, the top names to be the ones up there? Or can we see surprises like Volodor Murzin coming out there and winning the Rapid Championship?
I'd be very surprised if we don't see a lot of chess drama today. And there's going to be, hopefully, purely chess drama, but I can see it happening in so many ways. 13 rounds, not a lot of time to thin out the field. You can have a lot of very big accidents. Just as Levy was saying, one game could possibly set you back. For Norwegian and other Magnus fans, there's a really big danger that Magnus likes to start slowly.
That's
traditionally,
true.
which is a very dangerous habit to have in this kind of thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of people's favorites going out because of very tiny tie-break rules that we might not fully understand.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
or even the drawing of lots, which can happen. In the
which is like, if we have more than 8 people on the same score, then a bunch of tiebreakers. The last one is drawing of lots. I mean, imagine if by the end of today, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm not a great fan of watching people suffer through Armageddon, but drawing of lots.
Ooh, yeah, that's a horrible way to not make it into the knockout stage. It's starting, you guys, in 3 minutes. Magnus Carlsen will be playing on board 1 against the 95th seed in the tournament. It's a German. His name is Michael Bezold. Who is this guy, Lucas?
Unfortunately, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of this guy before, but that's what's fun about the Blitz and the Rapid, that a lot of these guys that you haven't heard about before get to play Magnus and the other top guys.
Yeah.
And we get to know them. But maybe, Jonathan, you have familiarity with him?
I just know his name.
He's born the same year that Bobby Fischer became a world champion.
Okay.
1972, so that means he's 50-something. So he's one of the older generation.
That's probably why I know his name.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But no, I don't know him very well. I would imagine that he will be slightly dangerous, especially with white.
Yeah, because he has the white pieces, and that's important, right? Magnus starts off with the black pieces.
Yeah, but of course, youth is maybe the most important thing when you're playing Blitz. So I wouldn't imagine that he will cause much of a scare, but we shall see.
Yeah. I mean, Blitz chess, anything can happen, right? Pieces get knocked over. The time control here is 3 minutes, and they get 2 seconds increment after each move. Do you think, Lucas, someone will lose some time? Do we see that in World Blitz Championships?
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
It's a little bit uncommon. The best players usually have control and they don't lose on time, but you definitely get very low on time often. And if you're faced with a very tough decision when you have like 5 seconds on the clock, you might like start thinking and basically might not be able to force yourself to make a move if you don't think that is a good move or that you're going to lose after that move. So very much possible.
It's brutal. Board 1 will have Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces against the German Michael Bezold. On board 2, the number 2 seed in the tournament, Alireza Firouzja, one of the big guns. He plays Alain Pichot in the first round. On board 3, with the white pieces, Arseniy Nesterov, who is playing the beast, Hikaru Nakamura. He is also one of the favorites and has never won a World Rapid Blitz title. Will really want to win it this year.
No, I say I recognize the guy on fourth board. With him in New York. That's Fidel Corrales, yes?
Fidel Corrales, playing for the US. He's going to face a fellow American, Wesley So, also playing under the American flag. Who is that guy?
Fidel is a tremendously charismatic, very funny guy, and he's quite well known in the US. I think he's one of the most active players in the US.
Yeah.
So he's a real playing chess professional. Teaches and plays chess around the clock. Very, very friendly, hilarious guy.
How cool! All right.
And he's had this. Apparently his rating puts him on the what we call the elevator.
Yeah.
He starts off by playing all the way at the top, and if he doesn't survive, he goes down. And he comes back up, and I think in the Rapid, he started with Fabiano and one of the other top seeds.
Yeah.
Arigaisi, I think.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention, by the way, we see Hikaru playing Nesterov, who's a very strong young player.
Oh.
And that might be more dangerous. So in that sense, we might say that Magnus has had a good pairing. And that's not completely obvious that he would have. So potentially a soft start for him, but we'll see. Maybe Basold can create some trouble for him.
And this is Michael Basold. He is born in 1972, a grandmaster from Germany. And he starts off playing the reigning Blitz champion, the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Everyone wondering right now when Magnus arrives, will he be wearing, I know I said I wouldn't mention the word, but okay, here it comes. Will he be wearing jeans? That is maybe not the big question, but it is one of the questions. We see the spectators are definitely gathering around, especially Magnus's board and Hikaru's board. Hikaru has never won the World Rapid or Blitz Championship, but he is one of the best speed chess players in the world. Imagine if this is the year he takes the title. Everyone waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive. The games should have started, or should be starting very soon. Okay, here we see Alireza Firouzja's opponent arrive, Alain Pijot, and now it's only Magnus.
Maybe another thing worth mentioning is that the ratings don't necessarily mean very much, because Rapid and Blitz are relatively recent rated disciplines for FIDE. So just a couple of years ago, when they had the Tata Rapid and Blitz in India, they had young super grandmasters like Prague playing with 17, 50 rapid rating.
Massively underrated,
so
right?
There's still a huge discrepancy, so you never quite know what you're getting.
That's true.
Just from the numbers here.
I mean,
Magnus isn't here.
Magnus isn't here, and we've started. And this is Blitz chess. You do not want to throw away any seconds, dramatic times. Where is Magnus Carlsen?
I wasn't expecting the drama to start this.
Already of move 1. Magnus Carlsen's clock has already started ticking, but he is not here. All right. Wow, the drama has already started. This is day 1 of the World Blitz Championship, you guys. 2024 from the biggest stage possible, New York City. Magnus Carlsen pulled out, but announced to take yesterday. He would, in fact, play the World Blitz Championship, but we are now waiting for him. He has not turned up to the board. Let's hope there's not some new drama happening to that story, and that he is pulling out
so it's
again.
easy to start thinking about that. Magnus is good at creating the drama, and there he is with jeans, by the way, as I think all the fans were wondering.
There he is. Magnus Carlsen with jeans, ready to play the game 1. First round in the World Blitz Championship. He is the reigning champion. Can he defend his final standing World Championship title? Round 1 has started, and we need to get the board up on the screen.
Looks like an English opening.
An English opening, it looks like, yes. Not not an opening with a lot of heavy theory, so they'll be thinking on their own pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it looks like they've gone for a slightly unusual variation already, with Basold going for a very quick bishop development there.
And Magnus gets up and leaves. What on earth? His clock has already ticked.
How much time has he lost so far?
1 minute.
He's already lost 1 minute. He has less than 2 minutes left on his clock. He needs to play fast now, already in the first game.
Looks like a nice position for... I mean, it's around equal, but for Magnus it looks pretty comfortable if he wants to play for a win and get some easy counterplay towards his opponent.
Yeah, it's not the most ambitious way to play with white. In fact, it's the kind of thing, but it is the kind of thing older players do.
Yeah,
they don't want to do anything terribly sharp or terribly what we would call theoretical, where people have analyzed it a lot, or it's very trendy, and they just want to get a position where they can play and gradually improve their position slowly. The problem is when you play like this with white, you're sort of playing with black. I mean, you could call this opening also a reversed Sicilian, as much as you could call it an English opening. So it's not terribly ambitious. it won't be terribly threatening to Magnus. But it is safe and solid.
Yeah, I think it's good for Magnus that he can just play some easy moves.
Is he already under a minute?
Yeah. Well.
Oh.
Well, this is going to be. Yeah, the drama really has started early. Yeah, I mean, he's
playing pretty quickly though. I think
the clocks are adjusting, aren't they?
Yeah, it looks like he was or looked like he was under a minute, but then he wasn't apparently, and now he has more time than his opponent.
That can't really be correct, can it?
So we can see from the screen
Magnus
he has like 1:26 on his clock.
Oh yeah.
I'd be very surprised if Bezold is actually down to a minute now.
Yeah, true. He probably isn't.
Okay.
Discrepancy on the clocks.
Well, Blitz chess, it's fast, it's furious, it's chaotic, and that's what we will see on the clocks today. We will try to update you as much as possible with the correct times on the clock, and to try to get the camera angle on the clocks as well. I am definitely paying attention to the YouTube and Twitch chat. Thank you so much to everyone for hanging out with us on this very cool, dramatic day in New York, World Blitz Championships. Hope you guys are already enjoying this. 13 rounds will be played. Magnus Carlsen is the top seed, the reigning champion. He is playing the German Bezold here in round 1.
Looks like Magnus is trying to get aggressive on the king side.
Yeah, the board isn't completely updated.
Yeah, we haven't been updated here, but from we can on the cameras, it looks like the action is shifting to Magnus trying to build up some threats against the king.
Yeah, looks like it. He has actually 2 knights in very aggressive position.
Oh yeah.
Then he went back towards the center.
Seems like I just needed to restart the app.
Pawn storm coming on the king side.
Yeah, he's going for it. And he is playing quickly, so it seems like he knows what he's doing. But I mean, it is Blitz.
He is out on the clock now, it looks like.
He is down on the clock, yeah.
Magnus is ahead on the clock now, yeah?
Oh, is he?
Time? I think so.
Oh,
I'm not
maybe.
sure.
It depends if Michael Bezold has 1:45 or nothing in 45 seconds. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. He has to move his knight so he can see how many.
But did he miss something? It looked like on his face, it looked like he wasn't too happy.
I can tell you from I'm watching a board where it's working. It says balanced on the bar. It still says balanced on the bar in this game.
Okay.
Bezold certainly looks calm.
He does.
He doesn't have the kind of. Do you agree?
Yeah.
He doesn't look to me like he has the kind of body language
That's
I'd
true.
expect to see if somebody playing Magnus. In fact, he looks quite confident.
He does, yeah.
But he is down under a minute, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He is. He's down to 30 seconds.
Drama on the clocks.
So what is going on? Oh, here we are.
Is that an up-to-date?
Looks like they're attacking on both sides, or Bezold is attacking on the queen side, the left side, and Magnus on the king side with his pawns. What do you think about this position, Jonathan?
It looks like the c5, the c5 pawn is hanging, no?
Maybe, but there are a lot of pieces potentially in danger here, so maybe there is an idea behind this. Or it could just be a free pawn for Magnus, and his king is a little bit exposed, and that's why it's still balanced.
Yeah, his king is going to be slightly exposed anyway, because he has taken some chances by trying to attack on that side.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, let's see what happened. It doesn't look like he has captured this pawn.
It looks like they've reached some sort of an ending.
Oh yeah. Is he trying to figure out if he's down in material?
Very seriously ahead on time now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
he's attacking
and
as
he's
well.
invading. It looks like it should be pretty smooth now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, this is very uncomfortable for Bezold. I'm surprised it doesn't say more than just better for Magnus in this position.
So you're saying you think Magnus is winning with the clock ticking so fast?
Yeah,
he's much better and
he has to move 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Oh my gosh.
They will win on time as well.
Yeah. now he is very close to breaking through. And yeah, he takes a pawn in front of Basil's king.
Yeah, you can see everything he owns is swarming around Basil's king.
Yeah.
This will be over very quickly.
You only get 2 seconds after each move. Basil could be about to run out of time. And losing on the board. There it is. He resigns with... was that losing on time? Well, he actually held up his hand.
He had a second left, but
we do see the flag on the box.
In both directions.
Yeah. He was considering to make a move, but he was like, I won't play on here against Magnus. That's maybe borderline disrespectful. But that's always an interesting thing, like when do you actually resign? I think many players think that they shouldn't play on for too long. But personally, I always play like almost until the very end.
Yeah.
Especially in Blitz, because...
Yeah, especially in Blitz.
Yeah, things can happen, and
but
you have nothing to lose by trying.
It's also become a very modern thing, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, in my day, it was considered very disrespectful.
Yeah.
whereas now people are quite content to play almost to the point of mate, and occasionally allowing mate just to give their opponent the satisfaction. So it seems to me, and I think that sort of reflects, I think, a generally heightened fighting spirit, really. People don't agree draws, and they just would like to see it out. They don't want to give up any chances of miracles.
It was a win for Magnus Carlsen in the first round. Also a win for Alireza Firouzja, the second seed in the tournament. He won against Alain Peugeot. A win for Hikaru Nakamura in the first round against Arseniy Nestorov. And Wesley So, he also won his game against Fidel Corrales. Also Fabiano Caruana on the 5th board won his first round game. So all the favorites here getting off to a perfect start, basically. No big surprises here in the top as far as I can see so far, but some games still going on. We can see that in the background here, but solid start for the very top players.
Do we know how Murzin did?
Let's see.
Keep an eye on the
good question.
The man in form.
That's a very good point. I can see that Pragnananda has lost his first round game to Mikhail Kubalia. Yeah.
Okay, that's a strange
trainer.
Yeah, it might be.
I think that's Murzin's trainer.
Really?
I think so.
Oh well, that's interesting.
But that's a very strange pairing. Was Pragnananda the lowest rated then, maybe due to his Blitz rating? Because they're both very good and should get like lower rated opponents.
Aha.
But it's probably...
It could be a Blitz rating thing.
Yeah, Blitz rating thing.
Prague was seeded as number 16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kubalia is number 110. So...
Kubalia has probably been very busy training people.
Yeah. Awesome start for him. Daniel Naroditsky, he got a win in the first round against a fellow American. Hans Niemann, a win for him against Dennis Wagner. Who else can I see here down on the list?
Erigaisi, maybe?
Let's check Erigaisi. That score has still not come in yet. So he might still be playing. Or that's not registered yet. It's the same with MVL. No result on him yet. Also same with Danil Dubov. I don't see a result for him. And Abdusatorov lost. A loss for Norderbeck Abdusatorov against David Brodsky. Here in the first round, an American, seeded as number 113, winning against the 19 seed.
The Americans, they're quite dangerous because they play an awful lot, but they've had a lot less contact with the FIDE rating system. You get that kind of wild factor that you used to get in India, where somebody could be several hundred points.
All right, first round is about to finish. We are getting results in, and then we'll get pairings. But I see in the sofa, Levi Rossman is sitting with Wesley So, who won his first round game. What's happening, Levi?
I'm joined by Grandmaster Wesley So. Wesley, you just had a very nice start to the event, but you played a pretty obscure opening, the Jobava London. We were just analyzing. It was a strange game, but it feels like an opening that is perfect for Blitz because it's very chaotic.
Yeah, for sure. It's I've been playing it quite a bit recently, actually. I'm inspired by Daniel Naroditsky and Bortnik's course on Chessable, so I think it's worth a try because it's very easy. You can play it on move too. But every time I play it, I always get a worse position. Like I played in the rapid portion as well.
Yeah, I was saying it's an opening that's made for players like me who have no chess understanding. You have too much chess understanding. You have to play like the classical openings, But 1-0, and when we first met on the sofa for the Rapid Championship, we discussed how you usually aren't playing this event, but now you are, and it's also a format change. So, what is your goal of points today that you think will secure you a spot in the top 8?
Well, yeah, I mean the rapid portion didn't end well. But another day,
but next game
you get another life. So I'm going to try hard again today. I did some practice yesterday with some of my friends. And I think to qualify for top 8, you need at least +4. Maybe even +4 is not going to cut it, actually. Okay, +5, you're safe. Yeah? So it's quite difficult to achieve, considering in Rapid I could barely win a game. But, things will happen so fast here, and hopefully my opponent will make errors and then get some chances. But of course, that's the goal, to reach in the top 8 and then hopefully.
And just for folks at home who might not know the terminology, +4, +5 just means you have 4 more wins than you have losses. So you can have all draws and 4 wins, or 6 wins and 2 losses. Just for anybody that doesn't know the terminology. But one last question. I think the state you represent in U.S. chess is Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
Fidel also, I think? Is he Minnesota or is he Missouri?
No.
Or I thought you're both from the same state somehow.
Yeah, it's a good point. No, actually, I don't think he'd ever been to Minnesota. Actually, Fidel was my teammate in college for over 2 years, so we're pretty good friends, I would say. But he told me he moves around. Now he's moving to California, actually. He was living here in New York. I think now he's Massachusetts, Boston, currently.
Do you like playing somebody you know so well, or do you not like playing somebody you know so well?
No, I prefer playing someone who I know so well from friends. First, you're a lot more relaxed, and also you know the way that they play. I think Fidel and I, we probably played 1,000 Blitz games and practice Blitz games during our college days. That includes Robson, Manuel Leon Hoyos, Georg Meyer. Those were the core of our team back then. Then later, Le Quang Liam joined, and now Webster. He's still a very strong team with Le Quang Liam as the coach. So I definitely prefer playing someone from the older generation than someone like Faustino Oro or Gukesh, who I don't know how they play chess. Or Arjun, So.
Yeah, that is very fair. Your next game is in 12 minutes, so I'm going to let you get some rest. Appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, thank you.
And good luck. Hopefully I'll talk to you when you qualify for the knockout tomorrow.
All right.
Let's go, Wesley. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Levy and Wesley. Cool to hear from Wesley. So starting round 1, starting the Blitz Championship with a win in his first round. The results are ticking in.
Saying that you're predicting you'll be the next grandmaster.
And
yeah, and then you actually commented, you said, he should be a grandmaster, but you should be a grandmaster.
I heard Levy say that they're starting again in 12 minutes, so...
Yeah.
But no pairings yet.
I think it's like 1 new round every half hour, and it seems to be on schedule so far.
Yeah.
Are the pairings up then, or?
Yeah, let's have a look.
So cool. And he also predicted
not yet. There are a few more games still being played, it looks like.
Still a few more games. And I think we can still hear New York, so I need to tell my control room to mute Levy in New York. There we go. Ha. Sorry about that, you guys. All right, so we see 4 boards from New York, all empty. They have finished playing. Apparently, some games still happening in New York. Some results have not ticked in yet. And then as soon as they do, we will get pairings for round 2. A great start for Magnus Carlsen, winning in his first round. So did Alireza Ruja, so did Hikaru Nakamura, so did Wesley So, and Fabiano Caruana. But the 6th seed in the tournament, Daniil Dubo, he lost against, well, a great player, a Wonder Liang. But he was only seeded as number 100. And then, strange thing, I can see Jan Christoph Duda was playing Elshan Muradiabadi, long name, and that game seems to have not been played, or there are some technical issues. But I am trying to figure out if there are some updates on Jan Christoph Duda's game.
Oh yeah, it looks like he won by a walkover or something like that. Maybe his opponent didn't show up or was too late for the game. Something like that.
So that means Jan Christoph Duda, 7th seeded in the tournament, also got 1 point of the first round. Maxim Vachielagrav, he also won his first round game. Janne Pomniachi, a win for him. And Arjun Erigaisi eventually won his game. So did Levon Aronian. So the first big surprise comes from number 16 seed Pragnananda, losing in the first round. But it's a total of 13 rounds to decide which 8 players go through to tomorrow's knockouts. And so still a lot of time for young Prag from India to turn this around. Okay, I would now have liked to go through Magnus's game, but I guess we're not actually able to. But Jonathan, from watching Magnus's game, you know, was it a solid start? Did he play a good game there with the black pieces?
Hard to tell from the little we saw, but
Yeah.
I think so. It looked like he was speedy, aggressive, and at the end quite clinical. I'm very curious to know why he was late.
Yeah.
I suppose the most amusing thing would be if he was changing into his jeans, I suppose. But it'll be interesting to know if we get to hear the explanation.
I feel like he's always a little bit late, but it's kind of like always. He never actually forfeits a game by not making it in time, so he must like have some degree of control. But it's interesting.
He does like to take chances when he's in the very first round. Like there was an event where he tried to bicycle recently.
That's true. That's true.
Traffic.
Always drama with Magnus. New York has been no exception. Again, I said I know I said I wouldn't mention jeans, but now we actually have to talk about jeans because there are some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to read a message that I just received with some breaking news for all of you. It's about jeans. In an unexpected twist, Carlsen's resolute stand led to a change in the tournament's dress code, now allowing him to wear denim in future events. G-Star will not only be dressing him for the remainder of the tournament, so that was G-Star jeans that he was wearing in round 1, but the Grandmaster will also become the face of the brand's Q2 2025 campaign. This marks the latest chapter in the partnership between Carlsen and G-Star, which dates back to 2010 and previously resulted in a highly successful campaign that blended Carlsen's intellectual prowess with the brand's edgy aesthetics. The fusion of chess and fashion left a lasting impression across the globe, and now with Carlsen's recent defiance, G-Star is eager to reignite their collaboration. Great to be back in denim, Magnus Carlsen said. There you have it. Magnus Carlsen and G-Star. It's a love story that is happening all over again.
It was great the first time around.
Yeah.
I can only imagine the conspiracy theories that are going to be popping in the next few days now.
Yeah.
That's a great comeback sponsorship. I was wondering if they were going to
I was also
that
like, there must be some people at home in G-Star right now trying to get that back.
And they were pretty quick.
I mean, impressive stuff.
Yeah.
No, it is indeed.
So, and that means we're going to probably see Magnus as like a high fashion model again. I remember those images of him and, was it Lee Tyler?
Yeah.
That he did that photo shoot with.
We should get that picture up, by the way.
I know.
Magnus with Liv Tyler not only wearing jeans, but like a full denim.
I know, yeah.
But also just his face.
Yeah.
Just his face even all over the London Underground.
Yeah.
Very clearly from that first campaign.
He did a great job there actually. Let me see if I can bring that up.
Good move by not only Magnus but also G-Star.
Typical Magnus,
Yeah, I'm gonna get that picture up here. Magnus Carlsen. We can put it up here. Magnus Carlsen, Liv Tyler, and Because the cool thing here is that I can just show you the app. Look at that. So this love story is happening again.
Young.
He was
That's
so young.
what he should be playing in
Yeah.
today. Let's see if he's able to wear a full denim suit.
I know. All denim. Okay. Cool news. You heard it here maybe first. People, thank you for hanging out with us. It's such a cool day. First day of World Blitz Championship. You are listening here to us in the Take studio. We're very lucky today to have Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdall with us to commentate on the games together with our chess expert in Take, Lucas. And let us know who you're cheering for. I want to know if it's mostly Magnus fans listening to us here, or if we have Hikaru fans, maybe some of the Indians. Who are you rooting for? I would love to know. As I'm updating again to see if we have pairings for round 2, and we do! Okay, are you guys ready to hear? Who do you want to hear about first?
I guess we got to go for Magnus.
All right.
Go for him.
Magnus. He plays with the white pieces against the 64th seed in the tournament. His name is Robert Hovhannisyan. Heard about him?
Yep. He is from, well, it sounds like Armenia, but
Yep.
I'm pretty sure he is.
And he is from Armenia.
Yeah, he is. I think he's always been a strong GM, but I remember he had some very good performance somewhere. I don't know where. Could it have been one of these, like World Blitz and Rapid, or maybe the World Cup or something like that, where he came like a very long way. But there was this one tournament where he was beating everyone.
Oh. So he's like, if he has the day?
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Maybe the chat knows where he did so well. But I remember that he came up as a big name not too long ago.
Okay. How cool. How cool. He plays Magnus Carlsen in the first round, coming also from a win. And then on board 2, we have Ali Reza Frouja coming from a win. He's going to play the Norwegian, Arjan Tari.
Oh,
That's fun. Yeah.
So Norwegians on top 2 boards.
Norwegians on top two boards. And yeah, on that note, Jonathan, so you are an American, but you lived in Norway for a long time now.
Yeah, more than half my life now.
More than half your life.
Yeah.
Wow. And you know
Norwegian, yeah.
and you know the Norwegian players.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Or you've even been a captain on the Olympiad team.
Yes, indeed.
For Norway with both Magnus and Arjan, I think, that year.
They both played in. I played for the Oscar.
Yeah.
Chess club.
So
both
they're
played
actually
for
team
Oscar
members
as well when they were tiny.
How cool.
Fairly tiny, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's great to see them.
So you're going to be rooting for the 2 Norwegians.
Yeah,
then.
it's just very glad. I mean, just a couple of days ago, I thought that Magnus against Arjan would be the last game we saw Magnus play.
Yeah.
And now they're on board 1 and 2.
Yeah.
It's a much more positive change.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
This is good news for NRK.
Very good news. Yeah. So NRK is a Norwegian broadcaster of chess, and they have had a massive success with showing World Championships the last 10 years. And they were devastated when it looked like Magnus maybe would leave any FIDE events, but he's back, and NRK is very happy about that. All right, going down the list is for the next boards. On board 3, Hikaru Nakamura will be playing against Alexander Linderman, fellow American. And then we have Wesley So on board 4 against Laurent Fressinet, one of Magnus Carlsen's seconds in World Championships. Fabiano Caruana, he is playing Vasiv Durabaili. I do apologize for any mispronunciations. Yeah. But we are going to we're gonna keep following Magnus Carlsen. He plays with the white pieces against a player from Armenia, born in 1991. His name is Robert Hovhannisyan. And Lucas remembers he played fantastic in one tournament many years ago.
No, not many years ago.
Quite recent.
It could have been like maybe a couple of years ago.
I have a feeling he's much higher rated than that normally, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Let's just check.
Yeah. So that round should be coming up very, very shortly. And we hope the technique from New York is working for this round. It's always drama and trouble and chaos when there is Blitz chess, but luckily we have the possibility to show the camera of the board and the clock. So we will do that in the next round.
That might be much more exciting.
Yeah, yeah. All right, waiting. All right, here we see the players. They start arriving. We do see there on board number 3, Alexander Lenderman, who's getting ready for his game against Hikaru Nakamura. As a Norwegian American, do you mostly root for the Americans, the Norwegians?
No, I have to say that, like as you mentioned, I mean, I've captained the Norwegian Olympic team, so I'm very, very firmly rooting for the Norwegians.
Yeah, but
it's fun to see, especially if I see a pal like Fidel.
Yeah.
Fidel in the first round. Of course, I'm kind of keeping an eye on them.
Yeah.
And I know some of them as students as well, so there'll definitely be a couple that challenge my sympathies.
Yeah. And
there's Arjan.
There we see Arjan arriving. He's going to play against Alireza Firouzja on board. 2 big game for Arjan. He won his first round game. Now, you did grow up in the US, though,
yes, yeah,
Jonathan, and you basically grew up with Bobby Fischer, right? Around the time when he
I was
became sort of
what they call the Fischer generation.
Yeah.
Of kids, yeah.
How much did that have to say for you becoming a grandmaster playing chess?
Fischer.
Yeah.
That's a hard question because I've actually never seen Fischer with my own eyes.
Really?
Yeah, it's a bit strange, but you have to remember that he wasn't.
That's true.
He wasn't the most sociable guy.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was already, enthusiastic.
Yeah.
It briefly made chess very popular in the US,
Yeah.
but it also had a huge backlash when he stopped playing.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much of a big effect he had on chess in the US, except to maybe inspire people a bit younger than me, who really got the bug when they saw somebody winning the world championship. But of course, he's an icon, and he was one of the great champions in terms of purely over-the-board accomplishments.
100%.
And now maybe the inspiration for, as chess goes into the Fischer Random freestyle age, he might have a huge impact.
Yeah. It's originally called Fischer Random, right?
Yeah.
The freestyle.
Yeah.
And then it's been sometimes named 960 chess because there's 960 variants. But the original name is Fischer Random.
It's Fischer Random. And it's, I believe we're playing by the rules he worked out. I mean, because people had thought about shuffling the pieces before, but he actually codified some rules to make it consistent. And so it'll be very interesting to see if that takes off. I'm almost sure it will, because so many of the top players are just tired of having to memorize everything the computer tells them. And
exactly. It is interesting with sort of openings being out of the picture. And Blitz chess, though, that's here to stay. Always dramatic, always a lot of fun. Arjan Tari is ready for a big battle against Alireza Firouzja, named by Magnus Carlsen as maybe the biggest favorite here, except from himself. And then the jacket is on the chair, and that's Magnus Carlsen's opponent for round 2. His name is Robert Hovhannisyan. He's from Armenia, born in 1991, coming from a win in the first round. Hikaru Nakamura is here, also coming from a win, playing his fellow American Alexander Lenderman. And then on board 4, we're going to see Laurent Fressinet against Wesley So. A lot of people gathering around Magnus Carlsen's board. And we now know that Magnus today, he's not only wearing jeans, he's wearing G-Star jeans. It's a new partnership, an old partnership that has been renewed after the denim and jeans scandal in New York. And Magnus will be wearing G-Star jeans for the rest of the tournament.
Looks like his fellow Norwegian Arjan is wearing jeans as well.
Oh, that's true. So I was curious about that. How many players would sort of show their support or just take advantage of the fact that they now can wear maybe more comfortable pants, basically.
I hadn't seen this particular camera angle feed before, or maybe probably I just didn't think that it gives you a very good view of what they're wearing.
Yeah, right.
I probably just didn't think about it.
Yeah. And it seems that most players are sort of sticking to what's been the practice before the jean scandal.
I guess that's what they packed for.
Yeah, exactly. But I do know some players went out shopping yesterday on the rest day, especially the winner of the Rapid, Volodor Mertzin, said that he was going to go shopping on the rest day, and he did win $90,000 for winning the World Rapid title. So that could have been some serious shopping for him. Let's hope he ends up on one of the top boards throughout the day so we can get a look at him. And I was going to check his... he had a draw in the first game. Volodar Mertzin.
Was he playing a higher rated player, maybe? Even?
He was.
Yeah, it could have been.
Let's see. Yeah. No, a lower rated player.
Oh.
Semyon Lumasov from Israel. Wesley So is arriving, and here it comes. Magnus Carlsen in G-Star jeans with a blue shirt, ready for round 2. He now has the white pieces, and we're getting ready for round 2. Adjusting his pieces. These games go so fast, you guys. It's fire on the board from the get-go. 3 minutes on the clock, 2 seconds increment after each round. They play 13 rounds of Blitz today. Top 8 players go on to a knockout tomorrow with quarterfinals, semifinals, and eventually a final to decide the World Blitz champion. Magnus Carlsen is the reigning Blitz champion. He's won the World Blitz Championship 8 times in the past. He is just a massive favorite when it's Blitz chess. And here we go. What are we seeing on the board, Jonathan?
It's looking like another non-theoretical approach, starting with what I guess we would call a reversed King's Indian, although it's a little too early to say. It could still turn into something a bit more standard. It'll probably... No.
Yeah, it looks like one of these ready positions where you develop your bishop early and get castled early, and then you start striking in the center.
And the queens have already come off?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. So we do have a backup board now if the technique from New York is not working. This is the backup board. This should be up to speed.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Magnus goes for this opening. It's not like very ambitious, I would say, but I'm guessing he's trying to just outplay his opponent in an endgame here.
Yeah,
now,
I mean, this strikes me as something very Magnus. I mean,
yeah,
it's minimal risk and presumably maximum exploitation of his legendary technique.
Yeah,
he's already got the bishop pair, which is the first of the small advantages.
Yeah, I think that was a good development for him.
Can we see the clocks?
Yeah.
He's playing very quickly, yeah.
They're both around 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, 2:43 for Magnus, 2:24 for Hovhannisyan making his move there.
And Hovhannisyan is pushing a pawn on the king side, kind of close to Magnus's king. That's never going to be dangerous for him in terms of an attack, but it might split up his pawn structure and make things a little bit harder for Magnus in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, that king side pawn structure will somewhat restrict his extra bishop, I suppose you'd call it, the white squared bishop. If Magnus ever wants, Magnus can't really move anything on the king side otherwise without creating some weaknesses.
Yeah,
but he'll go slowly forward.
Yeah, I think this has been like Hovhannisyan's plan now is pretty good. Like now Magnus, to keep developing his pieces, he kind of has to move his knight away to get his bishop out. But then he loses his bishop pair, which was one of his advantages.
Yeah, and the light squared bishop doesn't have a clearly dominant future yet.
No, I agree. It feels a little bit more boxed in than the other bishop. So that bishop had some potential, but now it's going to be traded off, or at least I'd be very surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah,
there it is.
I don't see any sliders or anything, but this doesn't really feel like Magnus has managed to get an advantage out of the opening.
No, I agree. It doesn't feel like very much.
I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus would prefer to play black in this position, to be completely honest.
No, I agree. He probably would. Like, there's a lot of potential here, I would say, for that bishop of Magnus becoming a pretty bad bishop where it cannot do much, whereas those knights can always like jump around and try to improve their positions.
Oh, he didn't castle.
Maybe he wants his king close to that central pawn.
Yeah.
Just
probably.
placing it.
F7 is maybe a potential weakness.
That is true, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Magnus is very happy about this, but there's always potential here to create an imbalance still. I mean, there already is an imbalance with the bishop against knight, but I don't really know if it favors Magnus.
It can Sunday, though.
Yeah, it could.
That's the thing about being an excellent technician. It doesn't have to be an advantage yet.
Yeah.
He can make it an advantage later, perhaps. His kingside pawn structure is a bit splintered. What we call 2 pawn islands instead of black's nice, harmonious single unit there.
Yeah, exactly. The good thing for Magnus, though, is that he does have those 2 pawns on his right side next to the king, which could potentially become one passed pawn later on if he can push them both.
True indeed, yeah.
So that does give him some extra winning chances. So now we see a lot of things going on the other side here.
So Magnus has got an extra half a minute on the clock, but
yeah, that's important.
his opponent does seem to be playing both well and confidently.
Yeah.
Magnus, his facial expressions seem to be in agreement.
Yeah.
Clocks are ticking down. 45 seconds left for Hovhannisyan. I mean, we don't have a bar here. I think it's better. Well, actually, I have no idea. Where would you guys place the bar if you walked? Well, just looking at this.
This is...
Yeah, I would say after Magnus's move now with the rook, it seems like he's going to win back one of those pawns, and then he does actually have a passed pawn on the A file. I'm a little bit surprised by the last couple of moves, but now I guess the situation is kind of the same. Now it feels like Magnus has succeeded in opening up the position, and his bishop is maybe very dangerous now.
Yeah, and he's... If he... I didn't even realize castling was still legal there.
Oh.
But yeah, he's waited so long to castle.
That's
yeah.
very late.
So
but now
Magnus has a bishop and a knight against a rook and a pawn, which is rough equality. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
And Magnus is getting control now.
Yeah, definitely. The 2 pieces are almost always better than the rook and pawn, right?
Yeah. With a pawn there, a pawn is enough compensation, but no pawns. They should be completely dominant.
Yeah.
And possible.
So maybe...
And he's got a very big advantage on the clock now.
Yeah, definitely.
Massive
Looks like his opponent
advantage on the clock.
Yeah, now Magnus has full control, I think, now.
13 seconds for Hovhannisyan. Magnus Carlsen playing great chess and playing fast chess. Is he going to win game 2 as well? I mean, just look at this. The white pieces are just way into black's half. It looks very, very hard for Hovhannisyan with seconds on the clock, playing extremely fast now. Blunder must happen at this point. Getting his king into the center.
A nice, simple material advantage. Only hope is if black can create some counterplay with that c pawn, which is passed. And That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay, Magnus moving up his king.
Magnus will soon be pushing pawns towards promotion on the king side, though.
Yeah, now he can just simply block that pawn, and it's going to
Yeah.
be very hard to do anything about that.
Here comes the formation of a pass pawn on this side. I think he'll give up shortly.
5 seconds on the clock for Hovhannisyan. He is about to lose this game against the reigning champion.
I guess people don't resign anymore.
There it is.
Oh, there he does.
A handshake. He does resign, Hovhannisyan. It's another win for Magnus Carlsen. 2 games in a row. Great start to the World Blitz Championship.
That was fairly smooth. I mean, he didn't get anything out of the opening, but he played very practically, kept an edge on the clock, and then really started exploiting inaccuracies once his opponent was in time pressure.
Yeah, I thought for a moment that he had kind of messed up after the opening there.
Yeah,
like the opening was decent, but then he didn't get much, and suddenly just everything opened up and he was in full control.
I have a feeling, although of course engines may prove us completely wrong, or me completely wrong, but I think that when Hovhannisyan captured that pawn on the queen side, that's where his trouble started.
Yeah.
Because that just started opening lines and
Exactly, yeah.
stretching his...
It was a win for Magnus Carlsen, a win also for Hikaru Nakamura, but we see Arjan Tari and Alireza Fruja still playing. Let's get that game up here.
Looks like Alireza's up a pawn. No, he isn't actually. So who's playing for a win? Is Arjan playing for the win? Oh no.
Oh, he just put his...
He plundered a rook.
Blundered his rook, yeah.
Really?
He
So
It looked
made a
like...
huge blunder.
It would be interesting to see how good his position was before that. I couldn't tell if he was...
It looked like an equal position, but maybe he was playing for the win. He had the better
might
pawn
have been.
structure.
I'm not sure if Alireza had a pawn on the queen side or not.
Oh.
I saw something fall over, but I'm not sure if it was...
Maybe.
If he
yeah.
didn't, then I would imagine Arjan was playing for a win.
heartbreak for Arjan Tari. He made a huge blunder and resigned immediately against Alireza Fruja. So a win also for the second seed here, Alireza Fruja. Hikaru Nakamura won his game against Alexander Lenneman. Another win also for Wesley So, beating Laurent Fressinet. Fabiano Caruana winning his game against Vasiv Durayibali. And then a loss for Maxime Vagier-Legrave against Pranav from India. Jana Pomniachi, that result is still not in. Arjan Erigaisi won his game here in round 2. And Daniel Naroditsky, unfortunately, a loss for him here in round 2, losing to Vakidov. Hans Niemann, another win for him, 2 out of 2 for the American, winning against an Indian here in round 2. All right, it's fast, it's chaotic Blitz chess. We are trying to fix all the technical stuff with the moves coming in from New York. Well, not coming in from New York. And
it'll be interesting to know how many perfect scores there are only after 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's true.
I suppose we don't have that in yet. But
still games being played in New York. So we don't know quite yet. I'm going down the list to update you on results. Anish Giri, perfect score for him. 2 out of 2. He won here in round 2 against Andrei Volokitin. Sam Shanklin, 2 out of 2 for him. The American. And
I can see that we do have another Norwegian on 2 points, actually.
We do.
Ella Mamar.
Ah, the young Norwegian. 2 out of 2. And I also see Levon.
Specialist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be very exciting to see how he does. Johann Sebastian also famously extremely dangerous.
Yeah, and still playing his game, so he could win.
He's still playing, and he's playing Wei Yi, so that's...
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah,
Interesting match.
Yeah. All right, I see in the sofa with Levy. I actually cannot see a result in his game, so I'm excited to be updated on that, Levy. Levon Aronian is with you.
Yeah, I'm joined now by Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Levon, we've had some broadcast issues, like relaying of the moves. Naturally, it's Blitz. But I do see you have 2 out of 2. So just take me through your first 2 rounds against the young European GMs.
Yeah. Somehow, in the first game, my opponent blundered pawn, I think move 6. So that is pretty good. And then I managed to have more time and gradually, I won't say smoothly, but I won. And the second game, I think I've blundered pretty early on. I blundered a couple of pawns, but I had a lot of activity. You see, when you don't have pawns, all the squares are empty.
Yeah.
So you can jump around.
And then you have less pawns to give away. So.
Yeah, yes. This is my friend Boris Gelfand. He always says, the more you trade, the less you blunder. So,
but the more you blunder, the more you can attack.
Yes.
And that's how we get to 2 points.
Yes. Yes, sure. But generally, I think trading is better than blundering, but somehow it worked out.
Now, with this next question, I'm not trying to call you old, but you've been around, you've been playing your career longer than some of your opponents have been alive.
Yes.
Do you think experience helps in a World Blitz Championship, or age helps in a World Blitz Championship?
Well, I don't really think it helps. If it helped, I would have had much better results. But, well, I think I was a better player when I was younger. I think, one account of me being a better player was Reykjavik Blitz, where I won ahead of Gary. I scored 13 out of 16, so 2003 it was, yes. So therefore, or maybe 4, yeah. Therefore, I can confidently say that the younger you are, the less time you need to reflect on yourself, So it's easier in Blitz.
You travel a lot, and you play 2 people from Europe, Belgium, and Denmark. You ever been to Copenhagen, Brussels, Bruges, anywhere around there? Any travel tips for the folks at home?
Actually, I've never been. I've only been to one village in Denmark. I've never been to major cities. But Belgium, yes, we've played a lot in Leuven. It was a beautiful, beautiful place. Definitely, if you're a beer drinker, I am not, but if you're a beer drinker, definitely go to Leuven.
Yeah, I went to Brussels last year. No, not last year. This year, I think in April, and I had a lot of Deliriums, which is the Belgian beer. So, yeah, folks should definitely try it out. New format this year. Last question before I let you go. New format, completely new format. Like you can play yourself into the Blitz in day 1 usually, and then have a big day 2.
Yes.
Here, there's only day 1 to qualify. So, what's the approach today?
Yeah, you have to play really well from the early moment, and I like the new format because you get to qualify to this grand final, so to say. I always like this qualification process. I look at it positively.
Amazing. Best of luck. You have 11 more games.
Thank
Guys,
you.
Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Levi. Cool to hear from Levon Aronian. And I keep updating here to get all the results from round 2 and get pairings for round 3. Basically, the top dogs, the big names, they are all doing quite well so far. Perfect scores for Magnus Carlsen, for Ali Reza Fruja, for Hikaru Nakamura, for Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, and also for Levon Aronian. Seems like all the games have now finished in round 2. A lot of technical issues from New York with the chaos of Blitz chess. We are working on fixing it, but for next round, we're gonna just stay on the camera that shows the board and the clocks. And our 2 experts here in the studio will take us through it. Oh, they're actually cleaning in between. Look at that. Very nice.
Yeah.
That would basically have been my
stuff.
job in New York, I feel like. I could have been the board cleaner. Huh. It's empty
how many
now.
cameras they have from up above.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like it's over the board, but maybe that's something else.
Chaos. That's the name of the game when there's Blitz chess, a total of 13 rounds today. We have finished 2 rounds. We're waiting for pairings for round 3. Tomorrow it's going to be knockout. It's a new format for World Blitz Championships. As I see a handshake in Levi's sofa, and I can see one of the kindest, one of the nicest chess players out there sitting down. So we're going to go to Levi, sitting there with Liam Le. What's happening, Levi?
Yes, thank you, Kai. I'm here. I'm joined by the Vietnamese #1, Liam Le. So far, 2 games down. I was ready to start and say, oh, like 2 games down, 2 wins, but I saw in the first round you had a draw. So are you playing yourself into form? You are a former World Blitz champion. So what are the secrets for 13 games of Blitz?
I don't know. The World Championship title for me feels like a lifetime ago. It was 11 years ago. And I usually start slowly. Like in the Rapid, I started with 2 losses in a row. Then I still managed to come back and get +3 and get some small prizes, so that's good. For today, I started with a draw in the first game. It's not so bad. I mean, my opponent played quite well. So I think it's a fair result. And then the second game, I played better and I won the game. So it's a good start overall. I think the secret for Blitz is just that you have to be in good form and you have to get lucky sometimes. Yeah.
What are you doing nowadays? Because my whole life I've known you as a professional player, but I know now you're doing some stuff at Webster. And are you doing some stuff, let's say, with the up-and-coming Vietnamese players, like Tuan Minh Le, for example? Can you give us a little bit of insight?
Yeah, so I have been working as the head coach of Webster University chess team for the last 4 years already, and that's my full-time job. I train the chess team and recruit students for the team, take them to tournaments to represent the university. We have the #1 chess team in the United States in college, and we have won the most important tournaments for collegiate chess over the last decade already, so I'm trying to keep that up. As far as Vietnam goes, I'm still in touch with most Vietnamese chess players nowadays, and I have very good relationship with them. I don't really help them in any direct way, but if they need some advice, I'm always happy to help them.
Is it easier to be a student, like when you were a student at Webster, or is it actually better to be a coach in some ways? Does it help your chess to be a coach? Because you have to prepare the material.
Yeah, I think they are very different, being a coach and a student. I enjoy being a coach because I get to work with a lot of different players and try to help them. It's my pleasure to see them improve on and off the chessboard as well. So being a coach also gives you many perspective because you have to take a lot more factors into consideration: the team spirit, which player would you put on which board, strengths and the weaknesses of individuals as well as the team. So there's a lot more thoughts going into it, and I think that also helped me to grow as a person and also professionally. Yeah.
One last question, because your game is in 7 minutes. Quick one. You're playing Boris Gelfand. Any thoughts for your third round matchup?
Oh, I haven't played him in a long time. I think I played him several times before, but that was probably back like 10 years ago, 8 years ago. He's a legend for sure, and his understanding is very good. I'll see what I can do in Blitz. But in Blitz, as you said, I'm a former world champion, so I'm relatively confident in my skills.
Amazing. Liam, thanks so much. Maybe you'll join me a little bit later.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much for the reactions from New York. Levy, round 3 is coming up. I'm going to bring up the standings so far. Jonathan asks, I wonder how many people are now on perfect score. And we have 30 players after 2 rounds on a perfect score, scoring 2 out of 2 so far. Now, there's been some chaos with the technical stuff from New York. But I hope it's up and running now. And should we just go through Magnus' second game, Lucas? See what actually happened in that game.
Let's do that. Okay, so here we have it. As we talked about, he started with this kind of calm opening, trying to get out of the common territory here, as he often does. It was a ready opening, which kind of ended up in a reversed King's Indian, as you mentioned, Jonathan. And then he striked in the center pretty early, allowed a queen trade, kind of claiming that he would outplay his opponent from this position, which is what he often does. Then he was able to pick up the bishop here, so he now has the 2 bishops versus his opponent's bishop and knight, which is usually an advantage. It didn't last for very long, though, as his opponent was able to kind of pin that knight and as there wasn't many other options other than moving it away, the bishop pair was lost, and the position didn't seem too promising. But not many moves later, he actually started an attack on the left side of the board, on the queen side, which worked out very well for him here with these tactical ideas. This knight came in, and we actually see the bar moving heavily in Magnus's favor here. Yeah. Even though he's losing a pawn, he is putting a lot of pressure on that open file towards Hovhannissian's knight with his rooks. And actually, not much later, he won 2 knights for only a rook. His opponent does have a pawn for that as well. But as we can see, the bar says Magnus is massively better. He picked up another pawn here. And from here, it was basically about the technique. And Magnus didn't really have any big problems with this. But we can see how it went. He improved his knight here over time, looking at both of his opponent's weaknesses, those 2 pawns. He improved his knight's position by kind of supporting it with a pawn here. Then he picked up another pawn. And the only danger in this position here is his opponent's passed pawn, which he's trying to support with his king and move forwards. But he is able to block this with his knight. And now he is advancing his pawns on the king side, trying to create this passed pawn. And then he even was able to pick up yet another pawn, meaning that he would have 2 passed pawns and still very little or even no counterplay for his opponent, who decided to resign in this position. So all in all, a very convincing game 2 for Magnus.
2 out of 2 for the reigning champion.
Yeah, it's very impressive how he sort of shifted gears. Went to a position that looked quite equal to very strong initiative just by expanding on the queen side.
Yeah, he made it look really easy from a position where we said, oh, maybe he doesn't actually have an advantage. Maybe his bishop is not going to be so good in the long run. Like 3 moves later, he had already created chaos on the other side and, well, was basically winning only.
Yeah, surprising. I mean, this pawn sacrifice was a very concrete way of getting a very sort of a strategic, non-concrete advantage.
Yeah,
it was. That was quite impressive. That one, really, when you stop and.
When you actually see the moves.
That does help. Yeah,
that does help.
I mean, I'm always astonished when players of this level can play rapid games that look like tournament games. But when you see the absolute elite playing sensible games in Blitz, it's just astonishing, really.
Yeah.
All right. We see some players start arriving. Round 3 is starting very soon. I can see Levi in the sofa. I would love, if it's okay, Levi, give me a thumbs up if I can ask you about the pairings for round 3. I see Magnus Carlsen. He plays Benjamin Book from the Netherlands. Any big games coming up here that you think?
Yeah, he plays Benjamin Bok from St. Louis, which is in the Netherlands, of course. No, I think Benjamin Bok is a student now here in the US, as basically Magnus once said a long time ago that the United States is buying nerds for our chess federation. That's basically what St. Louis is doing for young grandmasters in Europe. If you look at like St. Louis University, Webster, all of them, all their grandmasters are like 2,500 to 2,650, and all of them are like from Europe, Asia. It's like very funny. So Bok is part of that crew, and curious to see how he does. He's won Title Tuesday. He's he's beaten Hikaru, so I'm sure Kramnik will be watching.
So far, not any like big upsets in the Blitz championship. Do you expect that to happen very soon? We have 30 players on full score, Levi.
Well, we had, I think the biggest upset so far, I didn't get to check last game. It's one of the hard things about Blitz. There's so many games going on. Dubov lost in the first round. It was his first loss in New York. And it's kind of justified, because yesterday I saw an interview that he gave to FIDE where he said New York is like way worse than he expected. Nobody cleans the streets. There's homeless people everywhere. And he's right. I mean, make no mistake, but he's out of line, He's a guest here. No.
Yeah.
So it's kind of fitting that I Wonder handed him his first defeat. And no, but it's going to be chaos, guys. We have 11 more rounds. Everybody's going to lose. Everybody's going to make draws. It's a Hunger Games to survive to the knockout.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much, Levi. We'll check in with you soon. All right. Round 3 is coming up, everyone, from New York in the World Blitz Championship. Magnus Carlsen plays Benjamin Bock on board 1. On board 2, we have Ali Reza Frouja. Perfect score so far. He plays Shant Sargsyan, which we remember from the World Rapid Championship a few days ago. Played some great chess there. Hikaru Nakamura on board 3. He plays one of the Indian Grandmaster. And I will apologize for my pronunciation already. Shithambaram Aravind.
Yeah, he won the Tata Steel.
India.
Was it that or was it maybe it was the Chennai actually?
Aha.
One of those tournaments. He had a great tournament. And caught up with Erigaisi. After Erigaisi had crossed 2800, became world number 2. Had a great tournament. He looked like he was going to win easily. Then he was just crushed by Aravind.
Wow. Born in 1999, one of the
older.
Yeah, well, exactly. Isn't it crazy to see? Born in 1999, but one of the older Indian grandmasters because they're just so young.
The latest one to cross the magic 2,700 mark. I was just thinking about what Levi was saying that the U.S. universities have also recruited a Norwegian. Of course, Arjan is at the University of Missouri program now. Yeah. So, just a nice way for Arjan to keep chess very active in his life while he's also going to university.
Yeah, it's the perfect thing to do. US is great at that stuff, combining sports and school. This is Magnus Carlsen, round 3, with the black pieces against Benjamin Bock from the Netherlands. I did see one interesting matchup here for anyone who follows Norwegian chess. Elham Amar, that Lucas mentioned, the young Norwegian, with a perfect score so far, plays Anish Giri, another Norway-Netherlands battle there on board. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Hans Niemann on a perfect score. He plays Nicolas Theodorou from Greece. Arjun Erigaisi against Robbie Kevlishvili. And then Fabiano Caruana on board 5. He plays Ivan Sheparinov. This is round 3 out of 13. And the games are about to start.
I'm very curious to follow Elham a bit because he made his name really as a blitz shark even when he was very young.
Yeah.
He did. Oh.
It's a Nimzo Indian.
Nimzo Indian. I actually played exactly this variation against Benjamin Bock in a Title Tuesday like 2 weeks ago or something.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever been that crushed in a chess game ever.
Really?
Maybe when I played the Bullet against Magnus also last week. But other than that, like he knew his stuff. So it's not going to be easy for Magnus. But I played a slightly more risky line, I have to say.
I can tell you that, Jonathan. We were doing some promo recordings here in the studio before Magnus left for New York. Lucas, as the chess expert in the company, had to play some Bullet with Magnus. And, of course, he lost. It's Magnus Carlsen. But Lucas was so disappointed afterwards.
Yeah. My play was not very good.
But I'm like, hey, it's against
not a
Magnus.
pleasant experience.
I think that's the biggest advantage the young Norwegians have is they get to see Magnus all the time. Yeah. It just seems like a regular guy that they're annoyed to lose.
Yeah.
Very good.
I can't complain. I mean, a lot of people would be happy just to play him.
Yeah, but it was fun to see how you were actually upset after, and it was only for the cameras as well.
Yeah.
All right, this is also for, well, the cameras and the trophies. World Blitz Championship, round 3, slightly better on the bar for Benjamin Bock. Does it look like the moves are now up to speed?
Yeah,
so.
It does look like
well,
it.
Well, that's something to celebrate.
Yeah, definitely. So we've had a Nimzo Indian opening here. Benjamin Bock went for a very solid line where he develops his queen early to avoid having doubled pawns. And now his advantage is, as we saw in the last game with Magnus having the bishop pair, now Benjamin has the bishop pair, and that's basically why he has a very, very slight advantage here, but Magnus is super solid.
All right.
And Magnus is, again, this line is not trendy or very theoretical. He's just playing it very solidly, and he's just, I think, doing what he does best when he's in form is just playing very sensible, methodical, taking no risks. And
yeah, I think this is a very good opening choice by him. He can outplay his opponent in the long run. And I mean, you can never expect to have an advantage with black out of the opening against these guys. So far, so good, I would say.
Yeah, and it's also the kind of position that doesn't. It's not so easy to create some sort of tactical chaos or complications where you have to burn some time just negotiating danger. I mean, Magnus can very much play this on his positional intuition.
Yeah,
which is
he could have played this in a bullet game and played pretty well. So it shouldn't be difficult, and the moves should be kind of automatic.
Well, they need to start being that for Benjamin Bach, because clock's ticking for him already, down to 1 minute left on his clock, and he struggles to find the moves here, it looks like.
Yeah,
Magnus instantly responds.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Magnus is, I mean, this is just an ideal position for Magnus. It's solid, sound position where he just has infinite possibilities to just grind and play on these potential micro advantages that he's so good at creating.
Yeah, and now he's better as well, as he has got full control over that open file with his rooks. He's going to double his rooks, and he's just running over his opponent, it seems like.
Wow.
Maybe Benjamin was overthinking it a little bit there.
Yeah, because now he's going to have to play super fast. 50 seconds left on his clock. Magnus still more than 2 minutes better on the bar. He makes his move.
Yeah, now all of his pieces are great, and the challenge is, what does he do next? How does he improve his position? But there should be.
And those two rooks looks deadly in the same open file. Will those two deliver checkmate? All right, Benjamin also puts his rook in that file. Will we see a trade of rooks now, or who would that favor?
I would say maybe that favors Benjamin, as he trades off those very annoying rooks. But I think he might end up losing a pawn here somehow. Magnus cannot take the pawn that the knight is attacking now, as he would actually be checkmated on the back rank.
Oh.
So he has to look out for that.
I was going to say, and also knight d3 doesn't immediately win. It's happened. But again, that knight's not threatening anything yet, so
true.
He can still just play queen d2, which I suppose he will.
Yeah.
But that knight is now technically what many people call an octopus.
Yeah.
A knight on the 6th rank.
Yeah, great knight. Whereas, I mean, Benjamin's bishop isn't bad, but it can't really do very much, at least in the short term.
This is grim. I mean, this would be grim if the clock times were reversed. With less time, I think Magnus will win this quite smoothly.
I think so as well. He just needs to slowly improve his position.
Yeah.
Very hard for White to really do anything here. He kind of just has to wait, which is what he's doing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good strategy with no time on the clock. Just
it is
blitzing out.
It can be annoying, but for normal people, I don't think it'll bother Magnus at all.
No.
He plays so fast here, Magnus. Still more than 1.5 minutes on his clock. Benjamin Bach is down to 18 seconds, and he is struggling on the bar, but it only says better for Magnus.
Yeah.
It only says slightly better. Yeah.
I think we have to take in the human factor into account, though. It's very, very hard for White to play.
I am kind of surprised that he... Sorry?
No, and the clock times, of course, favors Magnus as well.
Yeah, exactly. He kind of changed his mind. It looked like he wasn't going to do anything, and then he ended up actually going for something very direct.
Which is?
Anyway, when he moved his pawn, the F pawn, that was kind of surprising because it feels like he couldn't sit quite still. It might have been an improvement of his position, but I thought for a while that he wasn't going to do anything at all, which would have also been a viable strategy.
Pawns are coming off the board. It says balanced on the bar. It says balanced on the bar, but the clock...
this might be the famous Magnus doesn't believe in fortresses, and his opponent's trying to play claim a fortress.
Does it look like white has a fortress here? Oh, massively better for Magnus. We have a
Gives away
blunder
the
on the board. Blunder on the board from Benjamin Bach. And his clock is ticking down. 3 seconds. He has to play super fast. Magnus Carlsen is winning in a winning position.
Now he can create a passed pawn where he has a majority, and this will eventually win the game.
Yeah. After a few more moves, he's going to be able to break through there on the other side, and we can see his opponent is realizing it.
Chewing gums, looking very chill, Benjamin Bach, but he is in huge trouble and about to lose against the reigning champion.
He's going to resign soon. Oh,
do we have a blunder from Magnus?
Stalemate trick.
What happened here?
There's a stalemate trick. If Magnus takes this pawn, it's a draw by stalemate, and Magnus
What does Magnus do? He first smiles, he laughs, he gets up. Is this a blunder then by Magnus?
Yes, Magnus has...
What happened here? What happened here? Magnus in a winning position on both the board and the clock. Suddenly, it's stalemate. It's a draw.
What happens now? Magnus needs to be able to take that pawn, which is hanging on c4. But if he does that, the white king is stalemated. No legal moves, and so it's a draw. It's a very, very nasty trick.
Did Benjamin Bach trick him? Into this.
I was gonna, like I just said, I thought he was gonna resign on that exact move because I thought he had to move his king away from the pawn backwards, and then he's down 2 pawns and just like.
So I have a feeling that Magnus could have played it more methodically, maybe breaking with b5 first.
Yeah, he could have just moved his pawn 2 moves up instead in this position. So he clearly missed that trick. He could have gone all the way up. That would have been a winning position.
Yeah, just winning. But I thought also earlier, instead of playing...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he could have done a bunch
different
of
ways
things.
to create
he just basically fell for kind of a cheap trick, which was very easy to miss.
He sort of composed... Oh, it looks like Nakamura lost.
Oh, yeah, he did actually.
All right.
Okay, many dramatic things happening.
Many dramatic things happening. This is Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah.
And
they have next to no time each.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's that game. Winning position for Alireza Firouzja with 5 seconds on the clock. Okay. What's happening here? Is he winning this?
He does have a rook for a knight. Both of those rooks are very well placed, and he does have an extra passed pawn, so I think he's going to win this quite easily.
There he goes.
There it is.
Sargsyan resigns. It's another win for Alireza Firouzja. 3 out of 3. Will he be in the lead with many more people after round 3?
That slip up by Magnus is...
yeah, that could be quite...
It's more painful than it normally would when you've got this only 8 people survive on day 1.
Yeah. So actually Magnus needs to kind of forget about that. I think he's usually good at forgetting about it. I mean, he was laughing it off there for a second, but it's going to be very painful. You can see he was frustrated about it.
He seemed to appreciate the trick, but...
We did see there Levon Aronian in discussions. He has just won his game against Yukungir Vakidov. Another win. 3 in a row for Levon Aronian. Perfect score. Games are finishing up. Results are coming in. It's a draw for Magnus Carlsen. And in the sofa with Levi. Fabiano Caruana on a perfect score. 3 out of 3. What's happening, Levi?
Yeah, I am joined by Fabiano Caruana, who's so far so good. 3-0. How have the 3 games been round by round, emotionally?
Well, emotionally, maybe not so hectic. But yeah, there were some, I mean, Blitz is always dramatic, you know? So second game, I think my opponent had a clear draw, and then all of a sudden he like knocked a few pieces over, and then he set them up on his own time, but it clearly rattled him, and then he like couldn't find the draw. So so that was a bit lucky. But that one we were getting down to seconds. The last one, I think he missed like a really crucial tactic, which would have probably been a draw, and then I won.
I look at the 3 people that you played. Obviously, Chiprinov, kind of a legend compared to, let's say, Durar Bailey and Harsha. But how does classical translate to Blitz? A lot of these games would be a bit different if they were 90-minute games. So how do you approach a 3-minute game against some of these, grandmasters? They're all so random, thrown at you pairing by pairing.
Yeah, you can't compare classical and Blitz. You can compare classical and rapid, I think, to a great extent. More or less follows the same rules that you have like a normal game, which eventually culminates in perhaps a time scramble with mistakes, but the majority of the game will go along normal paths, while Blitz is mostly random. It's like 90% random. Of course, still like the same skills apply in many cases, but the like nature of the game is completely different.
You can't ask for a better start than you currently have. I think there's maybe 15 or 14 people remaining on a perfect score. Did you have a point total in mind that you think will qualify you for the top 8?
I was discussing this with a few people. Like +5 maybe cuts it, but maybe not. Then it might be down to tie breaks. +6 will certainly do it. So that being said, +6 is such a difficult score because at some point, if you're getting up to that score group, then you're basically only playing the best players in the world, and you shouldn't lose games, or you should rack up a few wins. So, you know, what I'm happy with, I'm not really thinking about that from like a purely analytical point of view. I would say +5, +6 will perhaps cut it, or certainly cut it. But the winning score, I think, will probably be +7 or higher.
Last question. You've played 3 games. You have these kind of short breaks in the middle. You come here, you maybe get a bite to eat, and then you go right back down. Do you ever feel tired, or do you start feeling tired when all the games are done because you're sort of running on adrenaline?
Blitz doesn't make me tired. You know, maybe if we played like 2 weeks of Blitz every day, then I'll get exhausted. But compared to Rapid, it's much less stressful. There's like more margin for, you know, mistakes. I guess because we're qualifying and it's only top 8, then there's a bit more stress compared to Rapid, where, you know, coming to the last day, if you've been playing well, you probably have chances for medals or for first. While here, you have one day. You can't have a bad day, basically. In Rapid, yeah, you can perhaps have a suboptimal day. But Blitz is just much less stressful because the cost of a mistake in a game is so much lower most of the time.
Fabi, appreciate your time. 10 more games to go. Maybe I'll speak to you when the day is over.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Levi and Fabi. Perfect score so far for Fabiano Caruana. And the same for many players. We can now see that we have 14 players on 3 out of 3. Most of the big names are up here. But Magnus Carlsen, he's on 2.5. A draw in round 3 for Magnus. And what happened there, Lucas? Can we just go through the ending of that game that Magnus was just massively better in? He was winning on the clock on the board, and all of a sudden, it was a draw. What happened?
Yeah, let's have a look. We can go through it from the beginning. So the opening was pretty normal. It was a Nimzo Indian here. His opponent played a solid variation with his queen move and won the bishop pair quite early here after this move. And what we saw here was that it was kind of a balanced position, very solid for white, but over time here, Magnus just outplayed him, gave him some difficult choices, and it seemed like he overthinked it a little bit, and out of the blue, Magnus was infiltrating on the open file with his rooks. A lot of very strong pieces for Magnus here. Then Benjamin was able to trade off a couple of the rooks, which eases the pressure here. But Magnus is still better in this position with his very strong knight in like far into White's camp, as you said, Jonathan, the octopus knight. And Magnus here with a lot more time on the clock as well. Everything is smooth so far, and he is like, even though he's not winning here, over time he's going to be able to increase the pressure and give his opponent some difficult choices. So for a while here, Magnus improves his position a little bit. His opponent goes back and forth, but then suddenly he goes for something more concrete, trying to move that pawn up and improving his position. It looks like it does actually improve his position a little bit according to the eval bar. But still, Magnus is better here, trying to improve. We see a queen trade. And still, even though this is a draw, there's a lot of potential here for Magnus still with that very good knight. So he's trying to push his pawns and keep improving his position here. And there are some potential for tricks. For example, here, Benjamin actually blunders a pawn with his knight check. And after that, it should be smooth sailing for Magnus. At this point, he actually, his opponent has to take this knight, or at least felt that he had to do that to get into an ending where he might be able to hold. but it should be very easy for Magnus here with the extra pawn on the queen side. He moves his king over to support the pawns, and then he starts pushing. All of this is good so far, and basically like every move here is good all the way up to this point. I would say he's played a great game so far, like typical outplaying his opponent with the black pieces. Everything's been under control. And then he just makes this like very easy misstep where he thinks he's going to put his opponent into Zugzwang, forcing him to make a move, which means that his king has to move away from the pawn that he's protecting. And Magnus would pick up another pawn and be easily winning in this endgame. But he has missed a trick, which is very counterintuitive, that you actually move the king up here. And he cannot actually take the pawn because it would be stalemate. White wouldn't have any legal moves if Magnus takes the pawn, and it would be a draw. And he actually just decides to take a draw here immediately, as he knows that he has to move his king backwards, and then he would actually lose his own pawn. I thought he would maybe play a couple of more moves here. He could try to like get his king back up again in a good scenario and try to trick his opponent back, but I guess he didn't feel that his chances were very good at this point. So yeah, very unfortunate for Magnus at this point. It would have been very nice for him to get another like easy win and keep winning more and more games. And everything here was perfect up until this point, where he made a mistake that he's not going to be happy about. It feels like something that we could all do, where we play a good game and then you make this one stupid mistake and then you end up not winning. But yeah, I guess it's very relatable. You don't feel like it should happen to Magnus that often, but it does to everyone. And yeah, it has to be expected at some point, at least during the tournament.
A draw for
tournament, yeah.
Yeah. A draw for Magnus with the stalemate. How do we feel about stalemate? I mean, how annoying is that? And I mean, your opponent is basically lost. He cannot move.
I'm not completely sure if originally it was a win.
Really?
I have a feeling that that's not a modern rule change, but a later rule change. Nigel Short, who challenged Gary Kasparov for the world title, he's been a long time advocate for making it a win.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I will support that. Not because of Magnus, not because of this situation. I just like... I mean, you can basically not play better, and then it's a draw.
Yeah, and the advantage in material can be huge, not just a pawn or two. It can be absolutely enormous.
Yeah.
It does seem unfair.
I would say so. What do you think, Lucas? Is this one of the rules that we should just like, come on?
It's never anything I've thought about, but I actually kind of like it. It would give some more winning chances to the game. And I don't think you're ever like very unlucky or anything to get stalemated, but it would definitely change a lot of like end games, theoretical end games, like everything would be changed. I think it would be kind of good for beginners as well, because you don't have to explain this rule that if it's like you don't have any moves for your king, but it's still not checkmate, maybe that could get even more people into the game more easily.
Okay, I get that point. A stalemate and a draw for Magnus Carlsen.
I have discussed this with Magnus's second, Petter Heine Nielsen.
Okay.
And he said that he actually put it to some sort of engine test, and it wouldn't actually change the percentile of draws and lost endgame positions. He said just because it's possible to save them earlier at some point, a lot of these. This is what he told me. So
then it definitely makes sense, because then you would make it harder for people to defend these endgames.
Yeah.
More winning chances. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I have no idea of his science, but he said he's scienced it. So,
David Hirschowitz saying in the YouTube chat, as a teacher, stalemate is such a killer for new kids. I mean, it must be so difficult to teach new people to chess as well.
I can imagine a lot of them draw games queens up and things.
Yeah. Nav
Yeah.
saying yummy stalemate. All right. Well, some people apparently like it. Some people hate it.
It
I
is
agree
a fun
with the
part of the
haters.
game.
I guess so.
You always have a small chance to survive.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Especially at the beginner level. There's something to play on for.
Yeah, that's true. Stalemate. Let's go. All right. Well, a draw for Magnus Carlsen, half a point. The result was worse for Hikaru Nakamura. He lost here in round 3 to Arvind from India. But he's an awesome young Indian player. Bad result for Hikaru. We see the standings here now. 14 peoples on a perfect score.
And that is by tiebreak, is it? Because I noticed it's changed slightly. Hans Niemann was on 8 before, and now it's...
And I think like the first tiebreak is probably average rating you have played against, right?
So you're slightly disadvantaged if you're a high-rated player. Because
probably.
you're usually playing down.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which would explain why the top 3 are not how... Well,
exactly.
we know Shankland.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Not household names, the very top here.
Right now, Sam Shanklin playing on home soil in the USA is on top of the standings. And we do have pairings for round 4. Magnus Carlsen now with 2.5 points will play another player on 2.5 points. Alexander Zhimanov. On board 2, we have Alireza Farusha against Sadvani from India. Wesley So against Sam Shanklin. On board 3, 2 Americans that know each other very well. Oh, board 4. I'm looking forward to this one. Fabiano Caruana against Vasil Ivanchuk. And if we do have anyone new to chess watching, Vasil Ivanchuk, Jonathan. He's a legend.
He is an absolute legend, yes. One of the very first names you choose of greatest players never to become world champion.
Yeah.
And just a great character and a tremendous lover of the game as well. I think everybody likes to watch him play, 100%. Loves to listen to him explain things.
Yeah.
And it's great to see him still up at the very top. Board 5 is not a bad clash either.
Oh, that's interesting.
Ooh, look at that. All Indian battle between Arjun Erigaisi, one of the big favorites who hit 2,800 in classical chess this year, against Arvind, coming just from a win against Hikaru Nakamura. And then on board 6, Elham Amar, the young Norwegian, who's on 3 out of 3. He's up against Levon Aronian here in the next round. Okay, some big matchups, I have to say. I kind of want to follow Fabiano against Ivanchuk. Should we, for this game, not follow Magnus and follow Fabi?
We could, but it would be kind of interesting to see. Shimonov, Magnus also played in the Rapid.
Yeah,
also with the
very
white
dramatic
pieces.
game.
Oh, that's
I think
true.
it was it even in round 4 or something like that? It was around that time of the tournament. And that was when he started to go really wrong. He had another really big advantage where he actually even almost lost, but then he made a draw, and then everything went downhill from there.
Okay, so you guys are you would rather see Magnus Carlsen Shimanov?
I mean, I guess I would always rather see Magnus. I'm a bit biased there, but
let me ask chat.
Let's ask chat. I agree.
I wouldn't mind watching the 2 Indians go at it.
That's true as well.
They're both maniacs.
Yeah. Okay.
And they have
so chat, we're giving you 3 options.
Revenge match.
Three options. Do you want to see Magnus Carlsen against Shimanov? Do you want to see Arvind against Erigaisi? Or do you want to see Fabiano Caruana against the legend Vasil Ivanchuk? I'll just do, okay, I see Magnus. Fabi. Okay. All right, there's a poll. All right, Jacob on social media. He's always paying attention. There is now a poll. Who do you guys want to see? And the votes are just coming in. We'll decide very, very shortly who we're going to follow in round 3. All right. Jonathan, I have to say, Blitz, chess, I'd forgotten how much fun this is and how dramatic it is. How are you doing?
This is, it's a real education for me. I've never commented Blitz. It's always, I have enough trouble following it.
I know.
Too much going on, too many games. It's not easy for regular humans to understand what's going on at this level, at this speed.
Yeah. Which is why it's cool that we have the bar And on the clocks as well, right? It's fun.
The
and
clocks
you can, I feel like you can also see it on the players, you know, if they're feeling stressed, if they're happy, if they're unpleasant, if they're surprised, if they're, you know.
Yeah, the emotion is there's no time to really filter it.
Yeah, it's almost easier for someone my level to watch Blitz chess than it is to watch classical chess, because classical chess, they're just poker face all the time.
Yeah.
Except from when Ding Liren makes the biggest blunder of his career in the final game of a World Championship match. But other than that, you know, in Blitz chess, you kind of see the emotions. It's a little bit easier, I would say.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, as an old person, I like slower. This is a little fast for me in terms of generally as a spectator, also because you're curious in so many games, and you just cannot physically follow all of them. Yeah. So that there's that. And rapid makes it is a nice compromise for me. But this is by far the most dramatic.
It is
of the disciplines for sure.
Yeah. These are the standings after 3 out of 13 rounds, everyone. We have 14 players on a perfect score. Magnus Carlsen on 2.5 points after a draw. Stalemate in round 3. Hikaru Nakamura, he lost his game in round 3. He's on 2 points. Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2.5 points.
Shimanov is laughing. I wonder if he's thinking about playing the same color, against the same guy, possibly in the same round.
With black pieces against Magnus Carlsen on board 1. And then we see, okay, we need to check the poll. Which game are we going to follow?
Yeah, did we decide on that?
So we have a poll, and we're going to close that poll now. What is the result? It's Magnus.
It's Magnus.
47% Magnus Shimanov, 35% Fabiano against Ivanchuk, 17% Arjun against Arvind. So, all right, that means more Magnus show. He is not here yet. He's going to play Shimanov. Okay, so what happened in that game in the rapid portion? So they played each other in round 3. Magnus with the white pieces.
I don't remember
round 3 or 4, something like that. It was after Magnus had a pretty slow start. Then he actually had quite a convincing game against Shimanov, if I remember correctly. And it felt like something that should be pretty easy for Magnus to win. He had like 4 minutes on the clock. His opponent had like 30 seconds or something. And then, and it was like very easy to control the game for him as well. And suddenly, like he spent 3 minutes for one move or something like that. And then just everything went out of control. His opponent got some counterplay out of the blue, and he was very close to losing. But then he saved the draw.
He saved the draw. What will happen in this one? This is round 4 in the World Blitz Championship. Magnus Carlsen is here in his G-Star jeans. After a lot of drama, he has made it to the Blitz to defend
English opening.
His title. And here we go. Okay, the game has started. Opening.
So many of Magnus's games seem to be following the same kind of... Or is this actually a King's Indian now?
Now we're getting close to King's Indian. It could transpose into it, but it's interesting how they all start with like English, ready, something like that, and they transpose into something more interesting after a few more moves. This is very similar to a King's Indian, but Shimanov has not moved his other knight here, which is what Black usually does in the King's Indian, actually on move 1, and then follows up with these other moves. This looks slightly unorthodox and is probably a little bit better for Magnus here.
Yeah, this is what we used to call the modern defense, but that was a very long time ago, so it's not exactly modern anymore. But just the idea of putting this bishop on g7, this fianchetted bishop.
Yeah.
Interesting. It is very similar to King's Indian. You do get these kind of positions and structures.
Yeah. It feels like an opening.
Here we go again.
Oh, yeah, another queen trade. Magnus is going for the endgames today, but he is, after all, known to be quite good in endgames.
I am keeping an eye on the bar, but again, the technique from New York is lagging a little bit behind.
Yeah, what do you think here?
We're seeing probably some very similar themes. I mean, Black, again, he wants to trade these dark squared bishops, maybe, with bishop h6. This is quite often happens
Okay, so he wants to bring his rook over maybe, but now he's
preventing it because the knight that would make this possible is under attack.
Yeah.
One long-term option for black is to try and control the d4 square.
Yep.
In the center, the dark square. Magnus has made this slightly harder by playing his pawn to c5, which gives him a bit more space in the center.
Magnus Carlsen has the white pieces in this game. He's on 2.5 out of 3.
Got a nice, comfortable version of this kind of position with white, I think. He's got a bit more space than usual. He's developed smoothly.
He's got
Black
strong
still hasn't completed his development because he hasn't been able to castle and connect his rooks. I would imagine Magnus is happy, and it's a very Magnus kind of position and advantage.
Up on the clock as well. 1 minute and 40 seconds left for Shimanov.
Yeah, he's got over half a minute, roughly half a minute in advantage.
Yeah. But he is thinking now. Magnus Carlsen, still a lot of pieces on the board. Well, there.
Whoa, a tactical blow.
Okay. He takes a piece.
Is e6... What's going on?
It looks like...
Wait, what? He is going to take on... Trade bishops on e6 and then check on d7 and take the knight on f7.
Yeah, so
it's not so easy to see sideways here, but
yeah, no, that's tricky. But at least the point is Magnus has found a trick. It does work for him. So wow,
whoa.
That was fast.
We can explain it in more detail, but basically he won a pawn and improved his position immensely at the same time, probably winning more than one pawn.
All right, well, Shimanov must have made a massive blunder at some point here.
Yeah, it was like the move before, I guess. He could have probably...
It's the kind of position where it's quite easy to happen. The queens have come off. You think you're playing a gradual strategic game, and suddenly there's a tactical opportunity.
All right.
And Magnus spots it and executes him.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go through all of that later. I can see the moves up on the board.
So now maybe we should go to Fabi.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's go to Fabiano Caruana against the legend, Vasily Ivanchuk. He is born in 1969, but he is still here fighting one of the best Blitz players in the world. Still, Vasily Ivanchuk. All right, and I'm going to see if this board is working.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky trying to figure this out.
Magnus is trying to figure it out as well.
Oh, Magnus is there.
Closely here.
Let's see.
Okay. So this is the current position. Fabiano has a slight advantage, probably due to his space in the center. He has got an attack going here, maybe on the king side as well, with his pawn moving up the board.
What did he do now? He played
He
h5.
moved up his pawn. Fabiano brought his knight back, trying to get into one of those nice squares.
Vasily Ivanchuk became the World Blitz champion in 2007.
This is going to be a grim defensive chore for Ivanchuk, I think. It's very hard to see any active plan for him.
Much better for Fabiano Caruana, and he has more time on the clock.
The problem is there are very many weak squares around Ivanchuk's king.
Oh, actually, Fabiano has a very dangerous plan now if he can move his pawn. Yeah, exactly. He goes directly for the attack now with his other pawn. A little bit risky as he is also exposing his own king, but this attack looks very dangerous.
And it's in progress.
Yeah.
Massively better for Fabiano Caruana. Still 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, he's gradually exposing.
Oh, he lost on time.
He lost on time. I didn't even see that. Vasily Ivanchuk forgot about his clock. And he loses the game against Fabiano on time.
It is massively better.
Yeah.
Yeah, his king side is being slowly dismantled by White's pawns here. So now...
where do we
where's
go?
Where's the Indian grudge match?
Yeah.
Is that on camera?
We do have the two Indians, but is that finished?
Is it already finished?
Let me check. Okay, if we do have board 5 with Arvind against Ergaisi, it would be cool to go. Yeah, okay, they are still playing.
We have it.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, big time advantage for Arjun. Huge time advantage.
Balanced, but this position does not look balanced.
Oh, winning position now for Ergaisi. With seconds on the clock for Arvind.
It's the most inhumanly balanced kind of position.
Yeah, exactly.
Only a machine could say that was balanced. The material is completely different.
But now it
and
looks,
complications everywhere.
And he has to make a move. Makes it with 3 seconds on the clock. He is still fighting here. Massively better for Arjun and Ergaisi, the two Indians fighting against each other here. Arjun, one of the big favorites in the World Blitz Championship. Could this be his first big title?
So he is up a rook for a knight, and he has a couple of dangerous pawns. But Arvind has a strong knight and also a couple of passed pawns. So this is not over yet.
Okay, they keep fighting. That's what the young Indians always do. They always fight on the board. But Arvind has 2 seconds on the clock. He has to play. He has to play. Make a move.
He has very slightly depressed body language, it seems to me.
He does. Yeah. He doesn't look... Okay, and there he resigns. It's a win for Arjun Ergaisi in the All-Indian battle. 1 more point for Arjun. Results are ticking in, and we can see Magnus Carlsen coming from a very quick win in Levy's sofa. What's happening, Levy?
Magnus Carlsen, 3.5 out of 4. But the last game was a little bit of a funny moment. When you stand up and you're kind of laughing, how much of it is funny, but how much of it is a bit releasing some anger?
No, I mean, of course, it's way too early in the tournament to actually be angry, and like the score is good, but it was just, you know, at least at the start of these tournaments, it's a bit difficult to completely get the rhythm, because you want to play fast and you want to play with rhythm, but you also want to be able to slow down. And I guess in this case, the game was just over mentally. And kudos to him. I had no idea why he was playing on, but he had an idea, and I fell for it, and that wasn't very good. But overall, 3.5 out of 4. It's good.
Yeah, the game that you just played actually against Shamanov, you played him in the rapid. Was a bit of a chaotic game.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it feels nice to get a quick win. You came in, and just so the fans at home know, you were laughing that you had the same tactic a move prior.
Yeah, it was one of this. Again, I was playing every move with flow, developing. Every piece seemed perfectly placed. I felt like there should be a tactic. And then I looked for 5 seconds, and I was like, there should be a tactic, but I don't see it, so let me make an improving move. And I don't get me wrong, I'm still miles better in that position, but I mean, against Naroditsky actually won. He checkmated his opponent. No, but what I was gonna say is that against an even stronger opponent, it might have been wise to spot the trick the first time. But overall, trying to err on the side of playing fast and playing with flow.
I'll let you get back and get some rest, but I am wondering, and I'm not sure if anybody's asked you this directly, so I will, sort of on behalf of all fans. Do you know that you're going to be 1 or 2 minutes late to a Blitz game? Is it almost...
No. I gotta say, there were a lot of circumstances this time, but it just came down to really, really bad planning. A lot of things going a little bit wrong at the same time, which is my fault. It's poor planning. And it was not my intention at all to be late. And I do apologize to everybody but the people who get to make content out of it.
Yeah, that is what I'm wondering. As you're running to the venue, are you thinking, there's going to be a reel posted by the end of the round?
No, at that point, I was just can I make it in time to actually be able to play a game?
And a game you played, 3.5 out of 4. I'll let you, like I said, get some rest. Maybe you'll join me once you qualify to the knockout. Thank you.
I hope so. It's going to be a tough day, but it's important to try and rack up some wins early because the opponents are not going to get any easier.
And rack up some G-Star jeans in the closet.
Yeah.
So, back to you guys.
Levy, you said jeans.
Yes, I did. No, but listen, I started the day. I said I wouldn't, but then you guys surprised me with an announcement, and now the whole thing looks like an inside job and everything. So no, it's that's the last time I'll say it. I have to be the contrarian. You know, we can't be the jeans propaganda channel. So, and I have another guest actually joining me in a second.
Oh, I love it.
I've got Daniel Naroditsky here.
Oh, cool. I hear rumors he's coming from a checkmate.
Yes, we were watching your game. You had a crazy game. I urge all fans at home to take a look. Actually, for a little while, I had the colors mixed up. I thought you were trying to convert with black, but you were completely lost.
Am I ever 2 puns up in the end game? No, I'm only 2 puns down.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable game. Any reaction from the opponent? Like, I know in these blitz scrambles, anything can happen emotionally.
Yeah, I mean, he exclaimed. He was very much more polite than I would have been. I also in round 2 I made an illegal move. I was already lost, to be fair, so I don't even know what the rules are for an illegal move in Blitz. I just resigned. I didn't even want to check. But I exclaimed loudly a word that I probably shouldn't repeat in the broadcast. So it's just the immediate shock. Obviously, I'm under no illusions. I need to step up my game pronto, stat. But that's Blitz. I mean, that's what happens.
I was told actually before you joined. Is that what was? I was sort of briefed that maybe you had something to discuss. Was that the thing you wanted to discuss, or
to discuss with you?
Yeah.
Oh no. I mean, I not particularly. I mean, no off limits questions is what I wanted to say.
Oh, I see.
So don't feel like you have to tiptoe around, because I know you're interviewing Naroditsky during an OTB Blitz event. So.
Oh,
please, at ease, Commander.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here it's again, it's sort of been the question throughout. But I imagine everything is so far so good for you. I mean, you had the illegal move, but
yeah, I mean that was I mean, first of all, I mean the end of the rapid was a really bitter pill to swallow. Let's just say it was not fun to interact with on that day. And I don't think I played any bad games in the Rapid event. I was really, really happy with my level of play, but unfortunately the tactics just didn't work out in my game with Narodli. And then in the last round I was winning against Bouchangi. I was playing a brilliant game, and then again, like, I went for it all, and all credit to my opponents. They showed better nerves in the time scrambles. And yeah, first round of the Blitz was fairly smooth. I got to prepare, but I mean the nerves are, I cannot put into words how nervous I am during the games. Like I was warned about this by Sasha Bortnik, a lot of other people who've played in the World Blitz. The first time you play, they said you cannot imitate the conditions and the amount of anxiety you're going to feel. And how much
is that magnified, not just by a world championship?
How much is that magnified?
Magnified by social media crusade that you don't play fairly on when you play online.
It's definitely. I mean, I don't think I'm good. Not good enough of a person, but thick-skinned enough. To say honestly that isn't affecting me at all. I would be, failing the lie detector test if I said that.
And there's also no winning for you. I will just add, we have spoken privately a little bit. Even if you got a strong finish in the rapid, it feels like you can't win because
coincidence.
Yeah, coincidence, luck of the opponent. You didn't play strong players. Your accuracy wasn't good enough. And if you have a bad finish, then your second half of the tournament.
The only screenshot posted is the last 5 rounds of my rapid. So no, I mean I've been nice and civil and courteous to this army of troglodyte lowlifes for way too long. I'm really sick of it. I'm not going to tolerate any of the hate any longer. So it's definitely been infuriating for the fans to be flamed either by players who are too cowardly or too into the drama to make it clear that the patients shouldn't run the facility in the chess world, or conversely, just like there's this hierarchy in the chess world where we give so much respect to people with a high rating and people with accomplishments, and they are deserving of respect. But when a certain line is crossed, we're all equal as humans. So that this has been happening and keeps getting perpetuated is it's really a shame, and it's a dark chapter in chess. Not because of me personally. It doesn't matter that it's me. I'm not requesting any sympathy, but the fact that this has been going on for as long as it has is frankly pathetic and sad. But just as pathetic as the people perpetuating it. So it's affecting me a little bit, but I'm trying to push it aside and just play a tournament and have fun.
Has it affected any pre-existing personal relationships with top players, like who you would otherwise be courteous with and professional and friendly?
I feel like it would be improper for me to say that I am owed any support by anybody. Like, you don't have to get your feet dirty, get your hands into the dirty swamp. I totally get that. Unfortunately, I think there's a lot of two-facedness in the chess world. Sorry, I'm not too eloquent. I just had a crazy game, so normally I'd have my thoughts gathered better. But hopefully my meaning is clear. A lot of players are on the surface very supportive, but behind the scenes, I think, are kind of either fanning the flames or hold their own suspicions. I completely understand that online chess is a new sphere. There's legitimate suspicions to be had, which is why when this all started happening, I went not just the extra mile, I went the extra, what's more than a mile? Kilometers, less than a mile? I went the extra 10 kilometers, but we've got Europeans here mostly. I went the extra 10 kilometers to do everything I could to put top players at ease, because I totally get it. I'm cut from the same cloth. But that has only somehow fanned the flames is insane. And definitely I wish the top players were a little bit more outspoken. I do wish that were the case. I don't think I'm owed that, but the patients have been running the facility once again for way too long, and too many influential people with a lot of followers are either way too obsequious or way too respectful or sitting on the fence. But what has been happening, this atmosphere of constant accusations, goalpost shifting is worse than cheating. Cheating, in my mind, is probably the worst crime a chess player can commit. It is a reputation-ending crime to do it as a grandmaster. But to do what Kramnik has done and what everybody who supports him have done, in my mind, morally, it makes you worse than dirt.
Can we make an agreement, you and me?
Sure.
No more big words. Obsequious. You just make me feel
sycophantic.
Stupid. Yeah, that's good.
Sycophantic.
That one I understand.
Foible.
Yeah. Do you want to know your next round opponent, by the way?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Naroditsky with white.
Let's see. I think they do have the pairings. At least I see a countdown on a big screen that there is.
Ooh, countdown.
Or not.
Sorry to be so forward, by the way, Levy. I hope that your audience can tolerate it. But
no, I'm sure they can.
I think that.
I lied. There are no pairings.
Oh,
I apologize.
Nice.
I just saw there is a countdown for the next round in 7 minutes, but that just means you have to go play and a random person shows up in a pink suit and a square on their mask.
Exactly. But I'm a retired player. I'm here for fun, and I really appreciate all the fans who are rooting for me. But I'm under no illusions. I don't train. I don't study, and I'm really proud of the results that I've been showing in the Rapid, online, and over the board. I know that Cinderella run's probably going to end eventually. So I harbor zero expectations. I'm here to do the best I can. Well, I'm a commentator, not a player.
Yeah, I will sort of summarize our conversation by saying, to many, you are the best educator and communicator of the game, and I think all the rest is a bonus. So to get to watch you play is a bonus to many people. It's a treat.
It's a privilege to be here and to be supported by so many people. I want to make it really clear how much I appreciate being treated so well, receiving so many compliments. It's a tremendous privilege, and I don't take it for granted.
Well, I hope I get to chat to you again today, and hopefully it's after a qualification to the top 8.
Thank you so much, Levy. Thanks for holding the fort. Good luck on the commentary. Yeah. I hope to be back.
Back to you guys.
Wow. Thank you, Levy. Go Danya. I think we're allowed to say that. Such a cool and honest interview. Power words there from Daniel Naroditsky, who plays Benjamin Bock in the next round. Pairings just came out. Awesome to hear from him. Yeah. What's your reaction? There's been a big, there's so much history here. And for anyone new, the biggest history is Vladimir Kramnik, a former world champion, a legend to the game, has been accusing Daniel Naroditsky of cheating. And he's been brutal in his accusations. There's been no evidence whatsoever of his allegations to be true. And we can see how frustrating it's obviously for Daniel to be in that situation and to hear this power speech from him.
That was great. I mean, I did say I loved the drama, and I was sure we were going to get some. I didn't even realize we were going to get so much so fast. But no, it's great. It's great. It was excellent. Levy clearly has a rapport with so many of these players that he can get them to be that outspoken at the drop of a hat. It's fantastic.
And I see Levy sitting there. I see Jarle also coming in. Go away, Jarle. Levy, that was intense from Daniel. Thank you for doing that interview. You're doing a great job. What do you think about what he's saying here?
I'm happy that he gets to speak his mind. Chess is in a very tough situation where some sports it's very easy. They measure your urine in a cup or some blood draw, and they can immediately determine in a medical way if you're past a certain limit of a certain substance or hormone or something like that. But chess doesn't really have that. We have stats, and we have all these different metrics, but many of them are sort of behind closed doors because the narrative is sort of, well, if they were public, people will know how to get around them. And yeah, we are sort of living in a time in chess where you can basically accuse anybody at any time, and now it's happening way more publicly than ever before. It's not great, but as we can see over the last 3 to 4 days, chess is a circus in more ways than one, so it's just another act.
Yeah. It's just another act. Levy, thanks so much. We do have pairings for the next round. Magnus Carlsen's plays Sam Shanklin. I have to say, Magnus seemed to be in a great mood when he was in the sofa with you.
Yeah, for sure. Coming off such a nice win, he also gets an opportunity to get some more rest in the quick win against Shimonov, the tactic. And also, having half a point behind is not the worst thing in the world, because in some ways, you are going to be playing against the people that are not perfect. So you're not playing the people who are in their best form. We see guys like Caruana, Hans, Firouzja, Levon, right? Like these are all players that have a perfect score. Wei Yi, Erigaisi. In many ways, the top dogs are now going to eat each other, and you can actually creep up the rankings. But there are 9 more games to be played, so we can't make any predictions just yet.
Exactly. 9 more rounds. Thank you, Levy. We are looking now ahead to round 5 out of 13 on day 1 of the World Blitz Championship. 8 players make it through to day 2, where there will be knockouts, starting with quarterfinals tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen, he has played 3 draws. No, sorry, he's won 3 games so far, played 1 draw, and he's up against Sam Shanklin, the American, in round 5. Alireza Firouzja plays against Levon Aronian. Hans Niemann against Fabiano Caruana. All right, an All-American battle there. And Arjun Erigaisi against Wai. Nepo against Grishuk. 2 players that took medals in the World Rapid Championship, now up against each other. We see players start to arrive the arena for round 5 in the World Blitz Championship, day 1. Are we going for the Magnus game here, Jonathan?
Maybe we should do a poll. I mean, a Neiman Caruana must be fairly tempting for audience.
Yeah.
I would have thought it's probably worth asking. It's always been an interesting pairing. Hans does not have a great score against Fabiano, but it does give him a lot of trouble. The games are always very hard fought, but usually very uphill for Hans.
All right, I'll check with the chat. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see Magnus against Shanklin? 2 players that I think they know each other quite well. If I'm not mistaken, Magnus has actually been on like a training camp or something like that with Sam. Am I correct? Do you know anything about that, Lucas?
That is possible. I know Shanklin used to be a coach for like the Offerspill talent camp, something like that. So yeah, that is possible.
There is now a poll on YouTube in our chat. Do you want to see Fabiano Caruana against Hans Niemann. Do you want to see Magnus against Shanklin or Sam Shanklin? Or do you want to see Alireza Firouzja against Levon Aronian? We see here Hikaru Nakamura, who in this round plays against, and he lost in the previous round or the round before that. So I have to scroll to find. He plays now Shanglai Lu from China. Hikaru has 3 points so far after 4 rounds. Who do you guys want to see in the next round? We see players arriving. Magnus Carlsen plays Sam Shanklin from the US. He is so far on a perfect score, 4 out of 4. We do have, and let's see the standings. We do have 7 players on a full score.
I was going to say Magnus is playing white for the second time in a row, so that would imply that he's been paired up. So Shanklin is perfect and Magnus has 2.5. So.
And then we see the Rapid World Champion, 18-year-old Volodar Murtsin. He is on 3 out of 4 points and he plays Wesley So here in round 5. All right, that's also a big one. That is also a big one. All right, I'm going to see what you guys think. Oh, we have 60% for Fabi versus Hans.
Wow.
All right, so that means we're going to follow Hans Niemann with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana, 2 Americans. And should I call them American rivals? After everything that's happened, what do we know about their relationship?
I don't know if that's the most tense situation out of the Americans, but yeah, I mean, I would say they're rivals. Maybe not as much as Hans and Hikaru, but sure.
Let's call them rivals.
Let's do that.
Yeah. We're going to follow Hans Niemann against Fabiano Caruana. Hans Niemann on a perfect score, 4 out of 4. And so is Fabiano Caruana, 4 out of 4.
In some ways, I find it hard to call anybody a rival of Fabiano's because he's so incredibly calm, laid back, very thoughtful in everything he says.
Even if he has his C-Squared podcast.
Yeah, and they always, they go straight for the most controversial subjects. But Fabiano's unbelievably cool and rational. And so rivals in one sense. But
one of the kindest and nicest people in the top of chess. Always, I have to say, whenever I go to tournaments to interview players, Fabiano is one of those players that says, hello, Kaja. One of those who remembers your name. It's always very polite.
In terms of his podcast, it's given me even more respect for, and I've always been a big fan of listening to him, but he's just thoughtful in every sense of the word.
The games have started.
Sicilian, so it's going to be sharp, probably.
Interesting.
This line is
Rossolimo?
Yeah, Rossolimo, very trendy.
Yeah, for now it looks pretty standard.
Yeah, featured in Fabiano's match with Magnus, of course, when they played for the world title. Fabiano played this as white.
Yeah. It looks like we've seen a trade in the center of the board here. A knight against knight. So Fabiano has a pawn in the center here, which could be weak, but it's also kind of blockading Hans's development.
Yeah.
So we see Hans actually going on an offense on the queen side, on the left side, with his pawns. So that's maybe a different way of continuing the game here and getting out some pieces.
I can't, I have to admit, I was very slightly distracted by what Hans is wearing. But I seem to remember, I seem to remember the regulations saying that polos were one of the more casual types of shirts that were allowed. So I guess this is within the at least the old rules. They've quite possibly been rewritten in the last couple of
it would be very interesting now if the arbiters, like after the players are starting to be a little bit more casual and feel like they can relax, if the arbiters still kept like enforcing these clothing rules, that would definitely cause some drama. As for the game, it looks like Niemann is slightly better here.
This is, I think...
Oh, did he miss something?
Quite... Has something happened slider-wise?
I think Niemann missed a knight move to the center there from Fabiano.
And he's pushed his pawn to the... blocking him in even further on d3.
Yeah, I think maybe that was the point. Now Niemann is a little bit cramped here.
That's interesting. It seems quite ambitious, but White's king is very slightly. You can't quite call it exposed, but there aren't very many defenders on that side, and things are already pointing it in that direction.
Yeah, Niemann can't really get his pieces into the game because they're kind of stopped from getting there. They're blocked in on the queen side.
This is where Fabiano advances his bits.
Exactly.
Where still the diagram is behind the actual position on the board. And where now you see a lot of Black's pieces are gravitating towards the white king, and most of the defenders, White's defenders, are on the other side of the board. So this could very quickly get tricky to dangerous.
I will restart the app because I think then it's gonna work. Blitz chess, you guys. Chaos.
Fast, yeah.
We're watching Hans Niemann against Fabiano Caruana. Both are on a perfect score after 4 rounds, and this is a big battle between the two Americans here in round 5. And is this the correct board we're seeing now?
I think so. Yeah, it looks pretty accurate. Hans has fought quite well to get back into the position here, though. Maybe Caruana had to find something even more direct a couple of moves ago to make.
I see. Yes. Okay. The slider it's
back to balance.
Has gone back to balanced. Yeah.
And now, Fabiano Caruana's pawn in the center here is a little bit weak potentially.
Yeah, I mean very weak potentially.
Or he might even just lose it, but maybe he has some counterplay.
Okay.
The problem is, I think, in this kind of thing, is if he does have to justify material loss, it just puts more of the onus of work on him, which is not what you want to do in Blitz. You want to have things fairly smooth.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep an eye on the clocks. If I'm not mistaken, Hans has around 10 seconds left, or is that 1 minute, 10 seconds? Okay, probably 1 minute, 10 seconds.
I think it's 1 minute and 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're both around a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's...
So Niemann has on the live board here picked up a pawn, which we'll see.
The d3 pawn is falling.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he has good compensation for it somehow, but he has to have it worked out.
Yeah, this is kind of tricky. Now, it feels easier to play with the white pieces.
Oh,
but he did actually...
How did he manage to keep it?
Better on the board for Hans Niemann. The technique is lagging behind. We would love to show you a camera angle with the board and the clocks, but we're not been provided with that from New York. Now slightly better for Fabiano.
It wasn't terribly clear to me how he managed to keep the pawn, but okay. If he's managed to keep the material balanced,
he did manage.
I think it's... well, I was going to say this must be roughly equal now, and the slider has, in fact, hit the balanced.
Yeah, so usually we would say... this is likely to be a draw, but in Blitz, a lot of things can still happen.
And it looks like, indeed, the effort required to maintain material balance cost Fabiano quite a bit of time.
Oh, yeah, it did. He is quite low on time now, 23 seconds, it looks like.
Fabiano Caruana has 23 seconds left on the clock in this big battle against fellow American Hans Niemann. They get 2 seconds increment after each move, But that's it. 25 seconds now left on Fabiano's clock. He looks so calm, though. Hans Niemann, he has a little bit more time on the clock. 45 seconds.
And once we get really low on time, that 2-second increment is probably going to be used quite often just to make sure the pieces aren't falling off the table.
It's balanced on the bar, but this could easily be a situation where we see blunders, where big things can happen. Who's going to keep calm?
Now, there's still plenty of play left, plenty of play. There's all sorts of possible endings that can have shifts in balance.
Yeah, the pawn structure is not quite symmetrical. So there are possibilities for both players to, let's say, create a passed pawn or advance where they have a pawn majority.
I think a lot of people, I think Fabiano, he has a tremendous reputation for being a calculator and therefore very good in tactical situations. But in fact, he's got excellent endgame technique. He's one of the best grinders out there of the kind of thing people say Magnus does all the time. Fabiano's also very, very good with micro advantages. And slider-wise, he seems to have acquired a micro advantage.
Fabi's been ticking down to 10 seconds on the clock. 17 seconds for Hans Niemann. Oh, we have a rook trade.
And a bishop trade.
Okay, pieces are coming off the board. The time is ticking down. Will we see blunders on this board? Will we see a winner?
Oh, wow.
I guess.
How little time do they have?
I think they're down to maybe 10, 15 seconds each.
Yeah, they keep playing fast. They keep getting those 2 seconds. I see 15 seconds on Hans Niemann's clock. There is a king in the way of Fabi's clock.
The clocks they must both be very close to just playing on the increment.
Am I seeing 6 seconds for Fabi? All right. There's drama here.
Fabiano has a bit more space, and
yeah,
that's
a little
quite
bit better.
often enough for a lasting advantage in endgames with so limited material.
Okay, they constantly playing down to 6 seconds before they hit the clocks.
Fabiano is advancing his pawns here. Something is going on, although we can't really see it. He seems to have 2 potentially dangerous pawns.
He had to make a move.
Oh, but now I think Niemann has tricked him.
And he's running out of time. 4 seconds before he makes his move. 6 for Hans. Oh, he has to make no move.
Oh. Now,
looks like Hans has the most dangerous pass. No.
They both have very dangerous pawns.
Will we see other queens on this board with seconds on the clock? And look at that.
I think Hans is winning.
5. All right, we see another queen.
Oh, what is going on here? Oh.
Oh, no.
Hans has blundered.
Hans blundered the queen, his promoted queen.
And he gives up. He gives up.
Oh, my gosh.
Hans Niemann blunders and he resigns. Fabiano Caruana is the winner of this All-American battle with incredible time trouble in the end here.
That was a very typical Niemann-Caruana game. Hans getting into maybe very slight trouble there in the ending, and then Fabiano finding some miraculous way to extract a full point.
And look at him.
It felt, well, okay, it's very hard to tell from this angle, but I had a feeling that Hans was...
I think Hans was maybe even winning at some point.
It felt like that, although every time he had to move his... there were some subtleties involved with his king. He kept picking up his king and then looking panicked. So maybe... Okay, so this is it.
Yeah, this is what we looked at when we thought maybe Hans is winning after he was advancing his pawn here. But I guess it's not so obvious because you cannot really stop Fabiano's pawn either. It's at least quite difficult.
I have a few...
Yeah, he forgot about...
That didn't happen, did it?
The rook.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this happened, but then he forgot about a rook move.
We have a bunch of...
I have a feeling... Well... It was very hard to tell whose move it was in the most critical position there.
The games is still being played out.
I didn't notice the slider action. Did it ever go completely winning?
I don't know. Maybe it was always equal. By the way, I think Magnus is still playing. Should we look at his game?
Oh,
Okay, I have
I forgot about that with all the
information that is a draw in
Oh,
his
is
game.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
Magnus
it is a
Carlsen
draw.
and Sam Shanklin played a draw, and I can reveal that after round 5, we're only going to have 2 players on a perfect score.
Fabiano and
Fabiano and Arjun Ergaisi. They will be the only 2 players on a perfect score because Ali Reza Farusha and Levon Aronian, they also played a draw in their game. And Hans Niemann losing to Fabiano Caruana in that All-American battle is stuck on 4 points. Magnus Carlsen will now also be on 4 points after a draw against Sam Shanklin.
so you
And
might get to see the classic Hans Niemann Magnus Carlsen pairing.
oh, that's true.
Could happen, yeah.
That could now happen. I'm also looking after Hikaru Nakamura. He has played a draw against Shanghai Lu from China. That means Hikaru will now be on 3.5 points. I'm wondering if Wesley So and Volodar Merdzin, if they are still playing. I have no result in that game so far.
I see. Who are those 2 guys?
I thought it kind of looked like...
Is that Naroditsky or I can't tell? No, that doesn't look like his body language.
One game.
Hard to tell.
Yeah, hard to tell. One game is definitely still being played.
Quite a high board, no?
All right, we're on some
who
board.
are
Which
we
board is
watching?
this?
Oh, that's an interesting endgame. So we have a queen against a rook and 2 minor pieces, so bishop and knight.
No pawns at all on the board.
So this is Mikhail Antipov against Alexei Sarana.
Okay.
Sarana with the black pieces.
So
this is-
Sarana with the black pieces, I assume then?
Yep.
Seems to be playing for the win. If he can trade, if he somehow manages to win the queen for any of those pieces, even the rook, it will be a winning endgame. And his king, or his opponent's king, is in a lot of trouble now.
There it
I
goes.
think he's going to win. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
A win
Don't
for...
give up. There's a stalemate trick.
Oh, yeah, there is. There is actually. Oh, he's claiming something.
Don't put your king there.
All right.
Strange.
A handshake.
He could go. He
Oh,
could have
it's a
played for
draw?
stalemate. No. No, I think he claimed 50 moves.
Oh, it could be. Yeah.
Or he tried to claim 50 moves. This is the usual.
Yeah.
If I have to resign, and we've been playing the same kind of position for a while, I'll claim 50 moves.
All
But
right.
I mean,
Confusing stuff.
he had a chance to play still for stalemate. I'm not sure. He's not losing his queen there.
I don't think so. No.
No, he can go back, and if
It's
the
a draw.
queen is taken, it's another stalemate.
They keep discussing. But we're going to go live to New York to Levi Rossman with the World Rapid Champion in the sofa.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm joined by the 2024 World Rapid Champion, Volodar Murzin. Can I just ask you very quickly, is it Murzin or Murzin?
I think Murzin.
Murzin. Okay, because I was told by some Russian-speaking audience members it's Murzin, but now you've confirmed what I thought. So far, 5 games. I wish I could have you after a win. I know you had a loss, but how is the tournament going so far?
Yeah. So I think I start good. I mean, it's a 8 round more. This is not the end. Yeah. Just need to make top 8, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just try to play, and I hope I can do it.
Does it feel like 2 days ago you became world champion? Are you still very happy? Or did you already forget and now it's a new tournament?
Yeah, of course I am happy, but I'll try to forget about this because now it's Blitz. After the Blitz, I think I again will be happy. Yes.
Okay, one last question for you. You didn't have an opportunity to play Magnus Carlsen in the Rapid because he couldn't play.
Yes.
Are you looking forward to maybe playing him today? And is there anybody else you would like to play, not just Magnus?
Yeah, Of course, I want to play with Magnus and Blitz today. Maybe also with Hikaru.
Oh yeah, that would be great. Volodar, I'll let you get some rest. Hopefully I'll speak to you once you make it to the final 8. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Levi. Volodar Mertsin, unfortunately coming from a loss against Wesley, so he is on 3 points, the new World Rapid champion at 18 years old. The results are ticking in from New York. Magnus Carlsen has played a draw against Sam Shanklin. He is now on 4 points. Ali Reza Farusha, a draw against Levon Aronian. Those two are now on 4.5 points. And we do see on top of the standings, we only have 2 players on a perfect score. Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. And Fabiano Caruana, he is not known to be a speed player. How surprised would you be, Jonathan, if he tomorrow becomes the World Blitz champion?
Only slightly, I think, because I think a lot of people, you have to be around for a little while to remember that at the beginning of his career, he was remarkably weaker at Blitz and Rapid. I mean, clearly. But he's very methodically changed that. He's gotten better at both disciplines. And it's not strange for him to win events with Rapid and Blitz tournaments anymore. I think, he's done it in St. Louis, I think, a couple of times maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
So I think Fabiano's equally dangerous at any speed now. So I would, I mean, he's maybe very microscopically below the super sharks. And I mean, Hikaru's not exactly tearing it up. So
true.
Of the scary people, maybe, or the guys with the scariest reputations, I suppose, maybe as Magnus predicted, Farusha is the leader of those.
Hikaru Nakamura, he's on 3.5 points, together with Anish Giri. They're also on 3.5 points out of 5 possible. We are now waiting for pairings for round 6. We have 13 rounds to be played today. Top 8 players move on to day 2 of World Blitz Championship, where knockouts will be played with quarterfinals, semifinals, and finally a big final to decide the new World Blitz champion. The reigning champion is Magnus Carlsen. He has won the World Blitz Championship 7 times, fighting to do it for an 8th time. That is crazy numbers from the Norwegian. After a few dramatic days in New York, he is playing some good chess. He just scored a draw against Sam Shanklin, and he is on 4 points. And nope, still no pairings for round 6. Should we go through? Let's see if we
What happened? Yeah, do we have Magnus's game? Was it very...
Would you like... Okay. So there was some technical issues with the Niemann Fabi game that we saw. Should we go through that, or should we take a look at Magnus's game? Lucas, I'll let you decide.
Maybe we should have a look at Magnus's games.
Okay.
Yeah,
since we haven't
I'm
seen
very
that.
curious to know, because it would help us know maybe a little bit about his mood as well, to see how it developed.
Yeah, because it did actually look like he was a pawn down for a while in the end game, but we'll see. So he does start with the English opening again, which he has been doing a lot today. We get a pretty symmetrical position here. Magnus goes for an early advance in the center. This so far looks like a pretty common opening and known territory here for both players probably. It's kind of like a reversed Grunfeld here. And this line is like sometimes you just end up trading all of the pieces and it ends up being a draw pretty quickly. But this is an interesting possibility for Magnus here, where he tries to create a structural advantage if his opponent takes that pawn in the center. Like this, he can actually, he doesn't do it yet, but he can take at some point the knight, and then his opponent will have a weak pawn. Let's see if he does that. He does go for it here. But then we actually just end up seeing a bunch of trades anyway. And I guess here it's very balanced, as the bar says as well. It might be hard for Magnus to win this position, but in Blitz, of course, a lot of things can happen. So we keep seeing a couple of trades, and then the rooks, or Shankland's rook comes to the center. There's a queen trade, so at this point it looks very much like a draw. But Magnus ended up being a pawn down, so I'm curious to what's happened here. I feel like at this point he's kind of gotten the possibility to push for a bit, as Shankland is defending passively with his rook here. But in reality, I think it's pretty hard for Magnus to actually create any serious problems here for Shankland. Now Shankland is looking at that pawn of Magnus's. If he's able to capture that, it's going to be very hard for Magnus to win. So he defends it. After that, we see the kings coming to the center, as we usually see in endgames. That is a pretty good strategy to get your final piece involved. And then some chaos here, maybe with the pawns coming and a lot of lines opening up. Both players getting some increased chances here. And Magnus drops a pawn, which was suddenly weak. Maybe he overextended a little bit here. On the other hand, he does have a weak pawn to attack here for Shankland. So let's see. Oh, Shankland found a trick to trade even more pieces, and eventually they agree to a draw after more and more pieces getting traded off.
Yeah.
So a very even game.
Yeah, Round 5 was a draw for Magnus Carlsen. Round 6 is coming up. We have some very cool matchups coming up. But first, let's go to New York to check in with Levi in the sofa.
Thank you, Kaja. Yeah, I was actually just going to let my next guest go because his next game is in 5 minutes. But I will ask him a couple of questions quickly. Mikola Bortnik, international master. I know you well because you play tournaments here in New York. We've played as well. You're a strange case. You are 4 out of 5, but an IM. And 2400 Classic, but 2650 Blitz. And you just beat a former world champion. So give me your quick thoughts.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think being like international master with 2600 rating. But I want to tell you that I was 26 even 60 before. So I like Blitz. I enjoy to play it. And the most important thing for me to avoid any preparation. And I think I can fight against strongest players. Even.
And strongest players, next round opponent is Wei Yi.
I used to play against him before many times, even 10 years ago. So I know this player very well. But it's very important for me to choose the opening right now, so I'm thinking what to play. I hope everything will be well.
I'll let you go then. Maybe we'll talk a little bit later.
Yeah, sure.
Best of luck.
As might as well go. So
yes.
no time
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Levi Spasiba, yes, for that interview from New York. Round 6 is coming up, and we have some really, really cool matchups coming up. I'm super excited, actually, about Magnus Carlsen's game. He will have the black pieces against one of my favorite players. He always plays fun, cool, entertaining chess. He's a super nice guy. His name is Shahryar Mamadiarov. Ooh, okay. This is going to be a cool one, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I would imagine we don't need a poll.
Yeah.
This time.
Yeah, I think this time let's follow the Magnus game.
Yeah, no, let's follow the Mamadiarov game. That's how I see this
Okay,
one.
that's,
Yeah.
nice
Such a cool guy. He always sacrifices left and right. Super cool. All right, but we also have other big matchups coming up. And let me just bring them up here. Because we also see... I'll go through the list here. Fabiano Caruana against Arjun Erigaisi, the only two players on a full score of 5 out of 5. They're up against each other in the next round, so we will, after that, potentially only have one player on a perfect score. Sam Shankland plays Ali Reza Farusha, both on 4.5 points. Levon Aronian against Wesley So, two good American friends. They are up against each other in the next round. Sam Sevian against Daniil Dubov. We have Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Alexander Grishuk. Ooh, another cool one. Jan Pomniachi against Vasily Vanchuk.
Oh, yeah.
All right, both on 4 points. Vasily Vanchuk, he is up there. He is fighting to become World Blitz champion for the second time. Alexei Sarana, he plays Hans Niemann in the next one. Niemann coming straight from a loss against Fabiano Caruana. Hikaru Nakamura, oh, that's a cool one as well. He plays Boris Gelfand, another legend of the game. Let's pay attention also to that. And then we do have Daniel Naroditsky against the young Norwegian Elham Amar, both on 3.5 points. Do you think he's surprised? You know Elham. Lucas. Do you think he's surprised in how well he's playing? 3.5 points?
No, I don't think so. He's usually very confident. He believes in his play and abilities, and he is a very good blitz player. So, like his best win is Anish Giri, and I bet he's probably beaten players of that caliber before. So obviously, it's nice to actually be in good form when you play such an important championship. And maybe it wasn't expected for him, but I don't think he is like very surprised that he's able to get up or have these good results.
Very cool for Norwegian chess. NRK, the Norwegian broadcaster, is following Magnus first and foremost, but I bet they're super excited that other Norwegians are doing great as well. We are waiting now for round 6 out of 13 to start. So we still have a bunch of rounds to go and a bunch of action to go. Thank you so much to everyone for hanging out with us in the YouTube and Twitch chat. We hope you're enjoying yourselves wherever you are in the world. Here in Norway, it's 10:30 in the evening. New York time right now will be... what will that be? It's 4:30.
Yeah.
4:30 for these people. Young Christoph Duda sitting down with the white pieces. The legend Vasily Vanchuk will play with the black pieces here in this game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Levon Aronian is getting ready in his nice shirt to play with the white pieces against fellow American Wesley So. A handshake between two good friends. And we should very soon be ready to go with Magnus Carlsen having the black pieces against one of the most entertaining players in the world. Here he is, Shahryar Mamedyarov. And I'm getting that board up here. All right. He is waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive. Round 6. Mamedyarov, he is now on 4 points. Has had a good day so far. No big matchups so far for the player from Azerbaijan. But here he is, up against the world #1, the reigning champion. Magnus Carlsen played each other a bunch of times. And Shahryar Mamedyarov, we know him well from the Champions Chess Tour, where he's done great so many times and showed us so many creative games, sacrificed so many pieces. He is the son of a former wrestler. He loves fast cars, and we love fast chess. And round 6 in the World Blitz Championship is about to start.
What an intro.
Yeah, I had no idea it was the son of a famous wrestler.
Yeah.
I mean, easy to believe, but I had no idea.
And something's happening.
Yeah, something is happening. That is correct. All right, this will be exciting. What opening do you expect from Mamedyarov, Jonathan?
I expect, some violence, basically.
Violence,
You never... Shock's very much an all-or-nothing guy. He has...
Trumpovsky.
Definitely. Clock not working. It looks like there's some problem with the clock.
The clock is actually... What are they doing now?
It looked like Magnus had to hit it 3 or 4 times to get it to start.
Yeah, it didn't start. It looked like, this clock when you...
They now just continue then?
Yeah, it wasn't running, and then Magnus got it to start.
Yeah, there's this point where for this clock, when you set it, you have to click like another button before you can actually like start it. So there are like 2 steps. So seems like they didn't have it ready completely.
Okay, but so they did play some moves without the clock actually.
Yeah, 2 moves or something. So I don't think anyone really had any problems with that.
Well, let's hope that the technique doesn't have a problem with that then. Does look
actually
like does look
quite
like we're getting
quiet, solid opening from Shock.
Yeah, I don't think he meant it to be playing the Trumpovsky here, which is known to be an aggressive opening. But Magnus responded in a quite calm fashion, and suddenly we have a pretty normal-looking position here with nothing crazy going on, at least yet. Or for now. Seems like they're both just developing their pieces and getting castled, controlling the center, just playing pretty sensible chess, following the opening principles here, as the good players usually do.
Yeah, we don't have a symmetrical pawn structure, which is nice. That's always a guarantee for a bit of lasting dynamism.
Yeah.
In a game.
So Magnus does actually strike in the center now, which I like quite a lot for him. It seems like he has he's gotten a comfortable position out of the opening here. If Mamedyarov takes that pawn, I think Magnus takes back with his pawn and has the only pawn in the center, which should be good news for him.
Yeah, this looks quite comfy. It's interesting. Usually you see players, well, as a dichotomy, I suppose. Some people take bigger chances because they figure they can get away with more, especially in the opening and blitz.
Yeah.
So they have, a lot of them will have a separate set of openings they play at faster time controls, just with higher risk factor, that they might not work in a very slow game, but they're tricky and well worth playing because of the confusion they might create. And then there's people who just, like Magnus up to now, has been playing extremely solidly and just banking on the fact that solid classical play and good technique it's an easier thing to do at high speed. You don't have to stop and crunch very confusing variations.
Oh, did he blunder?
Really?
But maybe...
Who blundered?
Magnus did. Oh, Mamedyarov didn't see it. He could have captured a pawn. And yeah,
he could have.
Yeah, if the pawn takes back, you give a check and you pick up the knight. So that was a big miss for Mamedyarov and a blunder by Magnus.
Really?
Yeah. A very unusual
Let me
blunder.
hit the blunder button. All right. Well, double blunder from both players then. So we're back to balanced in the game.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not the kind of thing you expect to happen, so you don't look for it.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in Blitz, it's like either you see it immediately or you don't see it at all.
Yeah, that's true.
But now Mamedyarov has blundered.
Has he?
Yeah, that's an even bigger blunder.
What's happening? What's happening?
A lot of things are being taken.
I think we have a take situation as well.
Yeah, definitely a take situation.
Yeah. Take.
And a blunder situation, everything at the same time.
The main problem right now is...
Whoa.
That didn't happen.
Oh, Magnus has blundered as well. He was tricked back.
That didn't happen, did it?
Yeah.
What?
He was tricked with this queen capturing the knight.
Bishop
so he missed his
F6, queen
opportunity.
C2? So when he took the knight...
He took the knight with the queen.
Okay.
So there was some like in-between moves there.
I'd have to see that in slow motion.
Yeah, we should go back to that afterwards. We'll have a look at it. But for now, Magnus has to not think about that and focus on the position because he is up on the clock by quite a lot here and should have very good winning chances.
He's lost a pawn, but he has two very lovely bishops.
So would you say we're back to balanced in this game?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. But Magnus has a minute more on the clock.
Yeah, and those bishops are very nice indeed. So much so that Magnus is willing to trade queens, even though he's down a pawn. Oh, actually, he can't trade queens.
Yeah, that's a good move by Magnus. Yeah, what is...
A lot of stuff hanging now for Mamedyarov again.
This is very tricky. Did he blunder again here? It was a very easy move
that
to
thing
miss.
is hanging. Yeah.
Oh, whoa!
Okay, we didn't realize it was that bad.
It was hard to find. It was hard to find a move. The reason there wasn't one.
Yeah. Wow.
But I'm very curious to see what happened in that very tricky exchange. Well,
yeah, we should definitely go through that again.
We have to go through that game afterwards. It was only...
It's a very good example of the kind of compensation you get from having two bishops I mean, for a pawn.
All right.
I mean, quite often that pawn you lose is just in the way.
Yeah,
It just makes your pieces more...
All right, we see Fabi and Erigaisi playing. We see Sam Shanklin and Alireza Firouzja finishing up their game. So let's go to Fabiano Caruana against Arjun Erigaisi, the 2 players on a full score.
Did Firouzja win?
Looks like it.
Yep. He did.
The White King is
Win for him.
nowhere to be found. Okay.
So
this is Fabiano Caruana against Arjun Erigaisi. They were the only 2 players on a full score after 5 rounds.
It looks like Fabiano's ahead on the clock.
He is, yep. Or does Erigaisi have a minute? Or does he have only 13
Or
seconds?
does he have 13 seconds?
Nobody knows
the question.
because of that rook. I think I see like something behind that rook. Looks like the number 1, but he's playing very fast, so maybe it's not.
The winner of this game will be the sole leader in the Swiss tournament, the qualification to the knockout tomorrow.
But is Fabiano down a rook, or am I just missing? Maybe he has a rook next to his king. It isn't so easy to see.
Is he down the exchange? Or?
I think he. I can only see 1 rook for Fabiano and 2 rooks for Erigaisi. But there's probably another rook somewhere.
There's a knight. Erigaisi has a knight on d8.
Yeah, and Fabiano has his knight, a knight of his own as well. Erigaisi is very low on time. We can see he does, in fact, not have that extra minute. He is down to only 4 seconds.
I wonder if there's a rook on f1.
Yeah, there probably is.
King.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be much to play for here.
Oh, and there's 2 seconds! 2 seconds! Does he?
He lost on time.
He has lost on time.
He's lost on time.
There's no time left on the clock. Fabiano Caruana wins on time against Arjun Erigaisi. Fabiano Caruana is now in sole lead in the World Blitz Championship.
Was there a rook there?
There was a rook there.
But was he better on the board?
I think so. It looked like he was probably winning on the board as well.
When we look back at it, he did actually have that extra rook, meaning that he was on the attack all the time, with Erigaisi being very low on time. So probably a good game by him.
Wow.
We can.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying before, I mean, Fabiano has become a very good blitz player.
Ooh, this is intense. The anticipation, the intensity, the fire, the chaos, you guys. Fabiano Caruana, 6 out of 6. It's a perfect score. If he wins another one, it's going to be 7 out of 7.
What was... Oh, sorry.
Reminding us of what happened in St. Louis in 2014 in the Sinkfield Cup. Amazing day for Fabiano Caruana so far. Alireza Firouzja, 5.5 points. And then we have a bunch of players on 5 points. Magnus Carlsen is one of them. All right, this is another game going on. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Alexander Grishuk. What's happening here? Is it a win?
Yeah, he blundered twice in a row, I think.
Yeah.
There is a lot of blunders happening in New York right now because we have a lot of time trouble. This is Blitz drama. Jan-Krzysztof Duda taking the point in this battle. And that takes him up to 5 points and in striking distance. So far, inside top 8 that move on to the knockouts tomorrow. We have another game going on here.
Who do we have here?
Who do we have here? We have black arm against... we see Daniil Dubov's arm.
Oh, it is. We can see it.
Yeah. The Balenciaga sweater. He's playing against Sam Sevian from the US. What's happening on this board?
Looks
They're
like
playing
a draw.
clock. Or? No, there's
I would say it looks like a draw, but maybe it's... Yeah, it has to be. With these opposite colored bishops, without any other pieces on the board in an endgame, even if you have some imbalance with the pawns, it's usually always a draw, or at least very often, as they have such good control over each their color complex.
Yeah, and the pawns have to be extremely far apart to be dangerous. These are so close that they're quite easy to stop both of them.
Exactly.
This shouldn't be a problem.
Especially considering that Dubov can actually sacrifice his bishop for that one pawn to get into a drawn endgame. And we have only the bishops left, and it is a draw.
And handshake in
that was
New York.
Sevian. Yeah, Sevian against Daniil Dubov.
Yeah. All right. Do we have more games going on? Okay, we see Ivanchuk.
He lost.
With a flag on the clock. Oh, heartbreak.
Second game he loses on time.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah.
And this is against Jan Nepomniachtchi, so a full point there to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Oh, look how disappointed he is.
Maybe he had a very good position most
Yeah.
of the time. It is very difficult to play Blitz in general. I mean, to make good moves quickly, and you often end up just not being able to make a decision in like 3 seconds when that's what you have in time trouble.
Well, I can tell you, I am impressed.
The older you get, the harder it gets. I can tell you that. Yeah. It's interesting. Caruana, the statistician, was he saying he thought +6 or +7 would be a lock for qualification?
Yeah, I think +6 he would be safe. But then if he has a lot of points, he will only be facing the best players. So yeah, what he's basically saying is that he can draw the rest of the games now and make it.
And he probably,
Yeah,
exactly.
I think that's true.
We're finished with 6 out of 13 rounds. That means we have 7 rounds to go, if my maths are correct. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yes. We have 7 rounds to go. Top 8 players move on to tomorrow's knockout Blitz tournament. And only top 8 right now, we have some big names inside top 8. Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Veruja, Levon Aronian, Arjen Erigaisi, Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan-Christoph Duda, and Sam Shanklin. Right now, right outside top 8, Hans Niemann and Wesley So. But still, 7 rounds to go. We're not even halfway, you guys. So a lot more Blitz drama.
Wow, not even halfway.
Exactly, yeah.
And I can see that you have 6 favorites on the top of the leaderboard. So your favorites are doing pretty good.
The big names are delivering. I can see Levy chilling in the sofa, paying attention to all the action. Levy, we're seeing the big names now inside top 8. Do you think, for example, Fabiano Caruana are now safe to move on to the knockout tomorrow?
No, absolutely not. I said from the balcony when we started the show that of the 8 players that make it to the quarterfinals, it would be 3 from the next generation and 5 would be from the current one. At the moment, it's actually not clear because the top 7 have 2 from the current generation and 5 from the previous, and number 8 is like a tie of like 20 people or something, so it's not really clear. But it's a mess. So no, at the moment nobody is safe.
And at the moment, Hikaru Nakamura is on 4 points. He is... Where is Hikaru? There he is. On 4 points. What needs to happen for him now to get inside top 8? Levy, do you think he needs to win most of his games now?
Well, he certainly cannot draw or lose any, so that's the only other result. Yeah, he's got to keep an eye on what type of pants his opponents are wearing and maybe report them. By the way, I do have back with me Mikola Bortniuk, who now has 13 and a half minutes instead of 5. Was that stressful to find out you have to play Wei Yi and you have 5 minutes and then you have to go?
Yes, you know, I remember my online game, which I played against him 1 or 2 years ago, where I blundered the bishop. So it was really stressful.
I have to tell you, maybe playing the game that you just played against him was stressful. Watching it was also very stressful because there are some players I'm rooting for in the tournament, and I was rooting for you in this game. You know, like Gotham Knights team member, and he played like the most annoying line against you, I think in the Alekhine with like the 4 pawns and everything. But how did you manage to make a draw in all this chaos?
First of all, there was a weird situation when he touched his queen and he played queen e1, but he definitely blundered knight b4, if you remember the position, right? And he must play rook d1, knight c2, and take the bishop. So I thought I'm fine, but later when he played knight e4, I thought around 30 seconds because I couldn't decide which bishop is more important in the position, light squared or dark squared. So eventually my goal was to have a counterplay on the king side. That's what I wanted. And he didn't know what to do with the bishop on d5, so I think I found the idea of queen h6, queen e3. And maybe I was losing, I don't know, because I was down a pawn. But it's very hard to play such positions when you're down 10 seconds. Anything can happen. So
I'm curious, because I'm not sure there are many others like you in the world who have like a 250-point disparity between Blitz and classical chess. And I wanted to ask you, before you went back in, how does that happen? How are you like an absolute monster? But you obviously, if you tried and you did all the opening preparation, you would be much higher rated in classical. But how is it possible that you can be just such a monster in Blitz?
Probably it's about motivation, and I not enjoying when I play in classical chess. It's a little bit boring for me, too long, you know. Even if you win some games, you get like 2 points for the game or 1.5. And because in most tournaments I play against lower rated players than me. And it's not interesting for me. So maybe I will keep playing more and more against strong players. I will get obviously 2,500 and above. But if you compare classical chess and Blitz, I enjoy playing Blitz. I have this motivation to play. I'm not scared when I play against 2,700 rated players. I want to try to win the game against them, not draw even. So I'm just enjoying playing Blitz. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
No, it's fascinating for me too, because I know like you were on the championship team. We had an amazing team with Hikaru. I mean, we won. They stopped the Pro Chess League because they knew we would keep winning every single year. I will let you go since you have 10 minutes, but always a pleasure.
Thanks
so much. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep.
Guys, Mikola Bortnik, back to Oslo.
Awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Levi, from New York, the biggest stage in the world where the World Blitz Championship is happening right now. We are now done with 6 out of 13 rounds to decide the 8 players that goes through to tomorrow's knockout. Magnus Carlsen has just won his game against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and I really want to go through that game, Lucas, coming into the studio here, because it was very chaotic, that game, and I'm going to ask the control room to turn off the sound from New York so that I can hear Lucas. Here we are. What a game. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Magnus Carlsen. It was over after 20-something move, 23 moves or something like that. Can we just go through that game? What on earth happened?
Yeah, that was crazy. Let's have a look at it. A lot of blunders, a lot of missed chances. Just generally a lot of back and forth.
And we might have to use this phone.
Have the game. Oh, yeah, we can use another phone.
Just need to find. So this is the great thing about the Take app, you guys. You can get all the games, all the action.
Like, the next round, is it?
Yep, but I have it somewhere here.
Oh, I think that was it. Further down.
No, that was the previous round. All right. Round 6. And we're looking for Mamedyarov. That was Mamedov, almost.
Oh, yeah, because we have the...
That was not the one.
Ongoing ones at the top or something like that.
All right. Where did it go? Round 6. Yes. So we have 190 players in the World Blitz Championship. Almost 190. So there are some games to scroll through. We're looking for Mamedyarov against Magnus Carlsen. It was over after 23 moves.
Maybe you can find it in your favorites section.
Oh,
Is
that's
that
true.
possible?
Let's see. Games.
Or that.
Why didn't I just do that?
That was
there we
easier.
go. All right. So now, Lucas, let's see what happened here when
have a look.
Magnus won after 23 moves.
All right. So we started with a Trumpovsky opening, which, as we talked about, is an aggressive opening from Mamedyarov. But after this move from Magnus, we suddenly ended up in a pretty normal position here. I was a little bit surprised that Mamedyarov didn't go for the full center here by moving his pawn 2 squares up. That would have been more in his style and more in the Trumpovsky style. And then after a couple of more moves here, we saw it kind of transposing back into a very normal looking opening, which could have come from many different variations. But Magnus, instead of putting his pawn in the center here on d5, moving 2 squares up, he only moves 1, which I really liked, as he could then push his other central pawn and he has a lot more play in that position than he would have if he had moved his pawn 2 squares up. Anyway, let's fast forward here. For now, we've seen a pretty normal-looking game, but now...
But is this a blunder from Magnus?
The first blunder. The knight attacks the bishop, but Magnus has missed that the bishop can take this pawn close to his own king. If he recaptures with that pawn, the queen will come out, giving a check and also attacking the knight. So, wait, what? Oh!
Yeah. And if the knight interposes, then he can take the back.
Exactly. So that is maybe what they had missed.
Because
a very unusual pattern.
The reflex calculation is maybe stopping a move too soon.
Exactly. Yeah. No. So that was a good chance for Mamedyarov. He didn't see it. He played a very normal move, just moving the bishop out of the attack, and then, after a few more moves, Mamedyarov goes for this very aggressive queen move, where it looks like he blundered this knight move from Magnus, attacking his rook and attacking his bishop. Now it's very hard to not lose material, but he found a very good in-between move here, attacking Magnus's queen. And apparently Magnus made a blunder once again by taking the bishop first, attacking the queen. There are pieces all over the place and attacks...
if he just recaptured that, wouldn't he still be attacking 2 pieces? It's a strange decision.
Probably. Maybe he thought he was even more winning after this move, and then he had missed this trick from Mamedyarov, sacrificing his queen for now. The bishop can take it, but then Magnus loses his own queen. So that was probably what he missed. It would have been, as you said, easier just to recapture that bishop here, and you would still be attacking 2 pieces. So suddenly, after this, Magnus doesn't have an advantage anymore. We're back to equal. And then we thought this was going to be a long game where Magnus, with his 2 bishops, has compensation against Mamedyarov's extra pawn, and that it would be quite equal, but with chances for both players. And then out of the blue, just in a few moves here, suddenly after this, Mamedyarov attacks Magnus's queen. This looks good. If Magnus trades, Mamedyarov is probably better, as he's gotten rid of Magnus's bishop. But then suddenly this queen move just poses a big problem that Mamedyarov can't solve.
Attacks far too many pieces.
Yeah, it keeps the attack on the knight. It actually creates another attack on the knight. It attacks the queen. And the problem is here that if you trade those queens, there is another attack on the rook, and you still have the attack on the knight, so you would lose material. And you also cannot move the queen away from that, as you would still lose your knight. So Magnus, with this move, actually wins a full knight, and Mamedyarov just resigns immediately. Wow. So that was it. A lot of back and forth in that game.
Yeah, that's almost the kind of thing we predicted. A lot of violence.
Yeah, kind of. Very tricky
up and
stuff.
Down. I mean, Mamedyarov tends to be either produce big wins or depressing losses.
Yeah, I would say they both spotted a couple of nice tricks there, but they also missed a lot. So yeah, like you said, maybe a typical game when Mamedyarov plays, and maybe we usually would see him spotting more of these opportunities as.
Yeah, I mean, usually he's at his most dangerous in the kind of mess that he managed to create. But, Magnus was up for it.
He was.
1 point for Magnus Carlsen. He's now on 5 points, and we're heading into round 7 out of 13 in New York. And pairings are out, you guys. And I'm going to get up the standings. Here they are. Fabiano Caruana and Solid with a perfect score, 6 out of 6. And Fabiano Caruana in the next round, he plays one of the big favorites heading into World Blitz. He's from France. Well, he's from Iran, but he plays for France, and his name is Alireza Firouzja. That's a cool matchup. Firouzja will have the white pieces in that one. Magnus Carlsen, on the other hand, plays one of his good friends, Levon Oronian, both on 5 points. And then we have Arjun Erigaisi against Jan Christoph Duda, both on 5 points. Arjun will have the white pieces. And then we have an all-Russian battle between Daniil Dubov and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Wesley So plays Alexei Sarana. Pragnananda against Sam Shanklin. I see Hans Niemann with 4.5 points against Gleb Dudin, also on 4.5 points. Hikaru Nakamura on 4 points. He is up against Anish Giri.
That's
a cool one.
dramatic.
Yeah, that is a cool one. Hikaru Nakamura, he needs to win his games now to get inside the top 8 that qualifies for the knockout tomorrow. Starting with quarterfinals, we do see players start arriving the arena for round 7 in the World Blitz Championship. Magnus Carlsen is the reigning champion. And is that the game that we will now follow? Magnus against Levon?
It's usually good value for money.
Yeah.
I think that
although
it's an exciting game, yeah.
Yeah, that's an exciting game.
Caruana, of course, is going to be exciting. I see that Alham Ahmad is playing Murzin.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Which will interest
the world rapid champion 18-year-old against the young Norwegian, Elham Amar. How cool. How cool. Big matchups coming up. There are a total of 180 players in the World Blitz Championship. And we are starting to see the top names gather in the top of the standings. We are waiting to see Hikaru Nakamura's name in there. Really, I mean, we have to admit, we are hoping Hikaru Nakamura will make it to the knockouts. And this is Sam Shanklin. He almost looked disappointed, but he is anticipating his round 7 game against... I just said it, but I already forgot. Pragnananda. Pragnananda, the young Indian.
Yeah, he's coming back after his shock in the first round.
Yeah. Remember, you guys, in the Take app, as we see a handshake between the two Russians, Daniil Dubov and Jan Nepomniachtchi, you can highlight your favorite players in the Take app and get notified when they play. I have basically highlighted all the players that are in... Oh, Levy!
Oh, you haven't favorited Levy?
I think I sort of, before this tournament, just highlighted the players that are playing. But Levy Rosman will always have a star in my app. Fighting to become a grandmaster. All right, we see Levon Aronian on board 1, ready to play Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, famous for spectacular chess and spectacular shirts.
Yeah, exactly. We have a spectacular shirt against a pair of jeans here in round 7 of the World Blitz Championship. Looking focused, Levon. We see Wesley So walking by.
Do we have more spectacular shirts today, by the way? I kind of feel like...
I also, you know what? It's cool that you bring that up, because I've also been thinking about that. It does feel like we have more creative clothing today, that people feel a little bit more free after the drama and after FIDE sort of allowed Magnus to play with jeans. And then I guess allows everyone to play with jeans.
Yeah.
Not only Magnus.
I sort of don't believe that FIDE has... sensible clauses in their rules, but you'd think playing Blitz, you'd want to have more. You would like a jacket might really inhibit your ability to move.
Well, but you mostly see the players take off their jacket when they sit down, right? So they just have to wear the jacket
just to
the game and back from the game.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. We did see Magnus Carlsen give an autograph to that cool kid with the hat watching the game. So many spectators on that big stage in New York. Magnus Carlsen looking out in the air. Is he thinking about his first move here in the game? Or is he thinking about something completely different? We see a handshake. And we are ready for round 7.
The board is ahead of...
Wow, that's impressive.
Ahead of the camera.
Okay, well now
we have a Spanish opening.
And open Spanish, apparently.
Yeah, that looked like a... Was it a... No, not a Berlin. But a very typical variation, which I suppose has a lot of opening theories. So interesting to see that Magnus is going back to that after playing some relatively uncommon and solid stuff so far. Trying to get out of the opening book, but now he's back to this. Maybe he has an idea up his sleeve, but now he is thinking.
Maybe that game against Shanklin depressed him a bit.
Yeah, maybe.
That was really tedious.
Yeah, that was very boring and without a lot of chances for him.
Yeah.
Levon is playing super fast here in the opening.
Yeah, and I think they are still in quite common territory here, and Magnus is not unfamiliar with this, but he's considering which variations to go for. Wanting to get Levon out of what he knows.
I can see on the bar it says slightly better for Magnus Carlsen. Still balanced here in the game between two friends.
Yeah, it has to be said though that this variation does give us an interesting position where there is some imbalance with Magnus having that pawn quite far up the board in the center. He might have chances to potentially attack even on the king side at some point, as space in the center, especially that pawn which we see there often does give opportunities for that.
It looks like he's thinking of no. I thought he was
Levon Aronian
about to charge.
Levon Aronian, he was the World Blitz champion back in 2010. 14 years ago, he got the gold medal, and now he is fighting to get it once again. He has 5 points in the tournament. He is currently inside top 8 that qualifies for tomorrow's knockouts.
Yeah, this must be one of the longest-running rivalries in Magnus's career. I mean, I think he was paired with Levon in his very first World Cup or something when he was just a child practically. He always seems to be playing Levon at critical moments in his early career.
Levon may be one of the players who doesn't get the Magnus syndrome, who plays with...
He's won some very nice games against Magnus, yeah.
He doesn't have that... he has massive respect for Magnus, but not in the way he plays. Perhaps he plays
He's got no fear, that's for sure.
Oh, look at that. Levon.
Now Magnus is actually pushing his pawns on the king side, going for an attack here, as we talked about. Could be dangerous, but Aronian is looking for ways to deal with it. He could bring one of his pieces into that very nice square that he has control over in the center, in front of that pawn that Magnus has that we talked about. For example, he could bring his bishop into the center now. That would be a sensible move. Or trading the bishops.
Balanced on the bar. Levon Aronian is down to 1 minute and 35 seconds.
He's going to do a couple of trades. That was a take.
Oh,
it was.
Thank you. And we've lost the footage from New York. Okay, it's back.
There it is.
I hope that wasn't me being too eager with my buttons.
So Aronian did eventually get a strong piece in the center here, his knight, which is very hard to get rid of. Maybe Magnus wants to try to trade his knight for it. That's what he goes for. But now, can he support that knight once again, maybe, with his pawn? He doesn't do that. He goes for a pin.
A bunch of spectators gathered around this board.
Magnus is going for a sacrifice here.
Oh!
He sacrifices his rook for the knight.
Okay. Slightly better now for Levon Aronian.
A very ambitious try
for that knight.
It's maybe not very unexpected that the bar says this is better for Aronian. It's probably something that Magnus has thought about, and he considers that he has some compensation here and good winning chances.
Look at that kid smiling.
Yeah.
I wonder if he, do you think he understands what's happening here?
Maybe he does.
Yeah.
Maybe
he's a great chess player.
Us.
Yeah.
You never know with these kids nowadays. So good.
He looks very cool.
Yeah, Magnus is very protective of that knight.
Yeah,
he wants to prevent black from threatening it with the bishop.
Yeah, a very brave choice by Magnus. He definitely knows that there is some risk here.
I see the slider as was temporarily impressed by White's position.
But, he's going for the attack with the pawn now. Levon finds a way to get rid of the knight potentially here. He takes it.
The slider is changing with every move.
Yeah.
Which I would imagine means the position's roughly equal.
Yeah. I feel like this is very pleasant for Magnus to play. It's very easy in a way to find his moves, but at the same time he is down a rook for the bishop without anything very concrete to show for it.
Yeah.
Magnus is bringing his... Well, is he bringing his king into the action now?
He's bringing his king in.
Use the king to attack.
Correct. So the good news for Magnus is that even though he's down a rook for a bishop, the position is so closed. There are no open files, so the rooks cannot really use their potential here. They cannot get into play, and
Ooh,
Levon
better
is
for
only
Magnus.
defending. Oh yeah. And Magnus's rook is in a great square. His bishop also potentially can get into a very nice square. His pawns are great. So everything is good for Magnus here, except that he's down material.
But look at Levon's
block. I was surprised that Levon didn't try that earlier. This pawn sacrifice just to create an open file for a rook someday.
Yeah. So Magnus could take that pawn, and after that, he could support his bishop with his own pawn, but that would kind of trap his bishop in a way. So that's a difficult choice. He does go for it. So the bishop now is going to be on the edge of the board and very hard to get back into the game. But the situation remains the same, that it's very hard for Levon to get his rooks into play. And he cannot really do much.
Yeah.
Magnus finds another weakness to put pressure on.
It's a harder position for black to play, I think.
Yeah, definitely now. Yeah.
And look at the clocks, you guys. We have entered time trouble.
Oh, Magnus finds a very nice way to get his bishop back into play now.
3 seconds for Levon. He needs to make moves really fast now. Slightly better for Magnus on the bar.
Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure now.
Yeah, you can just see, I mean, that last position was a very nice example of illustration of how penned in Levon's rooks are. There's just absolutely...
Yeah, now Magnus brings in his king as well.
No line of attack for them at all.
And on the board next to this...
You can tell by his...
On the board next to this, I'm just going to let you know that Fabiano Caruana
body language how
won against Alireza Firouzja.
What his clock is like.
Wow.
In a row. But yeah, look at the clock. This is...
Magnus is also running down now.
Yeah. This isn't easy because you have to make some decisions here with the white pieces. But his king is completely safe where it is now.
Doesn't look like it.
It looks crazy, but his king actually cannot...
Well, actually, I was going to say, this looks like it should be a win for white, but there is so little time. And you can see the nerves on their faces, both of them. I mean, Magnus is... That was a very heavy exhale.
And look at Levon banging the clock.
And Levon's fast now. He's turning the clock time around here, isn't he? I think he's ahead now on the clock.
They get 2 seconds increment after each move. Look at that.
Oh, gosh.
5 seconds. Yep.
It's quite equal, but...
Oh.
What is this balance?
Made him think.
Very, very tricky now.
Oh.
3 seconds on the clock, 2 seconds on the clock. Will we see a blocker?
Very
Will
close
this
to
be a draw?
promoting now.
Magnus is actually
he gets
winning
a queen.
now.
He's going to be a bishop up.
And he has time now.
What is this?
Yeah.
What's happened?
Magnus is winning. He's winning a piece.
But Magnus looked unhappy. But okay.
I don't know.
What was he unhappy about?
I don't know, but it was a win.
And
Yeah,
where was
Magnus
the ball?
Carlsen.
he reached the winning ending there at the end, but I don't know.
And the Vonaronian
It's very
runs
strange.
off.
I don't know what could have... Maybe some noise from the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Or something.
Could have
Maybe.
been. Yeah.
Maybe. But it is a win for Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian. Levon, disappointed.
That was
he runs
exciting.
off. Exciting game. Huge time trouble, but Magnus able to get the win. And right before that happened, we had another win on the board next to this. Fabiano Caruana. He won his game against Alireza Firouzja. That means Fabiano Caruana is on 7 out of 7. Perfect score for the American. He is in sole lead in the tournament. And he's been playing some fantastic chess. He's destroying everyone. Even Alireza Firouzja, one of the biggest favorites heading into World Blitz. The games are wrapping up.
Yeah, I think Fabiano's making it pretty clear that if people thought he wasn't a Blitz player, he's definitely turned that around.
Oh, yeah. And now, with 7 out of 7, with 6 rounds to go, he must start feel confident that he's going to be in tomorrow's knockouts.
Yeah, according to him, he can draw out now. And I think that Levy probably thought you were asking him if his points total was enough. But actually, we were curious to know if he thinks his plus total is enough. Because if he can draw out, I don't think 10 points is going to fall out of the top 8.
No,
10
10
fact,
points
it'll probably win.
Like, I think he can even lose a game and draw the rest and be good. The problem is if he ends up losing one game and then another, but it really doesn't seem like he's going to do that. And a lot of draws this game.
A lot of draws in this round.
Okay, that's a long list.
Arjun Erigaisi and Jan Christoph Duda, they played a draw. They will now be on 5.5 points. Daniil Dubov, Jan Nepomniachtchi, that was a draw. They are... Nepomniachtchi will now be on 5.5. Daniil Dubov on 5 points. It was a win for Wesley So. He's now on 5.5, winning against Alexei Sarana. Hans Niemann, a win for him against Gleb Dudin, taking Hans Niemann to 5.5 points.
It's getting very... Oh, yeah. And if that list is... If the list is doing tie breaks, Hans is quite high up.
He is. It's always an advantage to lead early on. That's my impression for tie breaks. Because you play a lot of the best players.
That's true.
So even if you lose a couple of games in the end, it's going to help if you end up with the same points as a lot of other players.
I am waiting for the result in the big game between Hikaru Nakamura and Anish Giri. Unfortunately, that is on board 12, and we don't have cameras on that board.
I see Pranav.
Oh, but it has finished with a draw. It has finished with a draw.
Yeah, Pranav was actually one of the players mentioned by Magnus as kind of like a wild card.
True.
Might do well, and he is. He's known to be a very, very tricky player, and can get out of almost any position, tricking his opponent.
And of course, Magnus knows him very well since he's a teammate.
Yep.
Pranav coming from a win against China's Wei Yi, and we're going to New York to Levi Rosman in the take sofa. What's happening, Levi?
Hi guys, I'm joined now by Grandmaster Alexander Bortnik. We actually just had Mikola here, who then went and got a win against Jeffrey Zhang, and you just won against Karen Grigorian.
Yeah.
So how's the tournament going so far for you? I've known you since I was I'm a little bit older than you, by maybe 6 months. I remember you from Internet Chess Club days. You were always 3100 Blitz, and I was like, who is this guy on the other side of the world? And here you are, and you're doing really well. So take me through your tournament.
I think I'm doing well for now. I'm doing well. So first of all, hi, Levi. Hi, chat, everyone. So also I was doing well, I guess, in Rapid, 8.5. Now in Blitz, I lost first round. How many points do I have? I guess 5.5. It's pretty hard to play. Every round you play good players. Also, be honest, I don't like the light on the playing hall. It's different, and every place is different. It's a blue, it can be white.
But it's Wall Street, Alexander. It's Wall Street.
Yeah,
are you inspired?
I know, but it's still, when you play it, half of board is just in shadow.
Yeah, but it's Wall Street. That's how the traders did it back in the day. No light, no water, no sleep,
Yeah, it's just one thing. So I had to be in focus. So I first round lost like an idiot. But now I got some luck, I guess. So we'll see what will happen. I don't know. It's the 6 the most important rounds. Need to qualify to finish top 8.
When Daniel Naroditsky was here, and I know you two are pretty close, you're now both in Charlotte. I guess you also have a course together. There's no greater bond between two people. Yeah, right there. Charlotte Chess Center. There's no greater bond between two people than co-authoring a chess course.
Yeah.
When he's been here, he actually cited you, and you've kind of told him you don't really know what nerves are until you play a World Rapid and Blitz. How many have you played? I tried to look in Kazakhstan, but you were not there.
No.
How many have you played?
It's my third tournament. I played in 2016 and 2017. I can't say I just played it well, but it was fine. So I have already experience, and I don't nervous that much like before. And I need to just be calm and try to, show the best chess. So that's what I will try to do. We'll see. Every round, as I said, you play against best players. And who's already 5.5, definitely not a noob or somebody. It's like top GMs. And without any luck, it's pretty hard to qualify. Because 13 rounds, I think it's not enough.
To determine who should be a top 8.
Yeah. It's kind of sum of luck it can be. So we'll see. I don't know.
I want to let you go because pairings are going to come soon, and I'd like you to get a little bit of rest. How much has the online chess, the internet games, helped get some experience to play against guys like Magnus, Hikaru? The same way people tell me, I've seen your face on some Instagram reels. I've seen so many of your Instagram reels beating Hikaru, beating Magnus, and you're so calm down the stretch of the game. So how have you built up that ability to maintain calm but beat the best players in the world?
I'm just posting on the victories, how many I lost.
We don't post the losses, yeah, of course.
Against some players, I already know what to expect. And in the opening event, so I try to avoid some lines, which I think is pretty bad gonna be. So I think it helps well. Also, I know I already expecting from them some, I don't know how to say, I know what to expect from them already, because I have a lot of games against them. First time when I played 2016 and 2017, I played Magnus then in Blitz. It's a Magnus, man! That's a Magnus, he's aura like that. Come on, he's sitting there and you already want to resign, So now I've done scary that. So I'm just, okay, let's fight. And I think it helps to just show best chess. But online chess is different than OTB chess. And also time control is not 3-0. So here you play in 3+2, but you can add a time. So you have to play so fast. And when you're already, in the clock 5 seconds, you can just put some pieces on the attack and just blunder them. So
well, hopefully no more blunders. Well, not even no more, just no in general. I don't know if we have any pairings. I would have loved to tell you who you're playing, but I don't think we do. I'll let you get some rest. Thank you for stopping by.
Nice to meet you. I think we just first time.
Yeah. I've been meeting a few people for the first time. I think Duda, Aronian. Yeah, like in the last 4 years, chess has boomed a lot, but it's hard for us to get into one place. Well, now we have no excuses. We live an hour flight apart. So, and I hear great things about Charlotte. I might move there one day, so maybe we'll be neighbors.
You're welcome.
So, yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Take it away, Oslo.
And we just got the pairings, Levi, and can I just get your reaction right away to round 8 pairing between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana?
Отдохни.
Oh. Levi, hey Levi, can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry, I was just, chatting a bit more with my guest off the record.
I'm sorry to interrupt that. You guys are also... It looks so much fun to be there, Levi. I have to say, I'm a little bit jealous. It looks like it's so much fun to be on site with all the players and all the action happening. So are you having a good time?
It is. Yeah, it's super cool. It's got pluses and minuses. I was talking with producer here, Jarle, and he told me it's the first time we have such a relaxed atmosphere. It's the first time we have media get access to the players, like getting them between the games. Obviously, it's very chaotic. Obviously, a lot of players, you will not be named, are saying no, and understandably so, but some are happy to chat even in the stressful times. It's a bit strange for me, I have to say. Like, I'm very used to a production being in a production area and spectators and fans being somewhere else. Here it's sort of clashing, so if I go to the bathroom I may have to small talk some people, and as a New Yorker there's nothing we hate more. So I've had to give a few mean faces to people because I'm listening to you guys, and it's a very cool experience though, and I'm looking forward to future editions of it.
How cool. And can I just get your reaction to round 8 pairing? Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen. Chances for Fabi to go 8 out of 8, Levi.
Yeah, this is, Fabiano's got probably one of the most impressive, sir, there's a camera and a microphone. Yeah, this is one of the issues. What was I saying? Yeah, Fabiano's got one of the most impressive winning streaks of all time, 7-0. The one he has here is less impressive. There's no, two ways about it. It's an open tournament. He's beaten players that he's stronger than. But now he has an opportunity to play Magnus, and I don't think he needs to burn all the bridges. And I don't think Magnus has to burn all the bridges either with the black pieces. I think now is when you consolidate and you make it into the top 8. It's a very interesting matchup for sure. But if Magnus was white, I would expect him to put way more pressure. But we'll see.
We'll see. Oh, cool matchup coming up. Thanks for checking in, Levy. We'll be back with you soon. Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen coming up in round 8. And we did follow Magnus's game in the last round, Lucas. But rumors has it that Fabi crushed Alireza Firouzja in their battle. It was a win for Fabi. Can we take a look at what happened in that game?
Let's have a look. I've actually had a little sneak peek at that game, and that was, like you mentioned, a crushing victory for Fabiano. So let's have a look at how that went. It started with a Sicilian opening, and we go into an open Sicilian. We have the Sveshnikov variation from Caruana. Usually leads to very double-edged positions. Firouzja goes for a very direct approach here with his knight into the center immediately. And after a couple more moves, we end up seeing something, once again, very direct. Firouzja goes for getting his queen out very early. And I was kind of surprised to see the next couple of moves. I didn't really understand Firouzja's plan. It was very confusing. But then it makes a little bit of sense, because if it works for him, he might just be winning a pawn. But this is like a very strange way of playing. You bring out your queen, and then you bring it like to the other side. Now the knight cannot be captured, it looks like, at least, because the rook would be taken back. So that's Firouzja's plan. Now he wants to bring his bishop out next to the queen and try to attack that weak pawn. But it looks very weird. And it seems like Caruana was able to punish him after this move. So he does bring his bishop up. It looks like he's going to win a pawn. And only speaking of material, he is going to actually pick up either a pawn or the rook for the knight or something like that. The problem is when Fabiano does take this knight, Firouzja takes the rook, but the queen is actually now trapped in Caruana's camp. It's not really going to be possible to take that queen, but it cannot really get into play, and Caruana has a lot of thoughts of his own. I don't know where Alireza actually went wrong, because apparently this was fine for a while. Now the bar isn't updating, but it seemed to be okay, at least until this move. So I don't know what he was going to play. Then he kind of has to... Maybe this was preparation, and then he forgot his move here. And he would have been doing well otherwise. It's a very creative way of playing, at least, which Fabiano most likely hasn't seen before.
But Fabiano played this line almost exclusively against Magnus in their title match.
Yep.
As white.
Yep.
So I would imagine somewhere in his notebooks and databases, Fabiano has looked at this before. I mean, look at the clock times.
Yeah, exactly. Fabiano's playing quickly, so maybe he wasn't surprised after all. He's bringing all his pieces in. Now Alireza has to make this awkward king move as Fabiano is threatening to take this pawn and get a fork. There's no really good defense against this. So he has to do this, and already now he's in big trouble with his king in the middle of the board. And Caruana just kept the pieces coming in here. His king is running around really out of control here. And once again, just Caruana keeps attacking. There are threats of giving checkmate even. He has to give the rook back. He doesn't even take the rook. He just moves up another pawn, continues to open up Alireza's position in front of his king. And now he has to sacrifice his rook, but his king is still in the middle of the board. And yeah, it cannot really get back. So it's going to be in the middle of nowhere for a while now. This queen move by Caruana is very nice, just making sure the king cannot get back into safety anytime soon. And now, after a couple of more moves, he even is able to give checkmate. First with a pawn, he gives a check, and the king moves into the middle. Caruana gives checkmate with the queen. With the king in the middle of the board. Something we don't usually see very often at the top level. But a very impressive game by Caruana. A cool game as well. And kudos to Alireza for letting him checkmate.
Yeah. All right. Let's put the checkmate on there. We don't get to see that very often. I wish we always had the checkmate on the board in games that are decided. What a win for Fabiano Caruana. He's on a winning streak, 7 out of 7. And in the next game, he plays the reigning champion, Magnus Carlsen, world number 1 against world number 2 in terms of classical rating, is up against each other on board 1 in round 8. They are number 1 and 2 on the standings in the Blitz Championship. Today is a Swiss tournament, best out of 13 rounds, and top 8 make it through to tomorrow's knockout stage with quarterfinals, semifinals, and eventually a big final to decide who will be the World Blitz champion. We are getting ready for round 8. And remember, in the Take app, you can check out player profiles. This is the player profile for Fabiano Caruana. His skills is rated to 92, and that is a massive score. And we can see that he's especially good tactically.
Yeah, and he's very good at calculation, which is not something he's going to have as big of an advantage of in Blitz. I mean, he calculates faster probably, but what he is really good at is analyzing something very deeply, which he doesn't get the chance to hear, and probably why a lot of people don't think he's a good Blitz player, and why he hasn't had like the very best results before. But now he's doing extremely well.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
94.
It's
on calculation. Time management, 92. Should we check out Magnus then?
It's a bit similar to what Magnus was saying about Gukesh, that he thought Gukesh is one of the most impressive calculators he's ever seen, and he's noticeably weaker in Rapid and Blitz. Because, I mean, that's a hard work, needs some time, skill, and it's actually probably a hindrance, actually, if that's your reflex reaction in a Blitz game to think, So, But he's clearly rounded his skill set something amazing, Fabiano.
This is Magnus Carlsen's player profile. Remember, you can highlight your favorite players. Magnus Carlsen has 157,000 followers in the Take app. We are getting ready for round 8. Some big matchups coming up. Jan-Christoph Duda plays Hans Niemann, both on 5.5 points. We also saw Prague against Wesley So, both on 5.5 points. This is Jan Nepomniachtchi, 5.5 points. And he is playing Mikola Bortnik, the IM on 5.5 points. And here we see Daniil Dubov, 5 points, playing Andrew Tang from the USA. And a handshake. This is the big one. Fabiano Caruana, 7 out of 7. Perfect score so far. And he has the white pieces against the reigning champion, Magnus Carlsen. This is a big one. Can Fabi go 8 out of 8? Or can Magnus Carlsen do something about that incredible score?
This kid is about to get the world record in amount of autographs from Magnus.
He is, yeah. Every single game. All right, here we go. The game has started.
It'll be interesting to see if Levy's right, and they're both very slightly cautious about the fact that they're off to such a good start.
Yeah, but in Blitz, it's hard to just be very solid. It can, it's always possible to get out of control. So I feel like you just have to play what you would normally play. At least for me, that's how it works. But these guys can play basically anything. So it's probably easier for them to vary.
This is looking pretty solid, though. This is like an exchange French or something. reversed, maybe even.
Yeah, yeah, maybe. So no big imbalance for now, but Magnus does have this isolated pawn in the center, which is sometimes weak, as it's a bit easier to attack when it's on this open file and it doesn't have any pawns that can protect it. On the other hand, he is very solid. All his pieces are pretty good. He has control over some key squares in the center. So, yeah, like you said, pretty solid so far.
Yeah, it's funny how the isolated pawn assessments sort of changed in the computer age. I mean, when Karpov was world champion, he would win these kind of positions with white 99% of the time just by very methodically grinding people down, simplifying, eventually tripling up on that pawn and then winning it and converting it. Whereas now, the fact that you have such open and easy play is considered to be at least compensation for that very slight structural weakness.
Yeah, I've actually...
Computers love isolated pawns, actually.
So. Exactly. I've kind of, it's interesting that you mentioned, because myself as well, I used to love playing against the isolated pawn, but now I kind of like playing with it as well, because you have a lot more attacking chances and active play. I have to say that this I would prefer playing white though, as it feels like the attacking chances and the active play for Magnus is not as dangerous, but he does always have this nice square in the center, and it's kind of hard for Fabiano to improve his position still.
This is a big battle. Round 8, Fabiano Caruana on a perfect score against the reigning champion, Magnus Carlsen. Novs in the YouTube chat is saying, come on, Fabi! Who are you guys rooting for? Thank you to everyone for hanging out with us on this super exciting day in the World Blitz Championship. Top 8 goes through to tomorrow's knockout, where we will decide a World Blitz champion. And if you are enjoying hanging out with us, if you are enjoying the YouTube channel and the YouTube stream, then please give us a thumbs up. We would really appreciate that. All right, still more than 2 minutes on the clock for these two fantastic grandmasters, two of the best, well, the two best players in the world. Number 1 and number 2 on the world ratings, and number 1 and number 2 on the standings in the Swiss Blitz so far. Will Fabi win this? Can Magnus Carlsen take him down? We will know in a few minutes. This is going to heat up very, very shortly. Better now on the bar for Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, Magnus goes for an interesting trade of knights here, offering Caruana to take that knight. He can't do it immediately, as he would lose his rook. But Fabiano could trade rooks first, then take the knight, doubling Magnus's pawns. But I don't actually think that would make Magnus's position a lot worse. That pawn could even be a strength.
Yeah, I think that slightly improves Magnus's pawn structure. But the other problem is that, of course, with every exchange, you have less activity to make up for that isolated pawn in the center for black.
Yeah, true.
So that's
some more trades.
Something has happened.
Yeah, still looks pretty even here. I think what we talked about with them both playing pretty solidly is still fair to say that they have done.
Yeah.
But I feel like Caruana has to be a little bit careful with his king here, with that knight coming up. He is now attacking the pawn and defending his king.
Playing well, and he's playing fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there's...
Magnus is now giving a pawn in the center, but it probably shouldn't be captured, or it definitely shouldn't be captured, because there's a checkmate trick.
Yeah, there's a mate threat on the back rank if the...
Intense stuff, and it looks like every single person on Manhattan is standing around this board. This is what everyone is watching right now. Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen. Fabi has ticked under 1 minute on his clock.
That is a crazy move. Ice cold. I mean, there are so many tricks here, but it seems to work. Because now Magnus could move his queen all the way down, checking Caruana, giving away his queen, but it's very close to being a checkmate pattern. So Caruana's idea is that he's going to take the queen first and then sacrifice his queen back, going into a knight ending that he claims is, well, at least okay for him. Magnus does go for it.
Interesting.
And then we see those trades as we expected, and now we have an endgame.
Queens are off the board. We have an endgame. We know Magnus Carlsen loves playing his endgames, but Fabiano Caruana, he's on fire today.
Oh, he sacrifices a pawn, but he's probably winning it back. Or is he?
It's going to be a very active king, but...
He goes into the corner with the knight. It looks like Magnus had missed that. He looked a bit annoyed with that last move.
They're playing super fast. They get 2 seconds increment after each move.
It looks like Magnus thinks that he's in trouble from his reaction.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Fabiano's pawns are more dangerous, certainly.
Yep.
I mean, besides the fact that there were 2 of them, I mean, the farther they are, closer they are to the edge, the more dangerous they are in knight endings.
And they're also
so this
quite
is doubly,
far forwards.
Yeah. But the all-knowing end slider says the position is still balanced.
Yeah.
Still balanced on the board, but now the clock starts ticking. Fabi is close to 30 seconds left on his clock.
This is still quite tricky.
Ooh, that pawn is
It's
far off
very
the board.
tricky.
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine this is pretty nerve-wracking for humans, this ending.
Yeah. There's a lot to calculate, and you don't have time to calculate.
What is Magnus looking at right now? Is it that white pawn?
Yes, he's looking at the 2 pawns. He's trying to figure out how to stop them, and I guess also how to get his knight back while creating some counter threats, potentially with his own pawns. He probably doesn't need to, though. He only has to stop the pawns. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, which he's done.
Yeah, he has succeeded in that. Now I think Caruana is going for a draw here.
Yeah, now all the pawns can more or less come off.
Yeah, he does do that. It seems like the safe option. Yeah.
And it is a draw. Oh, a friendly handshake between the 2 best players in the world. They agree to a draw. That means Fabiano Caruana, his winning streak is over, but a draw. Good result for him. Magnus Carlsen. Should he be happy with the draw here with the black pieces? I guess he wasn't in huge trouble, but a little bit of trouble with that white pawn going up the board.
I think, like, result-wise, yeah, definitely he should be happy with the draw. That's totally fine. At least that's what I would think. And also, judging by how the game went, I think it was pretty solid all the time and pretty even. It did become a little bit unbalanced in the end game, but there seemed to be no big danger if he played that or played it correctly, which he did.
Looks like there is a time trouble action on Duda versus Niemann. Let's go to that board.
Yep.
Jan Christoph Duda against Hans Niemann. And we have the position up on the board. It says better for Hans Niemann. And it looks like Duda has 5 seconds on his clock. Niemann now 4 seconds, making his move with 2 seconds left on his clock. What do you guys think?
I can't tell. Where's White's bishop?
Well, it is on the... Oh. Yeah. Confusing.
Is it a rook ending? No.
Is
Hans a piece up?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the same thing. Maybe he is.
It looks like 2 rooks and a bishop.
Oh, I think it's a bishop, rook and bishop versus rook now.
Yeah.
Which is the same ending that we talked about another day here, which is a draw, but can be hard to defend. It was this interesting situation where I think it was Donchenko or Hikaru versus Donchenko.
Yeah.
Where he did eventually, like, Donchenko did actually lose the position, but was able to claim the draw on the 50 moves, exactly the move he was about to be checkmated.
Yeah.
So I guess we can, if it looks like we have a guest, so maybe we can go to Levy.
Because you think this is going to be a long game?
I think so.
All right. Well, we have a very special guest in the sofa with Levy. He is in sole lead in the tournament with 7.5 points. It's Fabiano Caruana.
Caruana, like you just said, last time you were here it was 3-0. Now it's 7.5 out of 8. Has the mood only gotten better?
Yeah, it's of course very good. I got like some real gifts against Ali Reza. Was a real gift.
Yeah, what happened there? Did he mess up a line? Did he think he was tricking you?
You know, he messed up a line that everyone messes up. And so I had played casual 3-0 Blitz against Wesley at some point, like a 15-game match. Wesley plays exactly his line. It's 3-0 without increment, so it's totally different. I played Bishop G5 and the game turns into a mess. And then I checked the game after, I'm like, oh, Bishop G5 is just basically winning for black. So I knew that I knew the position and the evaluation. I didn't know much else, but after that the moves kind of flowed. I think like the critical game was against Hans, because I was like in danger of losing, but somehow tricked him in time trouble.
Can I just say, and I'm not saying this to cause any controversy, I feel like you've built up a gigantic record against Hans. It's like +5 or 6. I mean, like I don't like every time you play in classical, I feel like you win.
He's drawn a game.
Yeah, he did draw once.
5.5.
What's the secret? I don't like. I mean, it must.
The secret to playing Hans?
Yeah.
Do you need a secret? Like, are you going to play
I beat him alright. It's 1-0, you know, for me. So no, I don't think so.
You beat him online, right?
Yeah, that was a.
Yeah. No,
Hans, please don't kill me.
You know the secret too. No, I mean Hans is very good. He's improved a lot. But when we first started playing, I think I was a heavy favorite. Now it's like pretty close because he really has improved and he works a lot. And I'm impressed with his rate of improvement. But I definitely racked up a lot of wins when he was not as strong as now.
For Blitz specifically, I guess every time you're here, I ask you the same question, or sort of a different flavor of it. But when it comes to being called really good in classical and not as good as in rapid and Blitz, I think you're already like number 3 in the world in Blitz, or it's close. Is it just like time scrambles? Is that what's like a make or break factor? Or is it kind of the flow of the entire game somehow? Decision making with 5 to 10 seconds and that's it?
I mean, Blitz really does come down to the last few seconds very often. That's, you know, you can play a great game, but if you're blundering in time trouble, then yeah, you're going to suffer. You might win a few clean games and then you might ruin a few games that would have been clean. So I think that my time scramble abilities aren't bad. I mean, they're not maybe the best in the world, not like Ali Reza or Magnus, but they're not bad, certainly. So I never consider myself like a poor Blitz player. I mean, I've had poor results, of course, but...
like earlier this year, like what was that? How'd you let me get 2 games? What was that? How drunk were you?
I was absolutely sober. No, but that was a good game, and you were also winning the other one.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were nice. 3-0, it's not 3-2.
Yeah, no, but the thing is also Blitz has a lot of variance. So in individual games, you can see players much lower rated. You'll see it in this tournament who are racking up some wins against really strong players. You might not see it in classical so much, but in Blitz you just have so much variance.
At what point will you be taken for a fair play check?
I have in Rapid when I didn't deserve it because I was playing so badly.
Ridiculous.
And now I'm not. So you see how the fair play team is working.
But
now's
like 10.5 out of 11. Like at what point will they have to?
No,
when will they start the procedure?
They already should have. I mean, I'm like, this is abnormal. It's interesting for sure.
Jokes aside, you have 5 more games. I don't want to ruin your concentration in any way, and obviously it's not over yet. But hopefully we'll talk when the qualification is done. Fabi, appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Levy. Thanks, Fabi, on top of the table with 7.5 points. I don't see any way Fabi is not making it to tomorrow's knockout stage with quarterfinals, semifinals, and eventually a final. We now have Wesley So together with Magnus Carlsen, Jan Pomniachi, and Bortnik on 6.5 points. But look at that bunch on 6 points, you guys. Fighting hard now to be the player inside the top 8. A bunch of tiebreakers to decide if we have several players on the same score. And the final tiebreaker is drawing of lots. That's how brutal this day can end. We have another player in the sofa with Levy, and I can see it's Sam Sevian. How's he doing in New York, Levy?
Thank you, Kai. I'm joined now by Grandmaster Sam Sevian, who's on 5.5 out of 8. Is it
Win or go home for the next 5 rounds? Burn all the bridges?
Pretty sure, yeah.
What's the strategy when you know it's sort of must win? And really, when you got here today, was it just, I'm going to play my best chess, or was it, I'm going to make it into this knockout?
I mean, definitely try to make it into knockout because, I mean, there's so many people, but if you just get one streak going, you can definitely get into the top 8.
And now that you need to win, I don't think I have your pairing yet, so I would ask you like what you would have to do against the specific opponent. Do you change up the openings? What do you change when it's like, I must win this game?
Yeah.
Other than lock in.
I don't play solid openings because even in Blitz, if your opponent wants to make a draw, it's not easy to win.
Got it. Anything else you can share about how the Blitz is different than the Rapid so far?
I mean, it's a lot more fun and a lot less stressful in my opinion. Like in the Rapids, like these are long games that last an hour, and then 10 minutes later it's the next game. Here it's more of a casual environment. You know, you play a game, even if you lose, you're like, okay, you know, I'm ready to win the next one.
You like Blitz here, 3-2 over the board, or 3-0 marathons online until 4 in the morning?
3-2 is good. Over
Okay,
the board. Yeah,
over the board? Got it. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate you stopping by. I'll let you get some rest. I think that I would love to know when the next round is, but there's a gentleman directly in my 11 minutes. All right, I'll let you get some rest. Take it easy, and hopefully I'll see you back here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Chill environment in New York today. Well, it's starting to get very competitive. We only have 5 rounds to go. 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. Yep, 5 rounds to go to decide which 8 players go through to tomorrow's knockout. Right now, we do have Fabiano Caruana in sole lead with 7.5 points. That is a whole point down to 4 players on 6.5 points. And then that bunch of players on 6 points and 5.5 fighting to get inside top 8. Would you say it's over and out for the players on 5 and below, or can they still?
No, they can definitely get in there.
All right.
They're not that far behind. There are 5 games left, so they have a chance. The guys on 5 points have a chance. It's in tournaments like this, I feel like it's a lot about how you finish the tournament. So if you can get a lot of wins now towards the end, that's going to help you a lot.
Okay. That's good news for Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, definitely.
The whole world is hoping he makes it through the knockout tomorrow, starting with quarterfinals. We are now waiting for pairings for round 9, and it's not in yet. It's not in yet. All right, should we take a look at a game from... So we did see Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. It ended with a draw. Is that the game we should go through, or has there been... Hey, chat! Could you inform me, has there been just a super dramatic game that we should take a look at? First one to answer. Go Hikaru. I see a bunch of jeans. No suggestions yet. Hikaru, a lot of people asking about Hikaru. Hikaru is...
Yeah, we haven't...
Yeah, we haven't.
Well, it's been
no.
It's been understandable, of course. He hasn't been at the
Hikaru
top
is on
so
5
much.
points.
And he didn't win today either.
Oh, 5
or
points.
This last
Okay,
round.
then he needs to start winning.
All right, I can see a lot of people saying that Prague versus Wesley So was a good game. Wesley So won that game, and it would be then cool to take a look at that game while we wait for pairings for round 9. I will find that game, and then chess expert Lucas can take us through what happened here. Yeah, he hasn't looked at it, so...
I haven't. So looking forward to that. Will be interesting to see what happened. It was a long game, 82 moves. So let's get into it. Looks like a London opening from Prague here. And then we go into some of these normal looking lines. This bishop e2 move is not the most common, but definitely an option. And yeah, so far, very solid for both sides. It looks very symmetrical. The queens get traded even. So until now, it's been very solid stuff. They're both developing pieces. This is a typical kind of game which you'd expect to be a draw or that you call boring or something like that. But apparently it wasn't. Something happened. So maybe Wesley has played a very good endgame here. He took the knight. That's a very interesting decision. Maybe trying to play against that double pawn, or maybe getting a good knight against the bad bishop. I mean, I haven't seen the game, so I don't know what's going to happen. We see a potential repetition. Prague declines the repetition, plays for a win, I suppose. And for now, it's still very balanced. Prague goes for an aggressive move, attacking that knight. And there are some tactical possibilities here. Now he's attacking the knight and the rook, so it looks dangerous, but he can block with that same knight. And now it looks even more symmetrical, but Wesley is slightly better, probably for two reasons. One is the doubled pawn that we talked about is a weakness, but also Prague's pawn in the center of the board can become weak. In the opening, it's usually good to have a pawn there, but if you get far into the endgame, it's sometimes easy to attack, and it could be a little bit overextended and more exposed. On the other hand, Prague does have his rook on the open file here, so let's see if he can use that for something. Yeah, Wesley is playing well here. He's getting his rook and knight into very good positions. Now there are some direct threats. He keeps improving his knight. Now he's going to win a pawn, but he goes for an intermediate move here, trying to strike at Prague's pawn structure and pawn formation here, trying to weaken even more pawns, which looks like a very good option. So we see a couple of trades. Wesley does not take the pawn, which he could have captured, but he instead defends his own pawn. I think that's a very good decision, as Prague's pawns are going to be weak anyways. He brings up his king. Oh, Prague goes for a very direct move here. What's going on? Wesley is still definitely in the driver's seat here, even though it says balanced. He can pick up a pawn. He does do that. And this looks like something that would be a draw. But it's not, apparently. Now Wesley is winning, or massively better. I think it's because his king is going to come into Prague's position. Also, he can pick up a pawn like this. Oh, back to balanced. What happened there? He didn't want to take the pawn.
Oh.
Maybe his knight would be in trouble if he took the pawn. Hard to say. I mean, he does win a pawn anyways, so...
What if we take up
okay.
the engine moves?
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, he couldn't take that pawn. Interesting. Yeah, usually when these top players don't take free pawns, they're not free. So there might be a reason for that. I don't think his knight gets trapped, but maybe he just doesn't win. Maybe there is some sort of a draw there that he wanted to avoid. So apparently this was fine. Now he made a blunder back. And what's interesting about knight endgames is that it's often a little bit like pawn endgames. If you have an extra pawn, it tends to be winning at least most of the time if you play it correctly. So it's not very surprising that Wesley's position is winning here, even though it's quite similar to what would sometimes be a draw, for example, in a rook endgame. So let's see what happens. Wesley is kind of playing on both sides here, trying to create trouble, or several problems for Prague to think about. He keeps advancing his pawns. Now he brings his knight back into the game. He kind of does many things at the same time here. He's improving his king's position. He's improving the knight and the pawns. So maybe that's what made this too much to handle for Prague. What's the final breakthrough now? Yeah, now the pawn on the edge is going to be really dangerous for Wesley. These pawns on the edge of the board, on the rim, are usually very hard to deal with for knights, as they cannot as easily access them on the edge. And especially for that knight, now on the far end, on the other side, there is a very long way to get back to that other pawn, which is why it's not going to be in time here. So instead of actually advancing the pawn now, forcing the knight to sacrifice itself, that might be a draw, as Prague could potentially capture the other pawn. But he instead tries to remove this knight from the action, and now the pawn seems like it's free to move. Once again, trying to sacrifice the knight to distract Prague's defending knight. That's what he does. Oh, we actually get to see a queen versus knight in pawn ending, which is usually very easy to win, but Prague plays on. That is good to see. Like we talked about in Blitz, things can happen, especially with knights. They are quite tricky. But this shouldn't be a big problem for Wesley to convert. They play a few more moves. And now Oh, there's a trick. You cannot take the pawn. Then there's a fork. So you give a check first. Then you take the pawn. And Prague resigns. Okay. Very good endgame by Wesley. Definitely. It was a little bit back and forth. Maybe there were some missed chances, but overall, great endgame technique. Looking at these double pawns, trying to ruin Prague's pawn structure and kind of maneuvering your pieces around, getting them into good positions, then into another good position on another part of the board. So quite impressive stuff.
Massive win for Wesley So, taking him to 6.5 points together with Magnus, Nepo and Bortnik. They are 1 point behind Fabiano Caruana. And we do have pairings for next round.
Exciting.
Round 9 should be starting very shortly. And on board 1, we're going to have a cool battle between Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against his 2021 World Championship opponent, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Board 2, we'll see Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces against his fellow American, Wesley So. And then on board 3, we have Hans Niemann on 6 points, playing Bortnik on 6.5. Ali Reza Fruja against Jan Christoph Duda. And we see players, they start arriving. Daniil Dubov, 6 points. He plays Levon Aronian also on 6 points. And then Lenia Dominguez with 6 points against Arjun Erigaisi, also on 6 points. Let me also check where we can find Hikaru Nakamura, who needs to win his games now to qualify for tomorrow. He has 5 points. He plays Andrew Tang, fellow American, in the next round. Arjun Erigaisi adjusting his pieces, getting ready for his game against Lenier Dominguez Perez, playing under the American flag. We will follow Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi, both on 6.5 points. Here you see Jan Christoph Duda getting ready for his battle against one of the biggest favorites before we headed into World Blitz Championship, Ali Reza Fruja. He will have the white pieces. We do see the big names inside, a bunch of the big names inside top 8, and that's what it's all about. With 5 rounds left to be played, it's all about getting inside top 8 to qualify for the knockout tomorrow. Bortnik is ready with 6.5 points to play Hans Niemann. With 6 points, Niemann will have the white pieces in this game.
Really relaxed.
Yeah, he does. He isn't phased by this at all.
Yeah.
And here we see Fabiano Caruana in front of a Caro-Kann sweater. Will we see a Caro-Kann between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So? Another big matchup for Fabi. Incredible 7.5 after 8 games. That's his score. Ranked, seeded as number 5 in the World Blitz Championship. Now up against Wesley So, seeded as number 4 in the tournament. How are you guys doing at home? Where in the world are you watching this from? It's past midnight now in Oslo, where the Take studio is. Means it should be 6 o'clock in New York, local time. Do we have anyone watching from Asia, maybe rooting for the Indian players? Do we have more people in Europe? It's getting late. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and we're going to finish the year, or we're going to start the next year, wherever we are in the world, with a new Blitz champion. Or will Magnus Carlsen be able to defend his title? Jan Nepomniachtchi is waiting for Magnus to arrive. These two have played so much against each other, both born in 1990. Magnus has previously described Jan Nepomniachtchi as the biggest genius in the top of chess. What does he mean by that, Jonathan? What does it mean to be a chess genius and the biggest chess genius?
It reminds me a bit of the discussions we've had about talent recently. I mean, I think he's a very creative player, and that maybe is what Magnus means, or it might mean that his strength was very obvious at a very early age, since they've been playing against each other since they were about 10.
Yeah.
In all the world underage.
And we have a fast start here in their game. Here we go.
It's Petrov's defense.
Yeah.
Very symmetrical so far, and also known to be symmetrical and often drawish. So, oh yeah, Magnus goes for this endgame that he often likes, which can also come from the exchange French. Didn't we see this in the World Championship match as well? I mean, not this, but something very similar.
Something
after
very
the
similar,
3v2
yeah.
check.
And I was going to say, I seem to remember that, okay, Nepomniachtchi did castle.
He did castle.
He did castle. The board has... Because I seem to remember in the match, he didn't castle somehow. But...
yeah, I think you're right. But at least this is quite imbalanced in a way. I mean, it's very solid for both players. But Magnus does have the bishop here. There is a potentially weak pawn
and
in
Magnus
front.
is fixing that pawn.
Yeah, he is.
Because he was probably threatening to advance it.
Yeah. With his last move, he wants to make sure that that pawn isn't going anywhere. That pawn in front of Nepo's queen, which doesn't have any fellow pawn protectors, which means that it's harder to defend. And Magnus is definitely having a look at that pawn. Oh, much better. Really?
Oh, already?
Wow. Is it possible for him to somehow win that pawn? Is that what it's about?
That was a... I wonder how difficult for humans to comprehend that swing was.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it looked like a very...
Yeah.
A very...
Looks very
normal position, huh?
They've
But at the
only
same time,
played 60
maybe...
moves.
Maybe some sort of creating some tension with A4.
Yeah, or... Yeah, that's true. Either that or Nepo's like pawn advancements just don't do that much.
Yeah, I mean, he's maybe just exposing his queenside pawns now.
Yeah, it feels a bit like it. Now Magnus has very easy play. He's bringing his rook into the king side. He's definitely playing on that side of the board and also giving some pressure in the center. So it kind of makes sense after all that Nepo, it kind of feels like he just like wasted.
His position was very solid with the pawn on b7. At least there were no targets. Now his queenside is basically full of holes.
He keeps advancing it though. I guess he had to protect the pawn at some point.
Yeah, it's like once you start, you can't really stop.
Yeah.
Better on the bar for Magnus Carlsen, but still a lot of time on the clocks for these two players in New York.
Does that mean it's not as bad as it once was? I suppose there are fewer things to take on the queen side now for Magnus.
Maybe he had something direct, but I really like, let's say he takes the pawn back, which is what he did. If he can at some point swing his queen over all the way to the right side of the board now to this h3 square, he is starting to create some threats, but maybe it isn't so easy to do it quite yet. Now his bishop is under attack, so he has to deal with that first.
I mean, Nepomniachtchi's plan may have created a lot of weaknesses, but at least he had a very clear and consistent plan that allowed him to make many, many moves in a row.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And
so he is up on time, I suppose.
Slightly better now for Magnus. Bar is going down. Nepo brings his queen into the action.
Yeah, we were saying that Nepo wasn't doing much, but it did actually work out for him, this queenside advancement. Now he was able to open the position up a lot, and he's brought in his queen, and it's back to balanced, apparently.
yeah, I mean, any potential weaknesses he had during that expansion, he's managed to trade them all off.
Yeah. But this trade also surprises me a little bit because it exposes his king side a lot if Magnus takes back with, let's say, the right pawn.
Yeah, I was going to say, what does he take back with? And is that what he's thinking about now, obviously?
I think, yeah. I mean, I suppose that Nepo just wants to solve the position of that pawn being on an open file, which it isn't now.
Yeah.
But he's increased the activity of White's pieces on the king side. So now even the rook next to White's king is more active now. And that knight's going to have to depart its defensive role on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
And Magnus taking with this pawn, is it to open up for the rook?
Yes.
It is, yeah. And also removing the knight from the defense, it has to move now as it's being threatened. I am wondering, though, if it is possible to use that knight to attack Magnus's queen. It's kind of a direct and kind of risky approach, but he does go for it. Oh, Magnus is giving away his rook and his pawn, or at least one of them. But Magnus is also threatening checkmate, so Nepo has to deal with that. Now there are some very interesting chances. He can actually first take the knight and then on the next move sacrifice his bishop.
Much better now for Magnus Carlsen. He is down to 45 seconds on the clock.
He takes immediately. Oh, that's an interesting move. A very nice move order instead of taking the knight first.
Magnus playing some great chess there. Much better on the bar.
Wicked.
That is very interesting. The knight doesn't have any free squares or available squares. Maybe what
probably
Nepo
has to
missed.
take. Yeah, he has taken.
Now Nepo's king is very exposed. And if Magnus can bring in that rook, it's going to be very close to checkmate.
Yeah, maybe Nepo can bring that rook over
Nice
into defense,
defensive
but
move.
it's not going to be very coordinated when he defend himself.
No.
Fighting for his life now, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Magnus Carlsen, 35 seconds on the clock. Much better on the bar.
Magnus continues to play for attack rather than material.
And you got the two rooks in the same file now.
Very
could have taken on that pawn on e6 in the middle there.
Yeah, he doesn't want that. He's going for the checkmate here. He
I'm
could
sure
take that pawn next, though.
Yeah, I'm sure that would have been good, but I'm sure he thinks this is better.
Yeah. Maybe he takes it now. He does take it.
There it goes. Now, this must be very, very close to winning now.
Yeah. This is the type of position where you want to sit down and calculate, figure out where is the win, where is the checkmate. But Magnus only has 10 seconds left, so he doesn't have time to figure that out.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is
And Nepo also low
tricky
on the
business.
clock.
I mean, Magnus has supreme understanding of where he needs to put his pieces to improve his position, but there might be a moment where tactics are required and there's no time for them.
Yeah, exactly. And Nepo's pawn is kind of dangerous here, and he's advancing it. So Magnus has to defend against that.
Yeah, and Nepo's an extremely tricky character as well.
Yeah. They're both very low on time. Very dramatic stuff. Magnus has to deal with it. Is he going to go for the draw?
Yeah,
he does go for a draw.
Yeah.
What
clock
happened?
Yeah, I think he considered it to be too risky to play on here.
If there is a clear win, it's going to be very hard to find with the time given, if not impossible with the time given.
Magnus was much better in this game, but with time trouble, it's a draw.
Time trouble and a tricky opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Jan Nepomniachtchi did not let Magnus Carlsen win that one. It's a draw between the two.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was peaceful with So and Fabiano, but maybe I'm wrong.
You are absolutely correct. It was a draw between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. And then we had a win on board 3 for Hans Niemann, beating Bortnik. And that takes Hans Niemann to 7 points. Same score now.
Must make Hans Niemann Magnus Carlsen pairing.
That is
more likely.
not very unlikely.
He's already played
for round
Fabiano,
10.
so
he has.
Not very unlikely. We also have a win for Alireza Firouzja against Jan Christoph Duda, taking Alireza also to 7 points. So we will now have Magnus. Well, we can see on.
I suppose lovers of chess drama want to see Hans in the final 8.
Definitely, and Hans is he's playing well. He said in the rapid portion that he was a lot better prepared for the Blitz, and he thought he was going to do well there, and he is.
These are the standings right now with games still going on, but we do have Fabiano Caruana on 8 points after 9 games. We have currently a bunch of players on 7 points, 6 players. Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann, Alireza Firouzja, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Lenier Dominguez Perez. Currently inside top 8, leading the pack of 6.5 points is Levon Aronian, but that is a lot of players on 6.5 points.
What's happened to Arjun Erigaisi? I don't see him.
And let's go to New York. Levy is sitting in the sofa with Levon Aronian, currently inside top 8.
Yes, well, actually, they just introduced you as inside top 8, but there is a 12-player tie for the 8th spot.
Yes.
But you just had a moment of rest almost. I feel, and your game was against Daniil Dubov, just for folks at home. Is it nice to get a game against Daniil, especially with black? Because I feel like as though sometimes he is just offering a draw in 1 minute and that's it. But it's very strange. Why does he do that?
I have no idea, but I think if you're playing black and you just came out of the opening, your opponent offers a draw, you know that position is not better for you, it's okay. You know, I think what matters is the last 3 rounds, normally, and when you're in this +4 limbo, so to say, and that's where you need to score points, yeah.
Next game is likely white unless, I guess, somehow you float up to a 7-pointer, although, again, it's complete chaos with the pairings. Is the most important thing right now rest, or is getting a good pairing, like style-wise, also important?
I think you can never get a good pairing when you are on +3 or +4. Everybody's very good. And in this tournament, everybody on plus can upset you. So you just gotta, try.
At what point between getting your next opponent and knowing your color and deciding what opening you're going to play against them, when does that happen?
Well, I didn't really prepare against all of the opponents. I just, play whatever I know. So, and, some game I decide to play something else specific against an opponent. Yeah. But sometimes it's a hit and miss, with these things.
I've heard a lot of top players' thoughts about Hans Niemann. I've heard a little bit about Hans Niemann from you. He's currently 7 points, tied for second. Has he impressed you?
Yeah, of course. He's very talented and very brave. Those are the qualities of a good player.
Do you prefer playing players who are safe because you bring the dynamics, or do you like when you meet fire with fire, like playing a guy like Hans, always very uncompromising?
Fire with fire, always. It's always exciting.
I think on that note, we'll send it back to Oslo. Thank you, Levon.
Thanks.
Fire with fire. And that is a word that we like in Take. We talk about the intensity, the fire, the anticipation. Chess is so much more than moves. It's beyond the board. It's drama. It's intellect. It's genius versus genius. It's a lot of fun, and it's time trouble here in World Blitz Championships. And it's also a lot of excitement. We do see the standings right now. It's all about getting inside top 8 to qualify for tomorrow's knockout. We still have 9, 10, 11, 13. It's late at night here in Norway. 4 rounds to be played. Still 4 rounds to be played. And nothing is decided in terms of who qualifies, I guess, except for Fabiano Caruana. I cannot see how he is not qualifying for tomorrow's knockouts. All right. We did follow Magnus Carlsen against Jan Pomniachtchi. Should we take a look at that game? Or is there another game you would like to take a look at? Hans Niemann winning his game, Alireza Vruzha winning his game.
Maybe we should ask the chat what they want to see.
Yeah, if there was a particularly exciting one.
Let's see if chat answers.
Erigaisi also lost now to Dominguez.
He vanished.
Oh. Yeah, look at that. A loss for Arjun Erigaisi. He is then stuck on 6 points, but we do then have Lenier Dominguez up on 7 points. Let's also check Hikaru Nakamura. As we mentioned, he won his game against Andrew Tang. So Hikaru will now be on 6 points. He is in striking distance. He can still make it to tomorrow's knockouts. And we are just very anxious to see pairings for round 10. And we also want to know if you guys... All right, people want to see Niemann. People want to see the Niemann game. Hans Niemann winning in round 9. I will find that game. And we keep giving you some tough challenges, Lucas. You've never seen these games. And we ask you to analyze.
It's an interesting challenge.
Yeah.
And I also want to see more games. So it's a good idea to look at those we have.
Hans
31
Niemann
moves.
played with the white pieces against Bortnik. What happened here?
We have a perk opening. I think that's how you pronounce it. Slightly unusual opening, but that's as far as I know. Bortnik has this style of playing slightly unusual openings, but this is, I guess, pretty normal stuff for now. They're both developing their pieces. What this opening usually leads to is that white has this center and tries to hold the center and after a while like push beyond that. But black has a lot of counter chances while that's going on. So it seems like Bortnik is bringing out his knight. Maybe he wants to either, I was going to say, jump in on that square in front of Niemann's knight, but he doesn't do that. That's not possible anymore. This is his point. He wants to open up the position and he wants his bishop to have access to the action. But Niemann goes for a very direct approach. And is this a blunder? Maybe his knight is trapped or something. Let's see what happens. Oh, Niemann is getting his knight into a very dangerous position here. He has a couple of very nice squares for it. So Bortnik has to get passive. And now he is taking a pawn. This looks like a very risky choice. Maybe he didn't have another choice. And I think the main problem now is that there is a fork. He doesn't have to go for it yet. Does he do it now? He does get the fork. So now Niemann is going to have more material. Maybe he can take another pawn. That's what he does. He does have a rook for a knight at this point, but he is down a pawn for that. The good news for him, Niemann, is that he has very active pieces in addition to the material advantage. That's why it's so much better for him in this position. Bortnik still has this knight on the edge here, which is kind of stranded. Didn't quite work out for that knight to move out on the edge of the board there. But Bortnik still has some counter chances. He's trying to get his pieces active. He takes a pawn in the center. Oh, there's a final blunder, I think. That must have been something Bortnik missed. Now he's down a full piece, and he doesn't have much counterplay. Niemann is threatening checkmate. So what is he going to do now? He tries to escape with his king. Now Niemann gets another pawn, and there are very few counter chances, but he tries. But now Bortnik resigns. Okay, a pretty good game by Niemann. It looked like a very convincing win. He got a good opening. Nothing like very special, but he was slightly better. And then his opponent went for a very concrete plan, trying to open up in the center, but he had missed the move that Niemann had, activating his knight. And then after that, Niemann was able to win material and convert quite comfortably. So yeah, Niemann moves on to 7 points and is tied for second place, I suppose.
Yeah, we can bring up the standings.
Yep.
Yeah, it turned around very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah.
And it's very easy kind of move to miss. It wasn't a violent idea, just basically a developing idea.
Yep.
Hans Niemann well inside now, top 8 with 7 points, same as Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, Alireza Firouzja, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Lenier Dominguez Perez on 6.5 points. A bunch of players. I did see a question from chat about Daniel Naroditsky. He's coming from a win. He just beat the Laurent Fressinet, which is the only name that I can really pronounce in French. So I love it when we have Laurent Fressinet playing, because then I can just, it sounds like I'm good at French, I think. But
yeah, let's make sure that's the only name you say.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want any other French people in here. Just Laurent Fressinet. Baguette. That was also quite nice.
Impressive stuff.
Yep. All right. So Dania is coming from a win, and that means he is now on 6 points. He can still make it. He can still make it inside top 8. I know a lot of people are rooting for him to do that. We are now waiting for the pairings for round 10. And we have to be honest, we are kind of hoping to see Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann. Who doesn't like a good story and a big battle? But the pairings are not out yet.
We're still not seeing a lot of youngsters breaking into the magic circle at the top there. I mean, it's Hans and Alireza maybe, and I sort of feel like Alireza has been around for so long that
Yeah,
he's not really.
He feels like one of the more experienced players.
But I suppose technically he is still.
Yeah, he was just so good so early.
Generation.
Yeah. But we have Mertzin moving to 6.5. He hasn't been there quite yet, but now he's getting there.
Good point.
Maybe
the
he
new
can.
world rapid champion.
But the Indian contingent is falling off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another just a Gelfand. There's one of the veterans doing very, very well.
And we have a question from chat. Why are some people highlighted in blue names? That is because this is the Take app. And in the Take app, you can hit favorites and you can highlight your favorite players. I just unhighlighted Magnus Carlsen. I will take him back. I have highlighted a bunch of the players in the tournament. Jan Christoph Duda should be in there. Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. Vidit isn't playing here. I don't think Richard Report is playing. Divya is playing in the women's section. So is Ju Wenjun. And so is Vaishali. And I think Vaishali is now going to play on the top board. I would love to actually update all of you guys on the women's section. There is, of course, also a women's section being played in New York. Unfortunately, they are in a different building this year because the venue in Manhattan is too small for both tournaments to be hosted there. But if you go into the Take app, you can, of course, also check out the standings in the FIDE Women's Blitz Championship. And we do have... Oh, that's not updated. That's a shame. Nope. Some technical issues in that tournament, but I can update you on it. And I can let you know that we currently, after 8 rounds, have Vaishali from India in first place with 7.5 points, sole lead. 1 point behind her is Zazegnidze. And we have Lighting G from China. Katarina Lagno is there. Ju Wenjun is up there. They are also fighting to be inside top 8. And they play a total of 11 rounds today. We will try to get the standings for the women's section updated. And right now I'm going to update to see if standings for round 10 is out. Nope. Ooh, the anticipation, you guys. Will we see Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann in round 10? I can see Levy in New York. Can you hear me, Levy? Is that a yes? How are you, Levy?
Yes. I didn't realize they would be panning to us while I'm answering. Yes, I was just writing a message, but yes, I can hear you.
I just wanted to go to you, Levy, and check with you. What do you think about the standings right now? Like, who can still make it till tomorrow in terms of, like, can the people on 5 points still make it, do you think?
No, it's probably hopeless. Because that would mean that you have 4 more games, so you have to get 9 points. You would need 1 million draws.
Yeah.
Like the betting line for that would be, so basically all the 5-pointers should just go home. Like they should all forfeit the rest of their games. And it will, then the broadcast will sustain and it will not keep crashing. No, on a serious note, a lot of people here did not think they are just trying to make it to the top 8. They're playing for prize money.
Yeah.
So, obviously every win counts, even if you're not going to make it into the quarterfinals.
Exactly. And we just got round 10 pairings, Levy, so I'm going to get your live reaction to... it's Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So. So not Hans Niemann, but Wesley So. That's a cool one. Both on 7 points.
Yes, I don't see it loaded into the live games on chess.com. I mean, I'm following on every major website because today... the board position has been different on chess.com, on Take, on Lichess, on Sesse. Like, it's a different position of every board. So, again, this is a general outcry to the public. If any of you are engineers, I will invest in your project. Let's build better hardware together. Let's use Hawkeye. Let's do something to make chess broadcast easier to relay to a big screen. Thank you.
100% with you there,
Cheers.
Levy. Yeah, that is a very good point. It's a little bit frustrating, but let's hope everything is with us for the last few rounds here. So we do have Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. We have Fabiano Caruana against Lenier Dominguez. They are quite close, right? Both living in St. Louis.
Yes, I think Lanier is what's kind of crazy for folks that might not know. Lanier completely represented Cuba up until maybe 3-4 years ago, which is really exceptional. There are other grandmasters who represented Cuba. Cuba has an extremely rich chess culture. I was in Spain earlier this year, and we went to a Cuban restaurant, and the guy who ran the restaurant was Cuban, and his grandfather was friends with Capablanca, or great-grandfather, I guess, was friends with Capablanca, which is just the most random connection imaginable. But yeah, they have an extremely rich history there with wrestling and with some baseball and also with chess. So there you go.
Wow. Well, talking about Capablanca, Levi, who is your favorite chess player of all time?
Probably, I tend to not have any rivals. Any idols. Rivals, I have plenty. I tend to not have any idols. I think my favorite player is probably me from 5 to 6 years ago.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. I'm really curious now, though. Who's your biggest rivals?
Oh, no, I was kidding. I don't have any of those. You see how Magnus dominates chess? I dominate chess content. No disrespect. I'm just, we're both doing our thing.
Yeah.
So.
And you're doing your thing
3
great.
more gin and tonics. I will be speaking totally out of line, so please keep them coming.
I've been wondering about that because I see them coming for you, and I thought maybe it was water, but then I wasn't sure. What is it? Is it gin tonics?
I will be. I will be very honest. This is what happened. Is I had a glass of water, and then I was trying to put it down, and I bumped into my own leg, and I spilled it. And they said, should we bring you more water? And I got a suggestion, why not have a gin and tonic? And I said, that's actually fantastic. That would be really, really nice, because it's really stressful to have to think about that Hans Niemann will come here after qualifying for top 8. And I'm very nervous about what he's going to have to say. Magnus Carlsen got a jean sponsorship today. He's not going to be too happy about that. So it's going to be really chaotic, guys.
Speaking about gin and tonics, oh, that looks really good, by the way. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. What will that be like? And will there be champagne?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe there will be champagne. I don't think you can celebrate a New Year 6 hours before, which is roughly when the events will end here. It will be New Year in Norway.
100%.
So as we are watching the knockout, you guys should have the balloons, the countdown and everything, and that's a big thing. And I might host something afterward, so I will have some close friends here. I don't have that big of an apartment, but we'll get the guys invited and we'll all celebrate.
Oh my, that sounds like the place to be tomorrow, celebrating New Year's together with Levi Rossman. And I bet Magnus will be there, I bet the big players will be there, hanging out with you. How cool, Levi?
Yeah, here. I don't know about in my apartment, but by the way, I wouldn't trust a bunch of the top players with my address. Just let me be very clear. These guys are very nice on camera, but getting them here is a whole nother story. So, credit to Jarle here. Maybe we can get him on the screen. He's the real champion because his aura is unlimited. He's got to charm these guys, tell them they got food here, bathroom here. So, it's but we're having fun here. We're having fun. The players are not. They're not having fun. They've got 4 more games to go. I feel like the VIPs in Squid Game. That's how I feel right now. And these guys are really putting on the show.
That's awesome. I actually started watching Squid Game season 2 yesterday on the rest day. Have you seen it still, Levi?
Yeah, I binged season 1 and season 2 in the span of a week.
Wow.
And I'm not going to spoil anything. It was good. Everybody's got to watch. And basically what you should do now in the chat is you should leave the chat because people are going to start spoiling things. So be very careful and no spoilers. No spoilers, chat, please. But I've seen episode 1. It was crazy and intense, just like World Rapid and Blitz, and especially Blitz right now. All right, Levi, I think round 10 is about to start, so we'll check in with you later. Thank you for everything you do in the sofa. Having gin tonics. Oh, that sounds very nice. I wish I had a gin tonic here right now. Tomorrow, there will be champagne, you guys. Looking forward to round 10 nights. Have you guys seen Squid Game yet? Season 2.
I binged 1.
Number 1.
And to be ready for season 2, and I'm saving it.
Yeah, episode 1 in season 2 was so intense.
I haven't seen season 2 yet, actually.
Yeah, well, I'm only on episode 1. It's crazy intense, just like World Blitz right now, especially for those people outside top 8 on the standings. Only 8 players goes through to the knockout tomorrow. It's a completely new format in the World Blitz Championship this year. today is the Swiss best of 13 rounds, and then top 8 makes it through to tomorrow's knockout. We are now awaiting round 10. Magnus Carlsen plays Wesley So. Wesley will have the white pieces in this game. All right.
Okay, I'm going to try and jinx myself.
Oh.
The pairings, to me, look like there's a lot of potential for fast draws at the top. So I'm going to say that and hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Because Wesley's white and he's super solid. Fabiano's playing his second. A lot of people want to be safe. Jan and Alireza, that's maybe the best chance for a barn burner no matter what.
Okay.
Daniel Dubov as white against Hans Niemann.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Does Daniel offer these strange quick draws that he often does? And if he does, maybe Hans is the kind of guy who would just say no and go after him, I think. So
but I also think that it wouldn't be such a good idea for Daniel now. I think he at least has to win like one more game, maybe two.
It's a hard read. I guess that he's always plotting his odds or something, because he does take a lot of very surprising quick draws in a format where you'd think it would just reward yourself to play, especially when you're as dangerous as he is. But he's always in there near the top, so
100%.
he knows something about what he's doing, the timing of these things.
Players coming to the board for round 10. Levon Aronian is playing Alexander Grishuk. Has the white pieces. Who are we seeing here? Jan Nepomniachtchi will have the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja, both of them on 7 points. Magnus, we're going to follow the game between Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces against Wesley So having the white pieces. Here we see the world rapid champion Volodar Mortin on 6.5 points. He plays Pragnananda. Pragnananda, 19 years old. They are both on 6.5 points. This is Lenier Dominguez pair is playing his friend Fabiano Caruana, who is in sole lead with 8 points and should feel confident to qualify for tomorrow's knockouts. We are keeping a close eye on Hikaru Nakamura, and he is in this round playing Denis Lazovic. Denis Lazovic versus Hikaru Nakamura, both on 6 points in striking distance of that top 8. All right, and here you see Alireza Firouzja, 7 points. Getting ready to play Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I feel like these two have sort of a long-running rival. They always seem to get paired against each other in big events.
Both excellent
even
at faster time controls.
Fish around them.
Yeah,
they've been paired against each other in knockouts. And
Anish Giri, he is on 6 points. He's going to play Vokidov in this round, also on 6 points. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, also known to be a great speed chess player, on 5.5 points, plays Pranav, who has 6 points in the next round. And there is 13 rounds to be played. This is round 10. Wesley So sits down by the white pieces. This is the first time Wesley So plays in the World Rapid and Blitz Championships. He has historically been a fan of celebrating Christmas at home. But this year, since it is in his home country, he is participating and he is doing a great job with 7 points ready to play Magnus Carlsen. We will follow this game and also keep a close eye on all the other action.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Magnus is going to play for a win in this game, if So is being solid.
It feels like it would be a little bit typical Wesley So, right, to be happy with a draw.
Yeah, I think so, especially play Magnus. I feel like at least recently Magnus has had a pretty good score against Wesley. Maybe he has over like a longer time period as well. So I guess it would make sense.
And here we go. You guys take this game away.
Yeah, we have a Queen's Gambit declined here. Wesley develops his bishop early. trying to pin Magnus's knight, but he unpins it with his own bishop. This is one of the very traditional solid lines which have been played forever, I feel like, and there's always some innovation.
One of the truly eternal openings.
Exactly.
It's so sound that it has been played since practically the dawn of time, and it's still, and in fact, seems to be getting more and more interesting. The computers have been showing people that there are many, many ways to play this position as black, many more than people thought before. It's super solid and quite rich in a very quiet sort of way. I have a feeling there's not going to be a lot of violence happening here.
No.
Wesley is also extreme, as we saw in that game where he ground down, was it Prague? He's very, very, very comfortable playing these positions as black as well, and very patiently trying to find that late micro advantage.
Exactly, and it's not like you play this to make a draw. You can play this on forever, and there could always be chances arriving at some point. But for now, it looks fairly standard. They both develop their pieces very naturally, and they have a decent position. I would slightly prefer to have white here, though. White has the rooks, or at least one rook on the file early, and it's kind of just one move ahead all the time.
Yeah. And I would imagine Wesley must be considering taking that pawn now.
Yeah.
And opening some quick pressure with his rook against... Is it Magnus's move?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Then Magnus has to react to that.
Yeah, he might trade in the center. He might move his queen somewhere. It's a little bit exposed. He does move his queen. So now he can take back with the knight if Wesley captures that pawn.
Yeah,
so that he doesn't have to.
That's what's happening.
Yeah.
That knight's awkwardly placed, isn't it? Where's it gone? There.
It is.
Not the best circuit.
I agree.
This feels... I think when Magnus recaptured his bishop with that knight, he was trying to avoid that kind of position we saw before with an isolated pawn.
Yeah.
But in doing so, it cost him a lot of time, and you can see now that he's been pushed back a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Wesley is better now, actually. Which makes sense, because Magnus is very passive.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not comfortable for him at all.
Yeah, what happened there? It's a bit surprising. But yeah, probably, I guess one of the main options is, like you mentioned, not to take back with a knight and go backwards, but taking back with a pawn.
Yeah.
But then he would end up with a bad pawn structure, and he wouldn't be worse, but maybe it's very hard for him to play for a win, and that's what he wants to do. Who knows?
Yeah, there were some possible forks on with the knight before, but that Magnus always had tactical control there.
Yeah, exactly. But there's still some tactical possibilities. But maybe keeping the advantage here, it's all about like slowly improving the position.
Yeah, I think looking at Wesley, I think he's starting to feel like he should do something now. I think he looks like he knows he's got something.
Yeah. Yeah, what did he go for? There was a rook trade?
Yeah, that's quite a minimalist approach, but I suppose he's saying that that was one of the few pieces Magnus had developed.
Yeah. So, but it's a draw.
Okay,
it's a draw.
Completely wrong read of Wesley's body language.
Okay. Wow. Okay. A little bit surprising. You would expect him to try to push there, but at the same time, if he is going into the game with a mindset of being happy with a draw and kind of playing for a draw, then it's hard to readjust when you're only slightly better. Yeah. And if you can secure the draw here, I guess that's what he wanted, and that's fine. I mean, he wasn't that much better on the board after all, but he was kind of close to getting an advantage there.
Yeah, I think a few moves before, he was, getting a grip, but it might be the kind of thing where you need to give it a good long think to make sure you get the most out of it, and that's sometimes not worth the investment.
Yeah.
And he's an extremely pragmatic tournament player. I think
he is.
He knows that it's not going to get any worse than Magnus in terms of opponents, and I think this was
exactly.
He did his job, and hopefully the other games will. I'll have jinxed them into some excitement.
Yeah, let's see. We should have a look at some of the other games if we can get them up on the screen. Maybe we should have a look at Caruana versus Dominguez.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, even though they're very good friends and they're both probably happy with the draw, they do have a history of really fighting against each other as well.
Yeah.
So
there we have it. Caruana slightly better here on the bar. So he does have some pressure on the king side here. He has a great bishop in the middle of the board, always creating some pressure towards Dominguez's king. But Dominguez also has some
he's quite active. And biggest problem for Dominguez is maybe his clock.
Could be. And also his pieces are not as centralized. They're active kind of on the queen side, but there's not that much going on the queen side.
It looks like
could be a repetition
of moves is being offered.
Gonna go for it,
and there they go.
Okay, interesting. You would think Caruana might try to play on here, but I guess he knows that he should be all right with just drawing a couple more games, even if he loses one and is trying to secure his spot. It could be risky to play on here.
Yeah, but Dominguez is very active here, really. I mean, he's controlling the F file and
all right.
All his pieces are active.
Let's. I see we have Levy in the sofa here still. Can you hear us, Levy? Yep. Let's go to you. What are your thoughts on the game so far?
A lot of peace, a lot of draws on the top three boards, but on board 4, it was Daniil Dubov with the white pieces, with 6.5 out of 9 versus Hans Niemann with 7 out of 9. And Daniil Dubov has not shown up to the game, and Hans Niemann gets a forfeit win to go up to the 8-point score group. Daniil Dubov has forfeited. I'm trying to talk to sources who know what's happening. I don't know. I have no further information.
Huh. That's a shock. Yeah, I guess we'll figure out a little bit later on what this is all about.
Yeah, since you're on the ground, it would be great to find out exactly what happened, if it's possible, because that, of course, is a potential huge drama.
Yeah, the bigger drama was that I took 3 sips of a gin and tonic and I'm now being accused of being drunk on camera, which is absurd because obviously the chat is full of children. They would know that it takes at least 1.5 to get somebody drunk. And for me, probably 10. But on a serious note, for all of those watching at home, I see we have 17,000 in the YouTube chat. Daniil Dubov didn't show up. I don't know. We're trying to get him or Hans, but we'll keep you posted. No further updates at this time.
All right. Yeah, we'll get back to you later then. Very interesting turn of events. Yeah, well, what are your thoughts?
The drama never stops. Well, I mean, if it's some sort of weird continuation of the old protests and insinuations against Hans, then of course it's a huge story and we'll have something to rumble on. But if it's just some sort of logistical thing, like if he didn't get the time, that doesn't work.
Nah, that would be strange.
You can't not know the round time.
Yeah. It's hard to, I mean, at this point we're only speculating anyway, but it's hard to imagine that it could be anything else. Yeah, anyway, let's have a look at the standings in the meantime here. I can see the Niemann game isn't updated, but I think he is then going to be the only player on 8 points, unless we have some more results coming in. Nepo has made a draw versus Firouzja. What other results do we have here? We at least end up having a lot of players on 7.5. Basically all. Wait, what? Now it says Dubov has. It says Dubov has 7.5 on the standings here, but that isn't correct.
I'm assuming that on the screen, this Hans Niemann tweet is a recent one.
Yes.
So he seems to think it's a protest move.
Yeah,
That's very odd.
So. I mean, that's what you would probably assume. But yeah, he's pretty quick there with posting about his opinions.
Yeah, and Hans does like a controversy and a quick reaction.
Yeah, but look at this a bunch of players on 7.5 with only 2 rounds left. This is going to be super dramatic. As you mentioned, like there's always gotta be drama even on the board, and that there might be some crazy stuff happening, especially towards the end, and that's what might happen now. We could have a lot of people on the same score.
Yeah, I'd be astonished if we don't have some purely chess, not necessarily drama, but debate about this new format, because just seeing it as an outsider, you'd think 13 rounds really isn't enough to establish what you'd feel was a very solid representative top 8. And I know that a lot of the players who don't have top 8 qualification ambitions are very disappointed that they're not going to have 2 days of rapid at this kind of quality. But on the other hand, it's surprisingly enough, it seems that very many of the people who do think they can qualify are quite happy with this, and they seem to think, well, top 8, I can do that.
Yeah,
we've seen a lot of people saying that, speaking to Levy. But if there is some sort of massive log jam and people are going home because of a drawing of lots or some sort of tiny sliver of a tie-break point, I would imagine, well, everything is a topic of heated debate nowadays, so it depends who you're backing, and I'm sure there will be plenty of discussion about it. I think it would have been very cool indeed to just have the event as normal and then promote the top 8. That would have kept most people happy, except maybe they feel then the event's getting a bit too long. But
yeah, definitely. We can maybe have a look at one of the games here. I mean, you were correct. There were only draws on the top board, and then there was drama on the 4th board for other reasons than we expected. I mean, it's a pretty big statement to forfeit a game when you're very much in contention for the top 8, and now you're basically not at all anymore.
Am I out of the loop, or I thought that people were saying now generally, as Fabiano did, that yes, and I've heard even Magnus say it, yes, Hans has improved a lot, and he's clearly at this level now, and he's improving steadily. And I thought this was behind us now as a running scandal or
I kind of thought so as well.
And it's interesting to see it coming from Dubov. I mean,
yeah, he almost always seems to end up in some drama. Last year it was this with the Knights moving back and forward, this draw against Nepo, and now this. So he definitely knows how to create some drama. Speaking of short draws, I think we have another one here, but we can have a quick look. It says only 14 moves. Let's see.
Even this one.
Even this one. Okay, it's a Berlin. We have this variation where you trap the knight, so it ends up being equal material anyways. And it tends to be very equal. Yeah, we get this
is
position.
One of the most famous ways to end the game.
One of the most famous ways to get an easy draw. But not in a like silly way, but still very boring way. Are we going to see the back and forth with the queens? We are. The most straightforward way of getting the draw. All right, fair enough. They want to secure their spot, but their spot is far from secured. So I guess for Nepo, it's about the fact that he's playing for Ruja. He wants to kind of get away with a safe result or a decent result against him.
A depressingly good prediction, I'm afraid.
Yes.
So I suppose the action is happening further down the table.
Yeah, we did actually see Mertzin beat Prag again. He had this. There was this very, very crucial game for both Mertzin and Prag in the second last round of the World Rapid Championship. Prag was winning in that game and would have been, or had great chances to become the world champion if he had won that game. But Mertzin fought really well, turned it around, and won that game and went on to become the world champion. So now was the chance for Prag to come back, but
and
he has lost again.
It's quite possible that the loser of this game is more or less out of the running, and it's you say it's Prag again.
It is Prag who lost this game. We can have a look at it. By the way, though, there are 3 more rounds. I said 2 a couple of minutes ago, but there are 3 more rounds, so there are still some possibilities. But I think you have to be at probably at least 7 at this point if you're going to have a chance. Time will tell. But let's have a look at this game between Mertzin and Prag.
Yeah, a good tiebreak and 3 wins in a row might sneak a spot.
Yeah. All right, so we have a London, I suppose, with an early knight attack on the bishop. The knight going to the rim here. We see a trade of bishops. Looks fairly solid, but this knight on the edge doesn't look too great, at least for now. But here's the point. You get to advance another pawn, taking control of the center, and then you can move your knight back later. So that's probably his idea, but he actually brings up another pawn in the center, attacking here. Prag, let's see. He doesn't actually need to bring his knight back anytime soon, but it would make sense at some point to get it more centralized once again. Prag is playing in a very interesting fashion here. What is Mertzin going to do? Is he going to advance in the center? He is maneuvering his pieces. Now Prag did actually bring back his knight, as we talked about, and then he controls the center with a pawn. This looks quite equal for now. There's a lot of maneuvering, which is often what happens when the position is closed like this. Now Mertzin is going for an attack with his knights. We see a repetition. Who is going to go out of that repetition? Prag. Okay, interesting. He's not going to be happy with losing both of these games, I think.
Well, we know he's motivated by revenge, anyway.
He is. He goes for the revenge, and kudos for that. He does actually go for an attack here with his pawn, and he is better, so it was a correct decision. But now, has he made a blunder here?
It looks like some sacrifices.
Is there a sacrifice? Oh, okay, maybe not. Very interesting that this is just like a slow way of playing and being that much better.
If you can open them up for free, you don't have to sacrifice your pieces.
Exactly. Okay, so now the knight is about to come into the attack. And there it is. The bishop comes in. This looks extremely dangerous. He picks up a pawn. Now he's threatening to take another pawn, so he sacrifices the rook. And now it's mostly about conversion here. Prag doesn't have a lot of compensation for this exchange down, as we call it, with the rook against bishop. Yeah, this is mostly about technique at this point. Kind of like in the game we saw between them earlier. He got a winning position and just needed to convert, and it looks like he doesn't have any problems with that. That's a cool try with the rook there, but it doesn't quite work, and he resigns. Okay, interesting.
Paid the price of ambition.
Kaja, what are your thoughts? You're back.
You know what? Crazy, crazy times. I've been away for 10 minutes because I was in an interview with BBC Radio. They wanted to talk about the jeans scandal. And while I'm in there, I hear rumors of a new scandal happening. So Daniel Dubov has refused to turn up for the game against Hans Niemann. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Have we, and I have to check because I'm just coming straight in from the interview, have you heard from either of the players?
No, Levy said he was going to be looking for sources. And we were just thinking, I mean, I do keep an eye on things, but I thought that this huge ostracism of Neiman was over, and that people, like Fabiano was saying, they just see him as a guy who's clearly hardworking and improving fast now.
But Daniil Dubov, and it's crazy, right? Daniil Dubov, one of the players fighting to come inside top 8, and he loses on purpose. He doesn't turn up for his game against Hans Niemann.
Has he had an extremely vocal position about the whole...
I feel Daniil Dubov has extreme vocal stance on any issue in chess. So, you know, I'm not that surprised seeing the name of Daniil Dubov sort of making his opinion very clear here.
But yeah,
look
of
at that.
the
We now
amazing
see
thing,
that
of
we will
course, is
see
that
we will see Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann in round 11. The drama continues, you guys. Round 11 out of 13 on day 1 of the World Blitz Championship is coming up, and it's going to be a battle between Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann. Do you think Magnus will
show up? I was going to say, imagine if he does the same now.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was your question, by the way?
Well, I fully expect Magnus to show up to this game.
Yeah, I mean, he has at least been saying that more or less identically to what Fabiano was saying, that he now sees him as a strong and improving player.
Yeah, he has been facing Niemann quite a lot recently, and he hasn't been like...
Yeah, I haven't. So. That's what I thought this was over. Of course, the oddest thing about Hans now as a figure of controversy is that he's very friendly with Kramnik, who's, as we heard from Daniel Naroditsky, Kramnik is now really the storm maker in terms of daily controversies.
There are there are a lot of storms in chess. I can see Levy sitting there. I know Jarle, the producer in New York for Take, is sort of roaming around trying to get reactions. But I would love to check in with you, Levy. So Daniil Dubov, making his opinions very clear about Hans Niemann there. What do you think about it? I feel I can ask you that. You are the top streamer in the world. You do have a lot of opinions in chess. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if top streamer gives me any sort of qualification to speak on important issues. When this happened, you know, I'm a kind of guy who always expects the best in people. And I was sort of like, should I even post about it? What if Daniil had a medical emergency? But I have found out he's on site. Like, he's in the venue, and he's just sort of keeping to himself. Hans Niemann already tweeted twice. The first one said, cowardice is the absence of character. And then the second one is, I'll play Daniil Dubov under any conditions, anywhere, anytime. See, this is what I mean by these top players completely fascinate me. I mean, imagine like forfeiting a game to a guy, but you're in the same vicinity. I mean, as the guy that got the game forfeited against him, I would not have it in me to not just walk up and say, like, do we have a problem? I mean, I thought everything was fine between them. I don't know, it's insane. It's also, if Daniil is making a stand now, I'm sorry, but to do it in the 10th round of a World Blitz Championship with such a massive implication on the standings is, I don't know, maybe Daniil is a genius. Maybe he's a revolutionary. Maybe this is exactly how you are supposed to do these things. But Hans Niemann's now in clear second place.
Yeah.
So, what a statement made. Oh, wow. Now the guy has 8 points. Good job. Like, I don't understand.
Crazy, crazy times. And now we are going to see Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann. I fully expect Magnus to turn up and just play his best chess. What do you think, Levy?
Yeah, I think Magnus Carlsen will show up to this game. But I think it was Fabiano, Caruana here and some other guests who have said anything can happen in one game. And if we look back to some of their Title Tuesday games, they are topsy-turvy. Hans has had some good positions, but Magnus ultimately manages to hold. The Speed Chess Championship started also very tense until Magnus ultimately pulled away. So we actually see Magnus there walking off to the game. In a one-game variance, anything can happen. So expect Magnus to play his best chess. But I also will add, to anybody that wants to check on chess results, the standings are insanely strange now. There's a huge tie of people from 3rd to like 12th. So Magnus is in the top 8 right now on tie breaks. But there is no guarantee that you stay there. You still have to score points.
100%. I mean, do you think players are feeling the nerves big time now?
I don't think Magnus ever gets nervous. Like, that would be an insane thing for me to say. I think probably if anybody's nervous, it's Hans, like with the statement that Dubov just made, and here comes Magnus, the final boss. I would be, I mean, I don't know how he feels, but he's played really well. The only game that he lost was against Fabiano Caruana. Yeah, everybody's extremely nervous. The margin for error is like unimaginably different now than it was in the first round of the tournament. So I can't wait. I'm just ready to lock in and watch some games, and it's going to be so much fun.
I agree, Levi. Thanks for talking to us. We'll be back to you soon. So the standings right now, you guys, with 3 rounds left to be played in the first day of World Blitz, is Fabiano Caruana in first place with 8.5 points. In second place, Hans Niemann with 8 points. And then on 7.5 points, we have a bunch of players, but currently inside top 8 is Wesley So, Ali Reza Vruja, Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian, Jan Pomniachi, and Wei Yi. But outside top 8, also on 7.5 points, Lenier Dominguez Perez, Samuel Sevian, Alexander Burtnik, and Volodar Murzin, the new World Rapid champion. And then we also have a bunch of players on 7 points fighting to get inside top 8. Top 8 make it to tomorrow's knockout. Okay, the drama continues. We do have Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann in the next round. Will we see a handshake in this game? I know historically, Jonathan, that, when players are big rivals and publicly don't like each other, there won't be handshakes.
Magnus is white. He still needs to win a game or two. And I think we're going to see some fun.
Yeah, you think it's going to be about the chess, not the drama, not the beyond the board.
So.
Yeah. Well, we are waiting now then for round 11. Jonathan, you've been also as a journalist covering a bunch of chess, a bunch of world championships. You've also been a second to in some candidates tournaments, I know, but has there always been this much drama in chess?
Well, for a long time, usually the World Championship match, there's a decent scandal or a weirdness. If you go far enough back, I don't know if people remember when, like Karpov played Korchnoi, there was parapsychologists, coded yogurts, the whole thing. So there was an age of circus, and then there was sort of an age of geopolitics where it was either East versus West or internal Soviet struggles between Kasparov and his Azerbaijani backing against the classical Soviet apparatus. So I think now in the sort of the Magnus era, it's been very civilized.
Oh. And now it's heating up again.
I suppose the drama's moved. We've had pretty quiet World Championships, but we've had no end of scandal and drama and controversy otherwise. I mean, that's because chess is becoming more like this. It's becoming faster. It's becoming more of an e-sport. It's becoming online. And there's so many changing dynamics.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, it's very hard to compare online Blitz to over-the-board Blitz even. It's quite a different discipline.
Well, it's a new era for chess. There's always been a lot of drama in chess, and we do have drama now, and it's basically non-stop in the world. Rapid and Blitz players. We started out with 190 of them. Only 8 will qualify for the knockouts tomorrow, and in round 11, we will see the big battle between Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. He is there. He is organizing his pieces. He's turning up, and he's going to play Hans Niemann. Everyone who has followed chess for the past 3 years knows that there's been huge drama between these two. And to sum it up very shortly, Magnus Carlsen did suspect Hans Niemann of cheating in a game against him. We did see a handshake, but they're not looking at each other. Magnus then refused. And another handshake. 2 handshakes within 5 seconds there.
And the move.
Yep. And the moves. They're happening. All right. we have a game between Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann. Let's cover it. It's a massive game in terms of qualifying for the knockout stage. Let's talk about the moves, and let's not talk about the drama for the next 10 minutes.
So it's a bit of anti-theory from Magnus.
Yeah. He plays this quite unusual move here in the opening with his pawn. And
so we're getting a pretty standard position, but
yeah, it's interesting because usually you would have, like, let's say you just take away that move that Magnus made in the beginning with the pawn. This would actually be quite a common position reversed, where white would have that pawn in the center and black would have these double pawns. So Magnus is basically playing quite a usual position with black with the white pieces, where he has added this pawn move, which is actually very useful because he stops Niemann's bishop from getting out and pinning the knight, which is kind of what you normally do. So it makes some sense. And he is slightly better, actually.
Slightly better on the bar for Magnus Carlsen. They start with 3 minutes on the clock, 2 seconds increment after each move. This is round 11, a total of 13 rounds to be played today on the first day of World Blitz. Tomorrow, 8 players will play a knockout tournament starting with quarterfinals. Magnus Carlsen, he is the reigning Blitz champion, but it is his last standing World Championship title. He is no longer the Rapid champion. He has walked away from his classical title, and he is also not Fish Random champion. But he is currently World Blitz champion. He's been that 7 times, fighting to take it for the 8th time. But he needs to qualify for tomorrow's knockout. And this is a big game to do that. Slightly better on the bar. What do you think? The way they're playing now, are they trying to stay solid, not risk anything, or can we see action on this board? Fire.
We can see action. I think Magnus is playing quite ambitiously, but he's also solid, and he's up a minute on the clock, so it's looking pretty good for him so far, I would say.
Yeah, this is, to me, it's a very modern kind of opening idea where you just try and change the position very slightly, and then, like you were saying, you play a black position with sort of a move and a half, since you're white, and you've got this this odd idea to prevent him from.
Oh, now he's going for.
Now he's going for attack.
He is attacking. He's sacrificed a pawn, at least a pawn.
Ooh.
Now he's going towards Niemann's king.
Better on the bar for Hans Niemann.
The slider doesn't like it, but it looks very thematic.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's definitely a nice way of playing for a win. He is now threatening maybe to sacrifice his bishop and get a really dangerous attack. Niemann stops it, actually creates a very dangerous threat himself. Magnus has to avoid that threat. Takes the bishop. So what is going on now? Magnus still up a minute on the clock.
Playing extremely fast here, Magnus Carlsen.
I wonder, it wouldn't surprise me if Magnus has prepared most of this even. He clearly was thinking about pulling something out of his hat before the game started. He's played extremely quickly.
Yeah.
And this is really the kind of sort of modern wrinkle in the opening that you see a lot of people like. The teenage world champion Gukesh is playing h6 as black in almost all sorts of random positions. Whoa.
Exactly.
For subtle reasons that their computer friends have told them. And this must be nice for Magnus, although the engine seems. I think it's quite
Magnus
okay.
does have this famous bishop pair that we've talked about, but Niemann does have a pretty good-looking knight in the center.
Balanced, okay.
And I would say it's a little bit scary for Magnus.
There's some. Yeah, it's. There are. Yeah, his king side is very slightly exposed.
Yeah.
That's a very odd move.
Yeah, where's that knight going if you attack it? Oh, there's a fork threat.
But that can't be the relevant.
And now it's better on the bar for Magnus. Some good moves.
Yeah, knight b5 was a very, very strange move. That's not where things are happening.
Yeah.
40 seconds left for Niemann. Magnus is better on the bar. Oh, and he's struggling to find the next move. There it comes.
Magnus is over a minute ahead and starting to create a real advantage now, I think.
Yeah. And this endgame is going to be good for him if Niemann wants to go for that. As you mentioned before, this knight is still very misplaced and can be attacked. Niemann getting very low on the clock.
Look at that, 17 seconds. Hans Niemann, he is 21 years old, the Grandmaster from the USA, now much better for Magnus Carlsen. Two big rivals. A lot of history between these two, both fighting to get inside top 8 to qualify for the knockouts. Magnus has so much time on the clock, still 1 minute, 20 seconds. 17 seconds left for Hans Niemann, fighting for his life in this game.
Yeah,
but bunch of pieces here.
Magnus smells blood.
Yeah, he finds a good move there as well.
Queen still on the board as well.
He now attacks 2 pawns with his queen. Niemann couldn't defend both. He does pick up a pawn, but Niemann takes a pawn back. What is going on here?
Oh, he has to make a move.
Down to 5 seconds there.
Massively better for Magnus. Magnus Carlsen, it looks like he is winning this game. He has 1 minute left on his clock. It's trouble for Hans Niemann. I know he has a lot of fans out there. If he...
Maybe, I was going to say maybe he just needs to trade these pieces off of this.
2 seconds left on the clock. Send your Hans Niemann love. If you are a Niemann fan, he needs it right now.
So what's the win? There should be something...
I'm wondering if there's some... Whoa.
Oh, that king move is...
Now it's
pretty
okay,
fancy.
he's still winning. It's getting messy.
It's a mess on the board, but a winning position for Magnus Carlsen. 30 seconds on the clock. Hans Niemann only has 5 seconds.
Magnus needs to find the win. He obviously isn't seeing it immediately and is getting low on the clock.
Yeah, it's not an easy position to play with no time.
Seems like he's finding the correct moves, but maybe...
I don't understand that move, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
The bar approves, but this is apparently still winning for him.
But it's...
Oh,
what's going on? What's going on?
and now Magnus is also getting into time trouble. 15 seconds.
Oh, Magnus getting low on time as well. Oh, he goes for a king move. What is happening here? Oh.
Oh, look at that.
There's some...
Magnus hesitating there.
Yeah, there's some nervous hesitations going on.
Getting very low on time. He goes for a crazy move, opening up for his king. But now it feels more safe. Yeah,
this is just hand chess now.
Yeah, this should be... He's at least out of danger and definitely won't lose.
Niemann or Magnus?
Magnus. I would say so. And he should be winning. But that was dramatic. It felt like he was a bit stressed there for a moment.
It felt like a total loss of control there in the middle, but...
Yeah.
But still, time trouble.
Yeah, he needs to be careful with his time. He's getting pretty low on time. That's a good move, it looks like.
Hans is moving instantly.
Oh, that might be a very good move. What is he going to do?
Come on.
Oh, he's shaking. Oh, that is a crazy move. Now Magnus has to be a little bit careful as well. What is going on here?
Magnus is losing his nerve.
Yeah, he is. What's happening now?
Can Hans get a new queen on the board with that pawn?
No,
it's hard to believe that Magnus is better now.
Yeah. He kind of... he messed up there.
It's interesting. It looks like...
Yeah, it feels like Niemann is playing for the win now.
Really?
Yeah.
It feels like...
Crazy.
Yeah, Magnus's nerve went there.
Yeah.
Hans is trying to avoid repetitions. He feels that... Oh.
Okay,
wow.
We have a handshake. I guess that is a draw in this game.
That was a draw, yeah, I think.
Wow, and that must be disappointing to Magnus Carlsen. He was massively better before. entering time trouble. Hans Niemann played some fantastic chess with less than 10 seconds on his clock for most of the game.
Yeah, great reflexes and really strong nerves. You could see that he felt... I was slightly surprised that he agreed to a draw at the end there because it looked like Magnus was just shaking.
Yeah, he was shaking.
And Hans was trying to avoid repetitions. But I think he realized that he'd been a very lucky boy. And a draw is a very good result from him, of course. Because he was in second, and he's black against Magnus. He must be fairly close to safe now.
Huge result for Hans Niemann. He is now on 8.5 points. Great result for him. And some other results. Jan Nepomniachtchi. A win for him against Fabiano Caruana. That's the first loss for Fabi. A great result for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Ali Reza Fruja, a win for him against Wei Yi. All the wins are just extremely important right now. Samuel Sevian against Wesley So, that's a draw. Volodar Murtsin, a win for the Rapid champion against Alexander Burtnik. And then a draw between Lenia Dominguez and Levon Aronian. A draw also between Jeffrey Chong and Jan-Christoph Duda. Giri is now up here, you guys. A win against Arjun Ergaisi. Oh no, that's heartbreak for India. For Ergaisi. And then Daniel Naroditsky on 7 points. A win against the legend Vasily Ivanchuk. Wow, and that also takes Naroditsky.
Now there's a massive...
8 points.
Yeah, now there's a massive tie on 8.5, which is...
Massive
now it's
tie.
scary. Magnus is in tiebreak territory now.
Magnus is not safe to qualify, you guys, with 3 rounds. 2 rounds, sorry. Only 2 rounds left to be played. Heartbreak also for Hikaru Nakamura. A loss against...
that must be the end of...
Yeah.
Yeah, he's out.
He is then probably out.
The Oracle's prediction, there are now 3 youngsters in the top 8 as the standings currently are tiebreak-wise.
Yeah.
Because Murzin
has
appeared.
Yeah, that's cool.
Tie for first.
The Rapid champion. So we have 5 players on 8.5 points. And look at that pack of players on 8 points. Naroditsky is one of them. But currently inside top 8 on those 8 points is Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian.
I think we got a good look at what Hans is capable of also. So, I mean, I don't know what to... How many people must be angry with Dubov right now? There's a total change in the dynamics at the top of that game.
Daniil Dubov walked away. Well, we actually don't know the details. We only know that he didn't turn up for the game against Hans Niemann, meaning Hans Niemann got the full point in that game. That was in round 10. And Hans Niemann, he saved a draw against Magnus Carlsen in round 11, playing some fantastic chess in massive time trouble. And this is getting dramatic. Only 2 rounds to go in the World Blitz Championship Day 1. Only 8 players qualify for the knockouts.
First sign of nerves from Magnus? He's pretty good today.
Yeah, that was the first game that felt kind of like a failure, where he should have won. Like everything went according to plan. He had a lot more time on the clock. He had a great position, or a winning position. Even when he didn't find the direct win, he should have been winning in the end game. And then, like you said, he looked like he lost his nerve. And that could be crucial because it's not going to be easy now. He probably, he needs at least 1.5, I would say, maybe even 2 wins. It depends on the other results. But yeah, that could be...
Because the other really nerve-wracking game he had was against Aronian, but he pulled that one off.
Yep.
With reasonably convincing. So
I see Levy in New York. I hope it's okay. I check in with you, Levy. I bet you did see the game with Magnus and Hans. How impressed are you with Hans there? With just massive time trouble for most of the game, playing some great moves, saving a draw.
Yeah, I would love to tell you I'm impressed just by the moves, but I'm mostly impressed by the result. We were unable to see the final 30 moves of the game because all the broadcasts died internationally. I have absolutely nothing nice to say about that. I'm beyond frustrated.
I understand I'm like at the venue here and overall the organization and, you know, like all of this is very nice. And I don't want to have my press pass removed from tomorrow. But like, it's so frustrating. I mean, I have to watch a
100%.
bird's eye view of a scramble with 5 seconds left on the clock per side. So, but yeah, a very tense game. If we focus strictly on the chess, it's exactly what we want. It was a very tense fight. Actually, there was a moment in the middle game that Hans was better. He could have like trapped Magnus's rook with the knight. It was like very, very subtle. Good fight. Nothing more you can ask for. And 2 critical rounds remaining.
Exactly. Magnus is inside top 8, but only barely. A bunch of players on 8 points is outside. So what do you think he's sort of thinking now for the next 2 rounds? Is he going to need to win both of them, maybe? At least one of them, right?
Honestly, I have to say it's really fun to sit here and get the live updated standings, to look at all the player names and see like, oh, you know, somebody is half a point, their tiebreak is bad. And just so folks understand at home, like in chess, there's a different system to break ties. So if me and another person have 7.5 out of 12, one of us has a better tiebreak, average rating of your opponents, head-to-head score, etc. Like there's 4 or 5 different components, and that is how they're going to qualify people into the top 8, which is kind of terrifying because it's completely out of your control. So Kaja, it's really easy to sit here and look at the standings and ultimately be like, oh, that's kind of cool, but I can't imagine the stress as a player. Because if you're on the outside looking in, just purely on the tiebreak, you have to go all out in your next game. You have to play for a win. So, yeah, I don't know. I think Magnus's tiebreak is pretty decent. It's like top 3, top 4 in his score group. But one more win should seal it, and he should definitely make the top 8 like that.
Yeah. And I mean, also on 8 points, someone that's been in the sofa with you many times, Daniel Naroditsky. Are you a little bit hoping he's going to make it, Levy?
I'm not a little bit hoping. I'm a lot hoping. I really like the guy. I don't have a close personal relationship with a lot of people in the chess world. Not because I don't like them. Just it's hard to get to know people. I'm not a professional player, and guys like Naroditsky, Rosen, you know, I consider them close friends. And you know, when I do my wedding vow renewal in the future, I want them there. So yeah, I would love for him to win and to qualify for the top 8. I think he deserves it.
100%. All right, intense stuff coming up. Do you think you'll get some reactions in the sofa now, or is it just too intense for the players? They need to just stay focused.
No, I think it's going to be really difficult. I think a lot of them are feeling the nerves. They don't really want to come in here, talk for 5-6 minutes. Maybe repeat guests, yes, because they kind of know what the experience is like. I doubt we're going to get an Eric Geisy. I doubt we're going to get a Dubov. I saw Dubov gave a report to NRK that he was asleep during his game against Hans, but conveniently woke up the second it was over. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on there. But no, look, I'll fly the plane home to its destination at JFK. If you guys need to check in with me, please do. And I'm only drinking water from here on out. So,
oh, do enjoy your gin tonic. You deserve it, Levy. Thank you for the report. We'll check in again soon. We are now waiting for round 12 pairings. A total of 13 rounds to be played today. Top 8 qualifies for the knockouts. Wow. This is intense, you guys. There is a new format for the World Blitz this year with a 13-round Swiss on day 1 and a knockout on day 2 with only 8 players, starting with quarterfinals. Fabiano Caruana has been on fire today, but he lost in round 11 to Jan Pomniachi, and we now have a shared lead with 5 players on 8.5 points. And behind them, a bunch of players on 8 points. One of them, Magnus Carlsen. Daniil Dubov, who did then lose against Hans Niemann in round 10. He is on 7.5 points. And then the young Indians, Prague now with the most points on 7.5. Eric Geisy on 7 points. They will have to fight incredibly hard to have a chance. But we do have the young rapid champion, Volodar Murzin, on 8.5 points, currently inside top 8. Can you imagine, Jonathan, how the players are doing right now, anticipating the next pairings, knowing that, you know, a loss now is devastating?
of the format is enough, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But to have somebody throw a wrench like that into the qualification process must be really hard to shake off. Yeah, it's. I was wondering, but what do we think of the new format before the before it gets to the end and we see really horrible things happening, and that might color our impressions? Is this way more exciting because of its
good question.
Cruelty?
Yeah, it is really cruel. And imagine, if the tiebreakers aren't able to separate the players on the same score, and it's going to be drawing of lots who makes it through to the knockout tomorrow. I mean, it can be. I mean, we will see tears. That's how brutal this might be, right?
I think it's almost certain to happen. I mean, like I was saying, I was thinking they should either have more rounds or an extra day if they wanted to do this, but
chess is
change
brutal.
These things up, and maybe they think, "Wow, this is 10 times the drama of normal." Yeah, today is going to be maybe even more exciting than the final day in many respects. So maybe it's a great idea.
Yeah.
But I would imagine the players are going to have a very different impression afterwards than they did before or during.
Yeah. Chess is brutal. An update on the women's section. They have played their 11 rounds, and they are finished. Only 11 rounds of Swiss there. And I can tell you that Vaishali, the sister of Pragnananda, will be on top of the table. The standings there isn't ready yet, but she will be on top of the table. So I'm not 100% able to give you the top 8 players. I can see Divya, one of the young Indian stars.
Has she made it?
Probably not, because she lost in round 11 on 7 points.
Are there any
but
big
Carissa
surprises?
Yip from the USA, one of the big favorites for the US team, on 8 points, should have made it. I will update you as soon as we have the final standings, of course. But also,
it would be great for the home interest if they've got someone in the final 8.
and we have now pairings for round 12. In the open section, Magnus Carlsen will play Sam Sevian, one of the home favorites, an American grandmaster born in 2000, only 24 years old. Hans Niemann will play Alireza Firouzja. Those two players are on 8.5 points. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi against fellow Russian Volodar Murtsin. These two players both took medals in the Rapid Championship. Fabiano Caruana on 8.5 points plays Levon Aronian on 8. Do you expect that to be a quick draw, Jonathan?
No.
Not now?
No, I think, they have no idea what's going on now. And it's amazing, as good a tournament as Fabiano has had, just one loss, and he's in the mud with everybody else.
Exactly.
Yeah. He's not safe. Not yet.
So everyone needs to fight now in the next round. We also have Anish Giri, now up on 8 points, playing Wesley So, also on 8 points.
That's a couple of very solid guys, but they quite often have brawls, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would expect Anish to go for that.
And then we have the fan favorite, Daniel Naroditsky, fighting his way to 8 points. And he now plays his fellow American Lenier Dominguez Perez also on 8 points. So those are the matchups for the players on 8 and 8.5 points. I'll also give you the matchups for the players on 7.5 points, fighting for their life to make it to the knockouts. We have Daniil Dubov against Jeffrey Chong. Jan-Christoph Duda against Boris Gelfand. Impressive stuff from the legend. And then we have Min. How do you say that? Chinese? No, he's from Vietnam, isn't he? Min Le Tuan against Alexander Burtnik. Wei Yi against Benjamin Bock. And Nogerbek playing against Pragnananda. Those are the players on 7.5 points. fighting to qualify. Also a bunch of players on 7 points. Are they out, basically, Lucas?
I think so. Yeah, I think they're too far behind. There aren't enough rounds left, and there are too many players above them who are going to get probably at least like 1 point. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. But if you have 7.5, you probably have a chance if you win both games.
Yeah. Which means we might see Dubov in the final, eh?
We could see.
Still.
And another matchup with Niemann then. By the way, I think this is a very good pairing for Magnus, I just have to say.
Okay, why do you say that?
He got another game with White.
So Sam Sevian is the one he faces.
Yeah, he's playing against Sam Sevian, who is obviously a great player, and he's had a fantastic tournament here. But he isn't like, let's say, top 10 in the world. So usually Magnus should beat him, and he got another White. I mean, he's going to have one game with White and one with Black in the last couple of games anyway, but I think it's nice for him if he can get a win now to like at least slightly calm his nerves. He should be happy with that. He could have played basically anyone. I think he hasn't played Faruja, for example.
That's true.
So yeah.
But Sam Sevian, he's had a great tournament, obviously, as well, being on 8 points. He's won some good games. He beat Johan Sebastian Christiansen, the Norwegian. He beat a draw against Daniil Dubov, a draw against Boris Gelfand, and a draw against Wesley. So he's only lost 1 game, and now he is up against the world #1. The reigning Blitz champion, Magnus Carlsen, fighting to qualify for tomorrow's knockout. Will he make it? He cannot afford to lose. He was close to a win against Hans Niemann, the big rival, in the previous round, but with time trouble, he wasn't able to convert. And with some great play from Hans Niemann in huge time trouble, he saved the draw. It was a draw. And that means Hans Niemann on 8.5 points is getting close to the knockouts. Magnus is stuck on 8 points. We are waiting for round 12, second to last round, to decide who qualifies for the Rapid. How are you guys doing at home in our chat? Who are you rooting for now? Who do you want to see enter the knockout tomorrow? I bet there's going to be a bunch of Danya fans out there, Magnus fans. Are there a lot of Niemann fans? Who do you want to see? Give them your love. Send the player you're rooting for with a heart. I think they need it now. Imagine the nerves these players are going through now with 2 rounds to go and so much at stake. 180 players will become only 8 tomorrow. And this is what it's all about. So much Magnus. I see Agiri. I see Hans. I see Dubov. Murtin. You guys are great. How are you guys doing? We've been here for a long time now.
We have, yeah. No, doing pretty good.
Yeah?
I feel happy that I can sit here and watch, and I don't have to be there and sit in the stress. I mean, if I was playing, I would have not been in the top 8 anyway.
Well, who knows? Who knows?
But yeah, I can only imagine the nerves. I've experienced nerves in chess myself as well, but I think this is like next level stuff. Even Magnus might have trouble controlling the nerves. Like if we see him similar to last game.
He's starting to get them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that affect you when you enter the games? As a grandmaster, Jonathan, having been through some big moments and big games in your life, when you are super nervous, when you know the result is all that matters and you need to focus on the moves and not the results.
I think that's something you really have to learn to teach yourself. I mean, I had famously bad nerves. So
did you?
yeah. And I can it's something I think if you do have bad nerves, it's something that you have to very consciously try to work against.
Yeah.
And I think that's why you see so many of the Indian players meditating before the round.
Right.
I think because this is something I've been trying to sell students for a very long time, because I think it's a hugely helpful technique to be able to calm your nerves when needed. And it is indeed one of the things I did to fight my own jitters.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that all the Indians are doing it in tearing up the world standing.
Yeah, I have to say, it was
extremely useful thing to do.
Yeah, it was incredible to watch the Indian team at the Olympiad. You know, with the 5 players or the 4 players, no, 5 players sitting there before the games, eyes closed, just meditating, all of them. And then clock starting, Indian players open their eyes and they just crush. They crush the rest of the world, taking just such an impressive gold medal there. The meditating, it must be a part of it.
Yeah, I know I'm convinced, but
Yeah.
I think it's something a lot of people should take more seriously as a very useful tool.
All right, so everyone at home, join us. Jonathan, Lucas, let's do a moment of meditating before it all kicks off. How do we do it? Teach me.
I do it mostly by deep breathing, closing your eyes.
Okay.
Deep breathing.
3 deep breaths here.
Yeah, and
join us, everyone. We close our eyes, and Jonathan, take us through 3 deep breaths.
just very deep breaths, slow, all the way in, slight hold, all the way out, and repeat until you feel yourself sort of stabilizing. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can tune it to your best effect, but
You've succeeded, Kaja.
I mean, I'm a little bit too impatient. So like on the 3rd breath, I'm like, okay, let's move on.
You're done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, we're not playing, so
slightly
we don't have to
refreshed.
control anything, luckily.
But we are ready now. We have meditated. We are ready for round 12 out of 13. The drama is happening in New York. Players are fighting for their life to survive in the tournament. Only 8 players make it through to the knockout. Daniil Dubov. He lost to Hans Niemann, not showing up to the game, and now he is in huge trouble. He plays Liam Le in this game. No, sorry. Jeffrey Shong
yeah,
should
I
be
thought
his.
that was
It looked like Liam to me. Sorry, both players on 7.5 points. Here we see Anish Giri, who's had a great day, fighting his way up to 8 points, and now up against a good friend, Wesley So. And look at this, Daniel Naroditsky, a fan favorite. A known commentator, streamer, but look at that. What an amazing chess player he also is, on 8 points, playing against fellow American Lenier Dominguez Perez. Jan Nepomniachtchi against his fellow Russian, the world rapid champion. He's only 18 years old, and his name is Volodar Murtsin. These 2 players are on 8.5 points in a friendly conversation before the drama kicks off. We're going to follow board 1 with Magnus Carlsen on 8 points up against the American Sam Sevian. Lucas in the studio saying it's a good pairing for Magnus. Magnus is currently inside top 8, but only barely, with a bunch of players on 8 points, and also the 7.5 pointers chasing from behind. We are waiting for the players to arrive for this critical moment in the World Blitz Championships. Magnus Carlsen, this is his last standing World Championship title. He is 7 times Blitz champion, and he is the reigning champion. He is fighting to defend it. Look at this. We have Fabiano Caruana coming from his first loss in the tournament against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and now playing Levon Aronian. Both living in St. Louis, and here comes Hans Niemann on 8.5 points up against Ali Reza Farouja, one of the biggest favorites heading into the tournament. And look at that. Magnus Carlsen is here. And he's going to go for the win. I feel I can say that with 100% certainty. Magnus Carlsen will be going for a win. We have meditated. We are ready for the drama. We hope at home everyone is feeling ready for what's about to happen. After this round, only 1 more round to decide who makes it to the knockouts. Maybe Magnus is meditating right there. Well, was for a few seconds. Takes off his accreditation, stretches, looks out in the air, thinks about his opening.
Yeah.
Maybe. What kind of opening
I think he's,
will we see
he's
here?
shuffling his opening repertoire cards.
Yeah?
Yeah, trying to figure. Sevian is very well prepared these days.
Is he one of those universal players? I guess everyone in the top now. Okay, a handshake.
Yeah,
and here we go, round 12. What opening are we seeing?
Spanish opening.
Does that mean we'll have a cool game?
Yeah, looks like
the opening that Magnus played against Levon.
Yep, it is.
All right, let's get a close-up of the board. The moves are not...
Queen E2 is a very old move. This is a very old line. This was... Oh, wait a second.
I guess this is not the same as, or at least not exactly the same as he
I
had
can't remember. Did he play this?
Yeah, he did play, he played this opening.
Am I completely misremembering, or I thought Queen E2 and Rook D1 was one of the oldest lines, but
maybe it is. Savian seems a little bit surprised by this, at least. But yeah, I guess this is a good opening choice by Magnus. As we talked about last time we saw this position, it does create some imbalance and good chances to play for a win. Savian goes for a pawn break. Pretty committal move, but it makes a lot of sense. So now his king is a little bit more open, but he also has gotten his pieces into play. For example, the rook here now has an open file. Magnus attacks a knight in the center. Savian moves it away. Also looking at that bishop, is Magnus going to move that away? He does. So Magnus does have... Well, for now it doesn't look like he has that many pieces in the action. But those two bishops, even though they look quite innocent for now, they could become dangerous towards Savian's king later on. I'm expecting Savian to keep developing. Maybe he can play a queen move here.
Yeah, queen moving. Bring this last rook into play, something like that. But
makes sense. Yep.
It'll be interesting to see how Magnus uses this his rook on d1. I don't think he... Oh.
That is an interesting move. He doesn't want to keep it on that open file it already was on, but he switches. But yeah, good question. Maybe Magnus wants to pressure that pawn in the center that Savian has with his rook. I guess in order to keep developing, at some point you have to move your knight in front of the bishop. But maybe that's not the first thing you focus on here. Okay, it is. He is offering a trade of knights.
Yeah, I was going to say, okay.
Oh.
So he's...
I thought for a second he blundered his knight, but he is creating a counterattack on the queen with his rook. Now he definitely has to move the knight.
Obviously technical issues again
into
with
the center, I suppose.
From New York.
Yep.
No! Off to the side.
Goes for a counterattack.
Send your knights, but...
Where would you say the bar is in this game? Is it still balanced?
Roughly.
Yeah. Okay. But if I were to guess, I would say Magnus is a little bit better.
And definitely has a lot more time on his clock now, ticking under 2 minutes. Remember, they do get 2 seconds.
It's an interesting decision, knight a4.
He's threatening, well, not quite a checkmate, but it's not far away.
I don't know what's he doing.
He's obviously going to see that. He is not going to go for a draw here, and Savian knows that, so he can repeat without thinking.
No,
what is he going to do?
He definitely can't burn his white.
No.
White.
Okay, so he brings his knight into the center. That's sensible. Is he going to recapture with the pawn to create an open file here for his rook? Or does he want... He does that.
Yeah.
So now the pawn...
thematic to get pressure on this this file that he just opened.
Yeah.
The question is... I was wondering what exactly Savian is doing with that knight.
Yeah, it's hard to get it back into a good position. Maybe it can go back again now and then come...
I mean, he'll have to work on that because he's definitely maneuvered it into an extremely odd position.
Yeah. So what is going on now? I like this development for Magnus. He now has the bishop pair. He has some very good control over the dark squares. And he is maybe...
He's sacrificed the pawn, but
yeah,
he will get a lot of dark squares.
He will. By the way, he doesn't... Oh yeah, he does have the bishop pair.
All right, Sam Sevian from the US playing on home turf, fighting for maybe the biggest moment in his career, qualifying for the knockout in the World Blitz Championship. He's ticked down to 44 seconds on the clock in a game against Magnus Carlsen. They both have 8 points, and they cannot lose this game. A win.
Whoa, what a move.
That is...
risky?
The rook is not happy.
Was it a good move? Risky move?
We're trying. That's what we don't know.
Impossible to
it's
know.
It's a risky move. Could be a very good one.
Definitely risky. The rook is running out of...
Well, I love the human input from our two experts in the studio. And 30.
We have no idea.
Yeah, well...
confused.
Then we're all equals.
Yeah.
Well, I assumed that he was going to try and run that rook down with something like bishop d around to g5.
Yeah,
but
he could have done. I still like Magnus' position. He has a lot of pressure now. Basically, all of his pieces are good, and Sevian's pieces are a little bit strange.
Yeah.
He defends
wow.
passively, but it kind of works.
And Magnus moves his queen out of that open... no, it wasn't open.
This is a position where it's very easy to have an accident as black. His pieces are so poorly coordinated.
Maybe as wide as well.
Oh, and 18 seconds
it's not
for
out of the
Sam
question.
Sevian.
I mean, he's definitely exposed his king enough to create the chance of an accident for himself.
So now a critical moment. He needs to figure out how to continue. Seems like he wants to bring in his rook. Is that his plan?
And Sam Sevian is struggling on the clock.
Root his knight back into the game, so
He's
some sort of real action is required now.
Yeah, I feel like... has Magnus gone wrong here? I don't know if I like his position anymore.
No, I'm not sure I see real compensation now.
He might be in trouble, actually.
Just that good bishop might be enough to hang on, but
maybe he's not worse, but he could easily be, and I don't think he's...
I don't think he has like positive compensation for the pawn. He might have
some. Oh, whoa!
He's made some very...
What?
Oh, c6 pawn was not hanging because there was a knight discovered.
So, if this is actually good for Magnus, it is extremely impressive that he just understands that he can go into this endgame with a pawn down since his bishop is so much better than the knight. Seems like he just wants to keep moving those pawns up. But, yeah.
And Sam Sevian is now under 10 seconds on the clock.
Wow, this is tense.
This is tense and extremely difficult to understand, but we do understand the clocks, and that is dramatic for Sam Sevian. Magnus is playing fast now, desperately trying to not go under.
Now
Knight in trouble.
Now it's very, very serious compensation for...
Yes. Now I think Magnus could be close to winning, and with the clock situation... Oh,
he nearly hung his rook.
That would have been the end of the tournament.
Wow.
For him. But he didn't do it. Now he's rerouting his king, actually. He needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, Sevian has some passed pawns of his own.
Yeah.
So I would expect some chaos.
Yeah, this is very dramatic.
Oh, we got a position now. That pawn is protected since there's a rook check spearing the king and bishop, so...
Yeah, this is once again where he really needs to keep his nerve. He's down to 5 seconds on the clock. He needs to move.
Oh, no. Oh, it's not quite. But he still does need to move.
He does need to move.
According, I think I now have almost the correct position up. It's balanced. The bar says balanced.
Okay. I think he is at least... Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't like this.
No, it's very odd. It seems like Magnus
has
become nervous at the absolute most critical moments of these last few games.
Yeah, but he does actually, like, Sevian can't really get his knight out.
Yeah, no, he still has...
There is some...
Whoa.
Oh, whoa. Very tricky stuff. And now he is actually down to 5 seconds.
It's Rama in New York. Time trouble for these two.
I don't understand how this is working.
Me neither. Is he pushing the... Oh!
He's just... His hand is just moving.
Oh, wow. I think it works. I think Magnus is winning now.
You think Magnus is winning now?
Yeah, I think so. He's won the knight. And this should be winning with that, with those 2 pawns on the other side. His bishop is controlling Sevin's pawns. Now he can advance with his king. Now I suppose the pawn advances here. I don't think you take it.
Yeah.
Oh, what now?
Sam Sevian playing with seconds on the clock. He has to move.
Okay, that should be enough. This looks like a Zugzwang.
Oh, he did it. Wow.
All right. A dramatic game. A handshake. Magnus Carlsen wins the game against Sam Sevian, who played some great chess with massive time trouble there.
Yeah. I got the impression Magnus's hand was doing most of the work the last
The intuition
third of the game.
really came to work.
I think, yeah, he was just on pure experience and actually will to win, because it looked like he completely lost control there, no?
Yeah.
I think he must have been
was
probably even in trouble at some point.
Yeah, that was very, very close to him not being in contention.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he could have drawn the game and
But
won the
you could
last
also
one,
see him nearly hanging his rook sometimes.
Yeah.
This
It was crazy.
You could really see the nerves there. But now he should be cool. He should be safe.
Well,
we have 8 players
if he doesn't
on
lose,
9 points.
Yeah.
I mean, a draw should be enough for him now.
Bunch of results coming in from New York. Magnus Carlsen gets the point against Sam Sevian. Hans Niemann versus Alireza Firouzja, a draw. Volodar Murtsin against Jan Nepomniachtchi, a draw. Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian, a draw. But then Wesley So won his game against Anish Giri, 1 point for Wesley. And listen to this, my friends. Daniel Naroditsky, a win for him against Lenia Dominguez Perez. That means Naroditsky is also, as you
Naroditsky
can
currently
see,
in the top 8.
on... Oh, let me see if I can do that almost nicely. 9 points. Wow. Daniel Naroditsky, Daniel, the popular commentator. Jan Christoph Duda, a win for him against Boris Gelfand. And then a win for Benjamin Bock against Wei Yi, and a win for Pragnananda. Hey, India, are you still awake? Pragnananda, a win for
really
him.
late. They're awake again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good morning, maybe.
Well, I feel like if the tournament just ended now without the last round, everyone would be happy.
Yes.
There are 8 players, 9 points, no tie break.
That's true.
It's worked perfectly.
Feels very fair.
Yeah.
12,
except for
you might even
India.
have people with 6 of each color, you know? Maybe there should have been 12 rounds.
True.
Does Naroditsky count as the new generation?
No.
No?
No.
Murtsin, definitely. Firouzja, definitely.
Firouzja, and
that's it.
Hans.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Hans maybe. He's
Hans is 20? 21?
21. Yeah. So that's new generation.
That must be new generation. I mean, Firouzja must be 21? 22?
He is 21. Yeah.
All right, well, look at this, you guys. We currently have 8 players on 9 points. 8 players in the lead, and these 8 players are currently the ones through to tomorrow's knockouts, but 1 more round is to be played, and the players on 8.5 points, well, they need to win to get in there. So
9.5
round 12
and up will qualify.
Yeah, it's kind of calming for the players on 9 that there aren't that many on 8.5. So a draw should be enough, but you could end up having someone not going through with 9.5 if they're very unlucky with the tie breaks.
All right, dramatic. I can see Levy in New York. Would love to check in with you now, Levy. 8 players on 9 points. Do you agree? It would be kind of nice if it was over now and we would just have 8 players on 9 points, no tie breaks, all fair and square.
Well, I'm heavily supporting Daniel Naroditsky, so you should have seen when I tuned into his game. I was fist bumping.
I feel like I'm watching my favorite football club, you know. I'm so excited for him. I was so nervous, and he managed to convert. Daniel Naroditsky has 4.5 out of his last 5. You can't ask for a player to get hot at any other moment. And Volodar Murzian also has 4.5 out of his last 5 after starting a little bit rough with some draws. So insanely exciting. We have 8 players who have 9 points, and we have 5 players who have 8.5. If you have 8, you're done. You cannot make it anymore because obviously you already have players that are basically beating you there. Maybe there's like a microscopic chance an 8-pointer can defeat another 8-pointer, and somehow if all the 8.5s win and all the others draw, I don't know. It could be, it's madness. I don't think it's possible. But yeah, I can't wait to check the tie breaks and what the pairings are. I'm so nervous for my boy Danya, who is not the next generation, guys. He's a dinosaur.
Yeah.
But he makes it. I'll be so excited.
How cool, Levi. And that makes me think like I definitely want to check in with you in the final round. If you sort of keep a close eye on Danya's game, obviously we don't know who's playing yet, but maybe we will follow that game as well. How's the mood in New York
just
right
not
now?
Magnus, not Magnus. Don't give him Magnus because then Magnus is going to want to win. Magnus. And by the way, I want to say something very quickly. There was a couple of games that drew very fast, and a lot of the games are drawing. Like you have repetitions among the players who have a high score. You saw a draw in like 8 moves between Murzian and Nepo. I'm not a fan of these draws, although I completely agree with them because what else are you going to do, right? Like if you're trying to qualify for top 8, I think if you make a system where you want the top 8 players to qualify by points, there has to be some rules that you cannot draw before move. Like, I mean, these games are getting drawn in move 10. Like, it's not great. You know, I would do it too. Don't get me wrong. If I was playing, I would also do it. But the regulations cannot allow it. But it's happening. And in the last round, it only makes sense for the 9-pointers to draw each other. Like, why would they risk anything, right? So it's a bit of a weird rule, and I don't know. There's nothing in place that's stopping the players from making draws in 5 moves. So if they do it, I'm sure we'll have another scandal.
That's true. We've had enough scandals. Okay, Levi, I want to check in with you a little bit later. I'm just when we have the pairings. I want to hear from you when we have the pairings. So in the meantime, enjoy. And should we go through the Magnus Sam Sevian game because technical issues, what's new, and to see what actually happened.
Yeah, we actually never knew
exactly what was going on, right?
Really going.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we talked about, it looked good for him, and then it felt like it kind of got out of control for a while there. But let's see. We had this Spanish. Oh, we don't have the board on the screen yet.
All right.
Let's wait. Wait a minute.
We might have to use this one.
Let's use that one instead. All right. So we do have a Spanish opening, the same opening as Magnus beat Aronian in. Exactly this. And then at some point, we don't know when he deviated, but he played, maybe this was the move that he didn't play in the last game, but it doesn't really matter that much. It's pretty much about the same thing, this position. Sevian goes for an early pawn break. Magnus doesn't actually have to take that en passant. He could just leave it, but then the position is maybe a little bit closed, and it could be that Sevian's pawn here is actually going to keep pushing and end up being an annoyance for Magnus, so he takes it. He keeps developing his pieces. He's now threatening that knight. The knight moves back, kind of, well, it's attacking Magnus's bishop, but also defending Sevian's own bishop. We were wondering here what Magnus was going to do after the next couple of moves. He needs to, well, for now his queen was attacked, so he needed to block it with the bishop. Sevian went for this attack with a knight, potentially being able to take that pawn that Magnus has. But he went for a counterattack. Sevian stopped it. There was this threat towards his pawn next to the king that would have been, well, winning for Magnus, so he had to stop that. They went here. We saw a repetition potentially. Magnus, of course, couldn't go for that, so instead he played his knight into the center. a pretty nice idea here, taking with the pawn to open up that file for his rook and also creating some pressure towards Sevian's pawn. And we do see that for now, at least, the position is balanced. He now stops Sevian's knight from getting into play by controlling those two squares that it can jump into very nicely. So that's a good idea by Magnus. He now sacrifices a pawn. Sevian does take it. So what Magnus sacrificed the pawn for was to be able to open up those dark squares where he can set or cement his bishop on a great square and sort of restrict Sevian's play. Sevian moves his rook, and then after a couple of more moves, we see a very committal move from Magnus, moving this pawn up. He probably felt like he had to go for it. It's risky, but he has to try to win now. And yeah, hard to say if it was the correct decision, but I mean, he did win in the end. I feel like it can't have been this balanced the whole time, so I'm not sure if the eval bar is following us here.
It is very odd that the thing hasn't reacted.
Unless he played all the best moves during, like, throughout the whole game, but that's unlikely. Here it felt like Magnus still had that pressure, but he is down a pawn. And this defense by Sevian, just going back into the corner with the knight, looks very passive, but he has a very straightforward plan. He wants to defend his pawn first, then move the pawn to be defended by the rook and queen, and then get his knight back into play. And it actually isn't obvious at all what Magnus has here and what he's going to play for. So he does try to bring his rook onto the open file. He is stopped by Sevian. Now he threatens checkmate. Sevian, of course, isn't going to miss that, so he goes there with his queen. And I do think for a while here, Sevian is probably better. It doesn't feel like Magnus's attack is strong enough, but he definitely has some compensation. And there are chances for Magnus here, but could also go wrong. We see Magnus being a little bit pushed back here by Sevian, and now it feels very risky for Magnus. He probably is down a pawn for not that much compensation, but he does have his bishop, which is still very good. Now, a very surprising offer for trading queens. When looking back at it, I don't think Sevian could actually take that queen, because eventually the rook gets chased away and Magnus is going to win Sevian's very important pawn that the rook is defending now, which holds together his whole position, basically. So instead, he goes for a better version of the queen trade for him. A nice move by Sevian. And he has this trick that now Magnus cannot take the pawn because there is a check with the knight. And we get this discovered attack, exactly. So Magnus still has a pretty nice plan here, pushing his pawns on that side. And he actually finds a pretty cool way of, well, basically just eventually here dominating Sevian's knight. It cannot really ever move because it has to protect that pawn. And later on, the bishop gets into the center, but we'll get to that. Oh, it happened now. And this is kind of where it felt like it turned around a bit, because before that, Sevian kind of had control of the position. He didn't have to move his pawns up this quickly. His knight, he could have spent some time to get his knight back into the game and trying to play more safe. But now it kind of turned around. I'm still not sure what the actual evaluation is, because Sevian has really dangerous pawns.
It sort of felt like Magnus was making progress here, but those pawns are a constant distraction.
Exactly. And then there was this very weird moment where Magnus almost hung his rook.
Yeah.
He was about to go one step further than this, where the knight could have just captured it. He would have definitely lost and wouldn't have any chance of getting back. So that was very crucial that he didn't do that. But still, he was very shaky. This was not clear at all. It is unfortunate that we don't have the eval bar here, because it would be really interesting to see. But still, this is a super cool position. This check is very good to make Magnus think he has a very difficult choice here. Does he go up with the king to try to get into Sevian's position, or does he have to go back to defend against Sevian's pawns? Very difficult to say. Probably his decision is correct of going back, but Sevian's pawns are really dangerous.
Yeah.
Here I thought he was like in big trouble, maybe even losing, but he found a good way of continuing. He did go for... I didn't go for the repetition, actually.
Yeah. When we were watching this, the board was hopping around.
Yeah.
I don't exactly know what happened from here.
Yeah, but I think this was probably a great way of playing for Magnus. He stops the pawn. He does sacrifice this pawn, but he's still dominating that knight with his bishop. The knight can never really move or get into play because the bishop always finds a way of capturing it, or even like, I think you just lose that knight if you move it. So basically, Magnus is still playing for the win, even though Savian has one and potentially two very dangerous pawns. But it's at the same time hard for Magnus to find the best moves. It's a very tricky situation. Now Savian's second pawn starts moving. And this is kind of the critical situation where I think Magnus has been able to trade into a favorable situation where he starts advancing the other pawn. Now he's going to have two passed pawns. And considering that Savian can never get his knight out without it being traded for Magnus's bishop, Magnus is always going to have basically a king and pawn ending and two passed pawns which cannot be stopped. At least that's what it's looking like now. I think Savian can never cope with these two pawns. Even now, it's probably just winning for Magnus, but obviously very complicated. So he advances that pawn. The knight has to sacrifice, and now he still has that extra pawn, which is passed. It's still not clear, or at least not easy to figure out how he's going to win, but he does use his bishop and king very nicely together to control those pawns and squares. And now eventually he is able to reroute his bishop and get Savian into a zugzwang position after this move. He has to move his king now, otherwise if he moves one of the pawns, they're going to drop. I mean, only one of the pawns can actually move. So his king has to move. The bishop is going to take the other pawn, and he will have two passed pawns and easily win. So Savian resigns.
1 point for Magnus Carlsen. He is then one of 8 players on 9 points. Heading into the final round, pairings are out. And as you can see, Magnus Carlsen finishes the Swiss part of the World Blitz Championship against Ali Reza Frouzja, the two biggest favorites heading into the World Blitz Championship. And then on board 2, Wesley So against Levy's favorite and a big fan favorite, Daniel Naroditsky. On board 3, Volodar Murtsin against Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Hans Niemann. So those are the 8 players on 9 points. And in must-win situations on the next few boards, Prague, India cheering for him against Daniil Dubov, sitting here ready for that fight. And Levon Aronian against Jan-Christoph Duda. You also have Benjamin Bock on 8.5 points. He plays against Alexander Burtnik. But it is mostly about those players on 9 points and in must-win situations, basically. The players on 8.5 points. Volodar Murtsin, that we just saw, is the World Rapid Champion, and he is on 9 points. Daniel Naroditsky.
I suppose it's too complicated to try and figure out who actually has the best tie breaks of the top from the 8.5s up.
Well,
because I would assume since Murtsin and
right now
Naroditsky have just appeared, their tiebreak is probably quite bad.
Yeah, so Naroditsky right now is the one on 9 points with the worst tie breaks.
Yeah, for example, if in a most conservative scenario occurs and all the 9s draw, which I don't, well, it could happen. But it would seem to me that that's a very risky strategy for Murtsin and Naroditsky.
Yep.
Especially since Mursin's white.
Yeah.
Oh, he's playing.
Yeah, but it's hard to say also what the tie breaks are going to be for the 8.5 guys. They might have worse tie breaks, actually. So it's going to be really interesting to see what people do now, because we have talked about maybe they just take a quick draw, but then you are risking that you're not going to go through. It's a pretty small risk, but there is a risk. So it's a very hard thing to evaluate, and it's pretty likely that we're going to have 2 players on 8.5 winning their games.
My guess would be that Levon, if he wins, will probably bump one of them down.
I agree. That's probably quite likely. He's been in the top for a while now.
If Dubov actually qualifies, what a double.
Yeah. And imagine if he
drama
plays that.
Yeah.
quarterfinals or semifinals against Hans Niemann. The
Yeah,
drama
could
continues,
happen.
you guys. We are heading into round 13 out of 13 in the World Blitz Championship. 8 players makes it through to tomorrow's knockout. 1 player will tomorrow be named the World Blitz Champion. The reigning champion is Magnus Carlsen, and he is playing against Alireza Firouzja here in the final round, both on 9 points. Definitely don't want to lose this round.
No. Then he is out, most likely.
Probably.
Or probably guaranteed.
Yeah. We see a friendly handshake between the two biggest favorites in Blitz heading into the tournament.
Yeah.
It's intense right now. And
Very
okay,
intense.
let's just quickly check in with Levi. I just want to... Can you hear me, Levi?
Yes.
What do you think about your friend Naroditsky now up against oh, everything is getting messed up here.
Wesley.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, they're going for a draw, I think, on the top board.
What do you think,
Alireza
Levi?
versus Magnus.
They're going for the famous dancing queen's repetition.
Oh, it is. It is a draw.
Oh.
Yes, it's going to end in a draw.
Okay, so Alireza Magnus, it's a very quick draw. Do you have eyes on Naroditsky?
It's also every single top board has drawn.
Wow.
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 So it's followed the...
Within seconds, we have 4
Isn't
games.
that exactly
ending with draw.
what I literally said?
Yeah.
That exact thing would happen, and I would do the exact same thing if I was there, but this is absurd. Nothing was put into the regulations to stop this. This is, of all the things wrong over the last 5 days, guys, this one might,
Yeah.
What more to say?
Crazy stuff. All right. Thanks, Levi. I guess we'll jump into 8.5 point games. We have now 4 games already ending up with draws. We had 8 players on 9 points playing each other, and they are now on 9.5 points, all currently then in the knockouts. But let's see what happens if we have a win either between Prague and Dubov, or between Levon Aronian and Jan-Christoph Duda, or if Benjamin Bach is able to win his game against Alexander Bortnik.
I think the Levon game is the most likely to actually change the standings.
Yeah, but maybe Dubov as well has a chance. Or
Yeah, he might. He
Yeah.
will do, yeah.
No, but this game is probably the most interesting. I think Prague is going to have trouble getting up there anyway.
Well, the 2 players with the worst tiebreaks now on 9.5 is Daniel Naroditsky and Volodar Mordsin.
Yeah, that seems logical.
But this will be dramatic to follow, because these players are in must-win situations. These will be dramatic games.
Do we know exactly how they break these ties? Does it depend on the scores of your opponents and things, so that we'd have to actually wait until every single game is over to know? Or
First, and there's very difficult names on these tiebreakers, but Buchholz cut 1, average blitz rating of opponents cut 1, direct encounter between the players in tie, and finally drawing of lots.
Yeah, the Buchholz is going to be the complicated one.
Yeah.
And I know there's something about the Buchholz not counting forfeits. So
that's
that
interesting.
may affect Hans's tiebreak.
Huh.
The fact that Dubov didn't play against him. Which would also be an unbelievable scandal if it turns out to be
Interesting.
some kind of game changer.
Yeah, true.
Well, you guys, I don't know if disappointed is the word, or it's just like anticlimactic, I guess. 4 games ending up with quick draws, but the drama isn't over, because we have players in must-win situations currently playing, and that's the games that we will now follow. So let's go to, would you prefer Prague versus Dubov or Levon?
I think we should ask the chat.
Yeah.
What do they want to see?
Prague Dubov or Levon Jan-Christoph Duda? friends? We can see some Dubov.
Levon's nearly a minute behind on the clock, which isn't great, since he's the guy who really needs to win.
All right, a lot of people wants to see this one. Levon Aronian, he is down to 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. Bunch of pieces on this board.
He has played a very interesting opening. He has a rook where you don't normally see rooks. It's kind of lifted here, which I think gives him an interesting possibility to attack.
Mm-hmm. We're definitely going to follow this drama, but I do see in...
I was about to say Duty's king isn't on that side yet, but there it goes. And are we going to see hear from Hans?
We did see Hans in the sofa with Levy, but he left. So let's see if he comes back so we can check in what's happening. All right. This is round 13. 8 players will make it through to the knockouts. We do have 8 players finished with 9.5 points. The players we are now watching are in must-win situations to have any hope of making it.
Well, they have a very interesting and complicated game, at least.
Yeah, I think this is good for both of them.
Yeah. They're both very sharp players. They've got one of the sharpest positions I've seen in the entire event. So.
Ooh.
Yeah. But I would say it looks good for Aronian, maybe. Is he up a pawn or even?
It's hard to tell. His queenside structure is not very good, but
no. Okay, I think he's up 1 pawn.
Yeah.
And he has this. Well, maybe he has an attack on the king side. Hard to say. Duda has a good bishop there in the center now.
It says balanced on the bar, both in this one and in the game between Prague and Dubov.
Okay.
Do you guys think the 8 players on 9 points talked to each other before? They all played draws. The 4 games ended in draws within seconds, almost at the same exact time. Had they talked to each other?
I don't think so.
No, because I think 2 of them are statistically at risk. Mm-hmm. So I think the guys who aren't statistically at risk, they didn't have to talk. They knew that shaking hands was the most efficient way to end the tournament.
Yeah, and I noticed like the 2 guys statistically at risk are Mertzin and Naroditsky. Mertzin was playing Caruana, and Naroditsky was facing Wesley So with the black pieces. So
yeah,
it's very hard to play for a win. Maybe it doesn't make sense,
especially for Naroditsky. I mean, black against So is a really grim prospect,
especially when So wants a draw, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy to try there. Mertzin, maybe we'll see. Maybe he had to. Probably.
I don't know. I mean, you'd think. I don't know. In the old days, kids wouldn't do things like that.
No, I mean he's usually been fighting. At least in the Rapid, he was fighting every game. It looked like. Oh, Levon.
They're down to
time.
Extremely few seconds.
Oh, okay, this will be dramatic. Levon Aronian and Jan-Christoph Duda were the 2 players.
This is going to be fastest hands
on 8.5 with the best tie breaks. A winner might have a chance to qualify for the knockout.
Oh.
I'm a bit.
No.
I fear Levon is going to lose on time, but
isn't there like a fork?
Yes, 2 to 5, 3 to 5.
Look at Levon. He's slamming on the clock. Jan-Christoph Duda also with seconds, but he seems much calmer. Make a move, Levon. 1 second on the clock.
Okay, but now he is going to win. I think that's...
Who's winning?
No, Duda is winning. He's up 2 pawns.
Is he?
Yeah. Is he not?
Make a move, Levon.
I have to go sideways to look. I
No,
think
he's up 3 pawns.
He's up 2 now, anyway. Yeah. There he goes.
It's a handshake. Jan-Christoph Duda wins this game.
That was the biggest chance to punish the 2 lowest rated
this might
tiebreak
push
guys.
Naroditsky out of the top 8. Right.
If Levin had won, I'm fairly sure that would have pushed one of them out. Almost certainly Naroditsky.
Yeah, now probably not.
Yeah, it depends on what happens with Duda, but he started...
And look at that, Dubov has also won. Dubov has also won his game. Dubov has won against Prague, and so we now have 10 players.
Dubov's there.
Dubov has...
Dubov is in.
Oh my God.
All the games haven't finished, but it looks like Dubov is in.
It looks like Dubov has made it in 8th place. It looks like Naroditsky is knocked out.
So Dubov vaulted over the 2 guys at risk.
Yeah, he won all his 3 games after that Niemann forfeit.
Like I was saying, he seems to have an uncanny idea of when to, generally give a draw to maximize his chances of finishing high. But
Benjamin
this is incredible. If he actually goes through, and he's going to have to face Niemann. Well, he doesn't have to face Niemann. But
Benjamin Bock, the final player on 8.5 points, has lost his game, so he's out of the question. Dubov has won. Jan-Christoph Duda has won. These are the current standings. We are waiting to confirm them to make sure that all the complicated tiebreakers...
Duda.
Yeah. Duda now 9th. Naroditsky, so close. It looks like he might be out. I can see Levy in the sofa. Can I come to you, Levy?
They're still changing.
Yeah. Let's go to Levy with Hans Niemann, ready for quarterfinals.
Yeah, all signs point to the fact that Hans Niemann will be in the final 8. We were here studying the chess results page, which has all the tiebreaks listed. It looks like Dubov might not make it. His first tiebreak was half a point less than Murzian. But to be honest, the only 2 people at risk for replacement are Naroditsky, who probably will be replaced, and Murzian, who might be replaced by Dubov. But first, Hans, I'd like to congratulate you. It was a great day of chess.
Thank you.
You had only 1 loss. It was to Caruana. You had a crazy game against Magnus. And you also had the drama of the day. So it's like the trifecta. So what happened?
I don't know. I saw someone reported that he fell asleep. I asked him. He didn't reply.
In person, you asked him?
Yeah, I saw him. He ignored me. But in general, I've heard some things he said about me, so I made the assumption. But maybe he fell asleep. I don't know. I guess he has to confirm. But regardless, if he fell asleep, the offer still stands. I still am willing to play anyone in a match and give money to charity. Same goes for Hikaru, Magnus.
I want to ask you, because you are a competitor. You do respect the game a lot. I was sort of making the point that. Okay, let's do the safe assumption that he did fall asleep.
Yeah.
But if he was trying to make some sort of statement, isn't it kind of crazy to do it in a world championship? Like,
Certainly.
It messes up the standings?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe everyone has their imaginable principles that they imagine. So it could be, but I don't know.
You're not him. So he has to say something. It's absolutely fair. You look at the top 8. I said before today that 3 people from the young generation would be in, and it looks like it's you, Murzian, and Firuza, and I said 5 people from the previous generation would be in, and it looks like it's Fabiano, Wesley, Nepo, Carlson, and I guess Duda, because he won, so he's sort of from the previous. You look at the quarterfinals. I'm not sure who you're going to play, obviously.
Yeah, it's a great question. Yeah.
So, you excited for the final 8?
No, certainly. I think that Blitz is probably the format that I'm best at. The Rapid, obviously it was disappointing how it went, but I haven't done well in the past, and I didn't really focus on the Rapid in my preparation. So I think there's certainly some things go my way. It's some crazy scrambles. I felt like I played pretty well throughout. Like the only loss against Fabi, I had a winning position, no risk. It was just sort of, when you have seconds, anything can happen. The best players can make mistakes. So I'm very pleased with my performance. And I do think that Blitz, I should be one of the best in the world. And I'm just glad that I can prove that on the biggest stage.
That was the first time you played against Magnus at a board since St. Louis. The thing in Paris was kind of digital. So any nerves at all? What was the experience like?
I don't know. The game went quite well. I even was sort of winning in the opening. Perhaps I didn't manage my time as well as I should have. Certainly nerves, I think, for both sides, right? But for me, there has been such a tumultuous journey to get to a point where I can even compete and play with the best and be in a headspace where I can really compete. So this is sort of just, I'm happy just to even get to the game and play on the high stage, because there was points in my career where I wasn't sure how I could make it back to the top. Playing, it makes me happy, but obviously playing at this level is a dream, come true.
This time tomorrow, what does Hans Niemann have to do to be the World Blitz champion?
Well, I don't know. It'll depend a lot on the pairings, I guess, right? It's 4 games a person, so I think the best player should win. I think I just have to continue doing what I was doing. I think I've played really well, managed my nerves well. So I slept well last night. So hopefully I can do the same for tomorrow or tonight.
Appreciate you joining me.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Levy. Hans Niemann is in the quarterfinals after a dramatic day in New York. Wow. All right, we are still waiting for the 100% confirmed standings. This should be correct, but the tiebreak regulations are really complicated, you guys. So we are wondering if, in fact, Dubov and Murzin are in. Or if Duda is, but
on the broadcast. After.
Suspense right now, you guys.
Did Levy? Oh, Dubov is in the.
And let's go to New York. Levy.
Oh, have you guys sent it here already?
Yeah. Sorry, Levy. Yeah, you're live.
Yeah, guys, we're like sitting down. I mean, come on, we have to. I'm joined by Daniil Dubov, who is the star of the show, winning in the final round in an exciting way. You had a very crazy day. So first, I need to ask you about the elephant in the room. So did you really oversleep against Hans? Was there some sort of statement there? What happened, Daniil?
Well, what happened. Yeah, I mean, I went to the hotel and, I came back and I said I was sleeping, yeah? That's what you know. What do you want me to say, Levy?
Well, no, but the chess world sort of, when something like that happens...
Well, when something like that happens, unless you're an idiot, you know what happened, Levy. And I know you're not, so... this is my first time in the US. It's very hard to control the jet lag here, so... That's life.
Okay, but then I do have to ask you, you're in the quarterfinals together. Probably. I actually don't know. There's a very small discrepancy between you and Murzin, but if you're paired, will you play?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Unless I fall asleep again.
Okay, that's fair. So hopefully no sleeping pills. And not too much alcohol, we get some rest. Overall, though, how has the experience been? You're always like at the top in Rapid and Blitz. You have like a very interesting style. I see you give these interviews and you sort of say, you have to know when to rest, you have to know when to strike, and clearly you know when to strike.
Yeah. No, it's easier when you kind of... Today was actually like a roller coaster, but generally, when you know how to keep things under control... Like, I seriously think, not too many people know, but actually my biggest achievements in those, like, World Rapids, let's say, it's not even about winning once. But, like, I think the really impressive thing, like, as a big player, you should understand. So starting from 2018, I think I only lost at least one game in Rapid in one championship in Warsaw. Like, I was sort of undefeated and all the rest. And then, again, if you can do this, then obviously you kind of know, like, if you will win 5, it will be +5 most likely. And then it, of course, helps, and you can sort of choose your time to strike accordingly. Here, exactly, I have to say, this was, like, pure anger. After what happened, I was, like, really... Like, unfortunately, I cannot get to the smooth willfully, But when it happens, I know there is no... I have this sacred belief that there is no stopping me, frankly. And, I managed to win 3 games, somehow.
Does anybody from the next generation impress you? You have Murzin here, you have some guys like Firuza who's always there. Is it exciting at all to be in a potential quarterfinal bracket with them?
Of course. But it's way more exciting to be in quarterfinal in general. It's not about I mean, look, there's a very very big number of brilliant players here, and of course everybody wants to win. And no, I mean, I will be happy to play Alireza or Murzin or whoever it is. Frankly, maybe I will even take Murzin if given a choice. So, but yeah, look, we'll see. Obviously, it's always nice to play the very best. Let's say I got Prague in the last round. I think generally, especially in Rapid, but also like partially in Blitz, I was a bit unlucky with the pairing. Like even with Hans, let's say this whole thing happened, I actually got my second white in a row. Yeah, I had to spend extra white on it even, on this, you know, careless slip. So yeah, I don't know what to say, frankly. I have to say it's like winning the last game, whatever happens, it was a very, very emotional moment for me. Like I don't know if this was if this one was on the broadcast or not, but yeah, there was even some gesture. I mean, yeah.
Can you make, before I let you go, one promise to me and the chess fans at home? Can you drop a Dubov workout series? Not just a random video of you going to a park doing some pull-ups. We want to know how you got to doing one-arm pull-ups and all the rest of it. If you get a gold medal, can you make me that promise?
All right, if I get a gold medal, I will.
It's a deal?
We have a deal, yes.
It's a,
all right. Thank
amazing. Back to you guys.
Looking forward to maybe seeing that video, Daniil Dubov in contention for the World Blitz title. We are still waiting, you guys, for the final confirmation on the standings. I keep updating the official standings where these super complicated tiebreakers are calculated. And we need to get them confirmed before we talk about who will play who in the quarterfinals tomorrow. We do know for sure that Janne Pomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Ali Reza Frouja and Hans Niban are in the quarterfinals. And we're just checking Dubov, Murzin, Duda. What's happening there? Daniel Naroditsky, unfortunately, is knocked out. His tiebreaks will not be good enough, as far as I can see. After a fantastic, fantastic tournament, both in the Rapid and the Blitz, it looks like Daniel is knocked out. Let's go to Levy in New York with Danya, one of the big winners still of the Blitz tournament, Levy.
Yeah, I'm joined by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, who quarterfinal tiebreaks aside, tied for first in the World Blitz Championship.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I mean, I knew that this was a remote possibility. Knowing my luck, I knew this was probably not a remote possibility, and the total BS format. But I'm thrilled with the result. I mean, I started so badly. I couldn't find my nerves. Sorry.
No, you can.
More important was,
yeah.
I could not find my, like, inner Rebecca Harris, I guess. And I thought this tournament was in the toilet. And then, I mean, I got incredibly lucky. I beat Andy Woodward. He hung a piece. And then I had this critical game against Laurent Fressinet, where I went down a queen. Somehow I swindled him, and that gave me so much confidence. I was like, I just need to relax. I need to chill the heck out and focus on what I can control. And suddenly, you know, I'm really, really proud that I kept my nerves. That game with Dominguez, I turned down a draw. And, you know, to me, that's something I'm going to hang my hat on. The fact that I, you know, was tempting to take the draw and then just take the easy way out.
I just want you to know, I've been watching chess here for 4 days. I haven't gotten more emotional over a game.
Really?
Yeah, like watching Magnus win, watching some young guys win.
Get it.
I was watching that game, and when I pulled it up and I saw you were better in the end game, I was like, let's go.
I was really emotional too because I kept it together. I almost blundered a few times. Luck was definitely on my side this tournament. I mean, other than that game, I don't know if there's any game I'm proud of. With Ivanchuk, obviously, it was just pure luck, a lot of the wins. But given the nerves and the stress of this tournament, I'm taking this to the bank.
Can I ask you at all, were you aware of your tiebreak situation going into the final round?
I was.
Did it cross your mind to go crazy? I mean, you played the O'Kelly, I guess, but...
Yeah, but I mean, realistically, I know that Wesley is good with a draw. If a 2,800 player wants a draw with white, he's going to make a draw. So for me, it's, you know, the prizes are important, but I'm not playing for the prizes, which is a great luxury, and I acknowledge that, but I'm playing for the results. And a draw with Wesley with black to end the tournament is not the worst thing in the world. Listen, if I don't qualify, I'll just play the title Tuesdays and enjoy New York. I am not happy with the format. I think it to decide who qualifies based on tie breaks that are outside of your control. I mean, this isn't Title Tuesday. It's the World Blitz Championship, and I did not play any worse than the other players with 9.5.
And for the record, the format contributes to a last round where the top 4 boards make a draw in 30 seconds, and that's not good. I mean, and you're not to blame. I've been saying I would do the same thing.
Yep.
You are literally incentivized according to game theory to behave like this.
Exactly.
It's not good. I don't know how.
This is the problem with like an art. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it was happening the previous round as well. I mean, people were making quick draws, and every year we have certain issues with this format, but this one was definitely bold, but we see it kind of exposed on full display.
Yeah, and I mean, in general, like I prefer the 21-round format selfishly because it gives me more of a chance to play these guys. I'm playing for my enjoyment. 13 rounds feels like total lottery. I mean, you lose one game or two, and then you're out. And this is the World Blitz Championship. How can it be essentially decided in one day? And how can it come down to like, random arbitrary results of other opponents? Like, what if someone withdraws? So, I mean, these flaws seem obvious to me, and I don't understand how they can't be thought through before the tournament.
What about Squid Game rules? Like, what if you just choke one of the other 9-pointers to death?
What if you...
For legal reasons, it's a joke.
Oh, what do you mean?
You just remove one of the 9-pointers physically with your bare hands, like you just...
Wait, what is that? What do you mean?
I'm just saying, like, they would be removed from the standings, and then you would just qualify. Like,
oh, like, what do I think of that strategy
Yeah,
of qualifying? I mean,
lock you all in a room and you figure out the top 8 together.
Yeah, exactly. It's like those horror movies where everybody's stuck in a room and they're locked and they have to find their way out.
Yeah, precisely.
Like an escape room. Which movie?
Squid Game. I've been watching a lot of it, so I've got violent tendencies now. So,
no, I'm honestly really thrilled because like I was 4 out of 7, I think.
Yeah.
I was in the gutter, and I mean I won 5 in a row. I managed to knock out the pressure. So this is something I'll be telling my grandkids. This is if someone told me I'd be 9th or 10th and I wouldn't qualify, I'd still be thrilled. So, of course, I'm tilted at the format, but I don't just want to keep whining at it. I think it's easy to be the Monday morning quarterback and say, well, this format is a problem. Every format has flaws. I acknowledge that. If I was like Wesley or somebody, I'd probably be praising the format right now. I get that. So I'm still very, very happy.
Have you made a statement?
Have I made a statement?
Yeah.
I mean, knowing, I wasn't born yesterday. I know that my result will now be attributed to luck or, accidents. So there's no winning with people who are on this earth to hate. But I'm definitely not unhappy with the performance, and hopefully some mouths will finally be shut.
I think your fans are elated. I think everybody that's been watching is elated.
I couldn't have done it without them. I was turning down any selfie autograph requests because I just needed to focus. I was in the zone. I could not, get distracted, and I think that paid off. So I'm thrilled. And again, like if I don't play tomorrow, I'll sleep in. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Congrats, my man.
Thank you so much, Levy. Thanks for hosting me, and thanks to all the fans for encouraging me and making this event possible. Sorry if I was emotional at times.
No.
It's an emotional event.
It's been great. Let's throw it back to Oslo. I think we've got another guest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Levy, can I just...
Not sure who it is, but... oh, yeah.
Amazing to hear from Daniel Naroditsky. Levy, can I just keep you on while they do the switches in the sofa? It's that's no problem
yes,
because
absolutely.
we now have the final standings, and guess what, Levy? Daniel Dubov is out.
Recognize.
Daniel Naroditsky is in 9th.
Sorry? All good?
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen is here. He's going to play.
Did you see the pairings?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen the pairings.
Magnus Carlsen will play Hans Niemann.
You play Hans?
In the quarterfinals. Levy, we will go live to you and Magnus.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Yeah, we're 3rd and 6th.
I assume there are automatic pairings that we're not choosing our opponents.
Yeah, I think it is automatic. I mean, nobody knows the format. Wow, so you and Fabiano have identical tie breaks, but you have a 6-point lower average rating, I guess.
Because I'm higher rated.
Because you're higher rated. so yes, the top seeds don't choose like in the Champions Chess Tour format. Yeah. Of all the opponents you could play, first of all, talk about the format. Like, is it a good format to have such a crazy push in and totally random and tie breaks and ratings and things like that?
No, so I think generally having a final is a good thing. It's very easy to understand for people. For the players, it's of course very, very stressful to have to go through this day, and you sort of have you have a target and you want to reach that target, but normally it's just about being in contention after after the first day, trying to do as well as possible. But there's not really any stress, and for me it's sort of easier because I know I have 21 rounds, which is a lot more than 13. 13 feels like, I mean, it's not a sprint, but it's definitely not a marathon. And unless like you're having a very, very good day, I think for everybody it comes down to a couple of moments.
I always ask then, the formats of these events change sort of on a year-by-year basis. The formats for a lot of things, like FIDE candidates, for example, change on a year-by-year basis. Anish Giri was here, and I asked him if players should have any input for the format. He said they shouldn't because they are biased. So I'm wondering, did the top 8 come from the fact that the 21 rounds was somehow not interesting or not exciting, or it's just a way to spice things up?
Yeah, I guess I mean, there are advantages to this format. One, that there's a final, which I think is very good, and the second is that 21 rounds is like, it has shown itself to be like a little bit too much in the sense that you're getting paired pretty far down if you're at the top. So it ends up being a little bit in the end about whether you can beat somebody who has made it to the top boards, who may not necessarily be one of the favorites. So I think there are definite pros and cons. Personally, I prefer the 21 rounds as it used to be, but that's because it's sort of easier and it suits me. So as Gary would say, I'm obviously heavily biased, but I think this is, I think this is maybe a slightly better format, like with all the pros and cons, but it's not certain. You also end up with this situation that you have a lot of short draws. Of course, the first 4 boards here were there was absolutely no fight, and there was a very good shot for them to make it if they all drew. Like for me, it was probably like at least north of 95%. So I had no incentive to fight. Alvarez had no incentive to fight. Fabi had no incentive to fight. Jan had no incentive to fight, and so on. So that's the problem. But I think it's definitely worth a try to have this format.
You've known Daniel Dubov a long time. You think he overslept his game against Hans Niemann?
No. No, I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna talk too much about. Like, I know him, so I know about some of his opinions. Like, if he wants to share them, I'm sure he'll share them.
Yeah, no worries. My goal is not to start controversy, but he was giving statements and non-statements. So, and I know you know him pretty well, but I think he still made it, even with, or he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Almost with a forfeit.
It would have been fun if he'd made it after that and won the last 3. But he took actual risks to to prove. If we assume that he was proving a point, we don't know that for sure, of course. Only he knows. But if he was, like, he took serious risks and it didn't pay off for him, and that's what you sort of do when you take a stance that it's easy to take a stance if there are no consequences. If there are, that's the way it is. But it's funny that actually now 2 years in a row, he has had 2 non-games that have cost him either a tie for first. Well, actually both times. A tie for first or qualification in this case. So, but I very much sympathize with him and Naroditsky as well for who don't make it. Like, it's a cruel cruel system, and I don't know if it's perfect that you just decide by tie breaks, but they probably felt that having 10 players play would be a bit too much, even though I feel like it's the most fair thing to do.
Well, for the first time ever going into the second day of a World Blitz Championship, you have an opponent that you know, and you have to play him 4 times, so you can actually do some preparation, you can get some sleep. So anything that you want to tell the fans to expect tomorrow?
Yeah, it's not my favorite opponent, of course, but I'm happy to be in the top 8. That's kind of what matters to me. I didn't, show my best today, but I did just about enough, and I'm happy with that.
It was a trifecta. You were late to a game. You had like a good memeable moment. You signed an autograph for a fan that's going to go viral before the start of the game, and you had a game against Hans. So and you have the jean sponsorship. It's a good day for the portfolio.
Yeah, and it's a good chess day, which I guess still matters a bit.
Yeah. All right, guys. I hope we got as many guests as we needed. We'll throw it back to Oslo for the final touches, and World Blitz Championship Day 1 is over.
Yeah, awesome stuff, Levi. Thank you so much for everything you do in the sofa and New York. Congratulations to Magnus Carlsen. He is ready for quarterfinals, and we finally have the finished standings, you guys. And I'm just going to read through it. First place, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Second place, Fabiano Caruana. Third place, Magnus Carlsen. Fourth place, Wesley So. Fifth place, Ali Reza Fruja. Sixth place, Hans Niemann. Seventh place, Jan-Christoph Duda. And in eighth place, Volodar Murdzin, the Rapid champion. And that means it is heartbreak for Daniel Naroditsky in ninth place. Just barely not making it to the knockouts, and also for Daniil Dubo. He thought he was in, but it's not enough. He is in 10th place. He is knocked out. So the 8 players I mentioned are the 8 players ready for the knockouts tomorrow. And the pairings will be Jan Nepomniachtchi in first place against Volodar Murdzin, the 2 Russians. We will see Fabiano Caruana against Jan-Christoph Duda. And then, as you heard, the big one, Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann. Everyone's looking forward to that. And finally, Wesley So against Ali Reza Fruja. So a dramatic day has come to an end, but the World Blitz Championship continues tomorrow. Which one, Jonathan, are you looking the most forward to of those quarterfinals?
What can I say?
Yeah. Okay, I'll rephrase. How much are you looking forward to see 4 games of Blitz between Magnus and Hans?
Ordinarily, I wouldn't be expecting a great deal of drama because Magnus has been pretty dominant. But the game they played makes me think it could actually be quite exciting. Mm-hmm. And it's definitely going to be the one all the eyes are on.
Yeah, all the eyes will be on that. But we have 8 fantastic players in the quarterfinals, Lucas. I guess the one we're missing the most eventually didn't make it. Of course, Hikaru Nakamura, he ended up with 8.5 points. He's in 21st place. It was close, only 1 point away, but not close enough, unfortunately. So we're not going to see Hikaru tomorrow. And I guess also for the Indian fans, really hoping.
That was a big shock.
Yeah. Prague was eventually the one that got the closest, but he lost in the final round and is also knocked out. So, Lucas, tomorrow, quarterfinals, semifinals, a big final. Who do you think who do you hold as a favorite, and who do you hold as an underdog to become World Blitz champion?
Well, it's hard to say anything else than Magnus for the favorite.
Yep.
That's obvious. Underdog. Caruana has played well.
Yeah.
Maybe he has a chance. I mean, it's hard to really call anyone an underdog here, apart from maybe Murdzin and Niemann. Who knows? Maybe they can show some great chess tomorrow. I do have to say it's very cool that Murdzin actually qualified.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't just win the Rapid, but he actually shows what he's capable of, and qualifies now as well, which wasn't even clear that Magnus would do. So, yeah, very impressive. It will be interesting to see tomorrow if he can continue playing well and get far in the finals.
Yeah. The big final and the final day of World Rapid and Blitz is tomorrow. On New Year's Eve, we're going to leave 2024 with a bang and enter 2025 with probably a new World Blitz champion. Well, depends on where in the world you are. We are looking forward to that. The same people will be here in the studio. We will have the great Levi Rossman in the sofa in New York, and we have 8 fantastic players competing for the big title. Can Magnus Carlsen defend his final standing World Championship title? He is the reigning Blitz champion, and he is competing tomorrow. Thank you to everyone for being with us here for a long day of dramatic Blitz chess and over the board, beyond the board drama as well. We hope you have enjoyed. We really enjoy all of you hanging out with us, and we hope we'll see you again tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep, and we'll be back with more Blitz chess tomorrow. Bye.